5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. All of the greatest pinball players in the world have gathered here for Pinburgh, the world's largest pinball tournament. 800 players from all over, and we are down to the final 8. It is part of the Replay FX show here, and it is something that everyone looks forward to every single year on the calendar. It sells out quickly as far as the pinball tournament is concerned, and again, somebody's going to walk away with $15,000 and become the Pinburgh Championship. Hi there, my name is Jeff Teolis. I'm from Pinball Profile. You can catch us on iTunes, and you can catch us live, and thank you for joining us on Papa Pinball on the YouTube channel. 8 players remain, including last year's champion, Keith Elwin. 7 players are trying to join that exclusive Pinburgh Championship club. We'll see who it will be. Could it be Josh Sharp, who has never won a major championship? How about some of the young players? Escher Lefkoff won in April. He was the champion at the Papa facility. He made it to the top 40, couldn't crack the top 8, but we do have some fantastic players, including Kaylee George, who was the runner-up at IFPA 14 in Denmark. Now let's talk to the people who are going to be talking about the players. We'll go to Steve Bowden, Greg Dunlap, and Joe Schobert.
Hey, thanks everybody, and welcome to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and the Pinburgh 2017 Championships. My name is Greg Dunlap, and I'm here in the booth with Steve Bowden and Joe Schobert, who is broken mic, so he'll be trying to lean over my shoulder and make some comments as we watch these games go. So, Steve, why don't you tell us about the groups we have going here today?
Well, in our first group, we have Mr. Keith Elwin, Adam McKinney, Kaylee George, and Luke Nahorniak. Is that the correct way to pronounce his name? That's very important to get that correctly. I will practice that. And in group 2, we have Colin McAlpine, Josh Sharp, Dave Stewart, and young Timothy Street, who has broken into the top 8 and is ready to challenge all these competitors for $15,000 in cash.
Sweet. Got a pretty good mix of newer players and old standards like Keith Elwin and Josh Sharp, who've been playing for a couple of decades at this point. And now let's get on to
we're gonna talk about the 12 games that are available for play today that the competitors will select. The first will be we have Dialed In from Jersey Jack. We have High Hand, our EM. We have going by the order of the list here. We have Aerosmith. We have Andromeda. We have Gottlieb's Card Whiz in the EM, Dialed In from Jersey Jack, Flight 2000. We have Frontier, a favorite of Keith Elwin, High Hand, a favorite of Keith Elwin, maybe not from Josh Sharp.
He did well, he did well in the last round.
In the last round of Advance. Right. We've got Jokers, Liberty Bell, RoboCop, Shoot the Spinners for those sweet jumps, right? And get those sweet jumps done. We have a traditional favorite, Addams Family. Another Jersey Jack game, The Hobbit, shows up to the final. And those will be our games for that will be at the Pinburgh 2017 that the competitors can select. And we have had our selections already. Group 1 and Group 2 have already selected. What have they selected?
Group 1, led by Kaylee George, who is the top. By Colin McAlpine, who is the top seed, has chosen Dialed In, and the other group, led by Keith Elwin as the top seed, has chosen the Aerosmith Bank.
So we're going to be following the Aerosmith Bank this time, right? And so that's good. So right now, I guess, are we doing warm-ups or are we live?
I think
we're looking
live.
Here. Looks like we are pretty live.
Yeah, and so we have Kaylee George currently up on Aerosmith, former world pinball champion, has never won Pinburgh though. And why don't you give us a rundown of the basic things you want to be doing on Aerosmith?
All right. Well, the basic thing we want to do at Aerosmith is the big goal in this is to get your 6-ball multi-ball, right, or get as many balls in your multi-ball as you can. All right. So I'm going to diagram where that is so that you can get your balls locked. Right here, we can see right at this guy, that's the toy box. We want to make sure to load as many balls in the toy box as we can. But how do we do that as a 2-step process? The first step is to hit that magnet there. And if you hit that back of the toy box, the magnet will throw it around and hopefully not drain you. Every time you hit that, that will light one of the 6 locks here, indicated by this light here. You see 6 lights there, that's 6 locks. You cash in those locks via this little side saucer right here. And one of the cool things about Aerosmith is that the game will kick it from this saucer and sort of like a 3-point shot right into the toy box.
And usually those locks will get held so that you can plunge. them at risk.
So exactly. So you could actually start have a multi-ball with more balls than you risked to get in there, right? Just say you can light it only 3 ball, and you can light only a 3 ball and then get a 6 ball multi-ball anyway.
Yeah, that's right. And you can also get into a situation where not only that, but you can because of the way that pinball playfields work, you need to hit a number of switches before the game goes live. So you can actually get all of those locks before you've even risked putting a ball into play.
So this game actually falls under the 3-switch validation rule that many of the Stern games have?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So really, if you're skillful, you can light all the locks and not even have started.
That's right. And so this is a way to kind of just make it a little more this is a way to get it a little more equivalent for all of the players and just make it so that everybody has to take the same amount of risk as each other.
All right, so you want to discuss some of the songs or the other strategies we can do here? What else would you do to this?
Well, I was just going to kind of ask the question. I was trying to think, what was the first game that actually introduced that multi-ball rule where you could afford the multi-ball to take the risk of extending the number of balls, and thus the number of balls in play as well as the value of the multi-ball. I think maybe that was Mustang.
I think that was Mustang. That was an innovation by Mustang there, was you could risk, the more balls you put in, the higher the jackpot is worth, which is really advantageous for, say, the later players in the game, because they can see what's going on with the earlier players and say, oh, this player has this certain score, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to risk, say, to put 3 balls in instead of just going for 3. Maybe I'll go for 4 or for 5, depending on how much that those players had. Those scores is up there. So, you know, that can fall into play on Aerosmith too. So we'll see how the later players, how they can take that as an advantage. So positioning can be very important. So since this is the first game, and Colin, I believe, chose this set, right?
That would be correct.
Keith chose this set,
Keith,
sorry.
yes.
Which means Keith gets to go last. I would assume he chose to go last.
Yes.
So he would have that power. Essentially, if it falls to a flail fest and there's not a lot of points scored and it just becomes getting the multi-ball,
right,
he can choose how many dice he wants to roll, whether it's 3, 4, 5, or 6.
Yep.
Right? Just because if he can get to the 6th ball, the points can start rolling in, because then if we get to that point, then we can start discussing locking balls, doing multi-ball, and all sorts of fun things like that.
I'd also like to say we have a lot of new technology at play here at Pinburgh this year. A lot of new playfield toys, a lot of new cameras, a lot of new audio things. So give us a few minutes to sort out some of our technical difficulties, and we should be in good shape here in a little bit. But we're still learning like you guys are. So.
Right now, it looks like Adam McKinney is live. He's trying to build up as many of his locks. Now he's already got 2 lit here,
right.
so that you can see the 2 there.
Now you saw him shooting that loop there. Why would he be doing that?
Which loop here? We're talking about the right
left
loop?
or right loop.
Right.
Yes.
So we have the 2 loops here. You see, I'm going to point to the left and the right loops. Those are our elevator shots, right? In order to light the elevator, you have to shoot both loops, and that will activate the center shot for the elevator.
Right.
3 of those, and that's your elevator multi-ball, which is a different multi-ball than the 6th ball.
That's correct.
So there are 2 major multi-balls available in this game that the players can take advantage of, along with their songs anyway. Their songs the song that they select changes the shots that they need to make, and also affects how much each shot is worth. And we'll get to those once we can see the songs in the view. The songs are hiding down below here. So once we get that in the view, we'll be able to explain a bit on how those songs work here. So is that the live feed there?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Now, I was about to ask something and I forgot. And there goes Adam. But basically what it comes down to is if one player gets 6-ball multi-ball and the others don't, he's going to win. Right,
that's basically what it is, because once you get 6-ball, you can flail fest into a couple $100 million if you do it
absolutely,
right.
Absolutely.
But if you get 6-ball and you can start controlling some of them, or skillfully drain just to get them out of the way,
right,
and then start loading some of the balls into the toy box during multi-ball, what happens? Well, you get multiplied play fields for 20 seconds. And that can really start to cash in when you're talking about super jackpots.
Yeah, and with 6 balls in play, getting a lot of those balls out of the way so you can set some stuff up is really important.
All right, so right now we just had Keith Elwin up at the game, and
he tried to save from an up and out and got it tilted.
And got it tilted out. Yeah. So that's where we are now. All right, so that means we're going to have a bit of a break, because that tilt bob is swinging.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're talking about is inside the game. It's sort of a plumb bob looking mechanism. So if the plumb bob touches a side ring in there, it will cause a warning, because if you shook the game too much, and if you do it 3 times, you're out, just like 3 strikes. So
Yeah, the plum is, Bob. It's like a pendulum that sits inside of a metal ring, and if the metal touches the ring, then you get a tilt warning.
all right. So next up we have Luke is up.
Yep, Luke from Minneapolis, I believe.
All right, so checking his progress, he does not have any balls. It looks like he does not have any balls staged. There's one now. There's his first one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's see. It looks like this is. I'm trying to see which feed is delayed here, because this is live and this is because that just happened. So I'm commentating a little bit ahead of what's being showed on the feed, just a little bit, but we're working with it.
Yeah,
We're working with it. We're getting it done.
Seconds.
Right, 7. All right, all right. Excellent.
apparently Colin McAlpine has just had a 400,000 first ball on Dialed In, which is very good. He seems very happy, and he just got a round of applause for finishing that ball.
A well-deserved fist pump from Colin there on 400,000. That's a good start.
And now we have Kelly George back up for ball 2 on Aerosmith. He has nothing much set up. He looks like he's got an elevator lock lit, but that's about it.
That's all. So he has no balls ready to be locked.
And what song is he playing?
What does that look like? Is that Rats? I cannot tell.
I can't.
Where that
I
is.
can't tell.
It's not
either.
Sweet Emotion, because that's the red one.
Right.
I don't want. I can tell. That may be Walk This Way. It is Walk This Way because the ramps are lit.
Okay.
For Walk This Way, you have to shoot the ramps, and the more ramps you shoot within the time limit, then the more the super ramps will be worth once you exit.
Ah, okay.
All right. So let's see. Right now he's ignoring the ramps right now and loading up that toy box. There's 2. You can see the magnet. That was a magnet that was holding that ball and throwing it around there. Got to be careful. All right, 3. He's got 3. Now that he's lit 3, you have to have at least 3 locks in order to go for the multi-ball. All right, so right now he might try and get a 4th one. There's 4. All right, we're gonna see if he's gonna try to start loading up the toy box with the locks. Meanwhile, super ramps are lit. That mode timed out, so he does have super ramps for 850,000 per ramp.
And that 6 ball plus some super ramps would be pretty sweet.
It'd be very lucrative, yeah.
Joe Schober's here.
I've joined. My microphone has joined the party. Hi, guys. How's it going?
All right. Welcome.
Yeah, well, and Kaylee, though, just had to walk off there from ball 2. So, I mean, I think until you get to ball 3...
Sorry, our live feed is a little delayed from the commentary. So I see. There we go. Yeah.
Right.
Excellent.
But nevertheless, until you get up to the point of being on ball 3, I think you want to go ahead and lock as many of those balls as you can to ratchet up the value of the multi-ball. Once you're on ball 3, you have to start being a little bit more conservative. You don't want to lock up 4 or 5 balls, cancel the multi-ball, and then end up getting nothing at all. So it becomes a really interesting risk-reward with that rule.
But on the other hand, it sort of depends on how far behind you are too.
Sure, absolutely.
Because I mean, and how much you want to go for. Like if you're happy to walk away with 2 points because somebody's run away with it in one player, then you might be a little more conservative. But if you really need to chase it up because it's the last game and you need to win, then you're going to have to go for it.
Sure, absolutely. But in this situation, Kaylee, as player 1, is at a bit of a disadvantage because going into the last ball, he's going to have less information about the final status of his opponents, whereas player 4 is going to have a huge advantage relatively, assuming at that point they still have their toy box multi-ball available to them.
And this is why Keith Elwin, our world champion, chose position and game. And we got a score update for you.
So Luke has 2.3 million after 2 balls. Kaylee George 1.8 million. Adam is at 2.3 million, getting ready to play his second ball, and Keith is sitting at 624K.
Okay, so really everything's pretty much up in the air. We may as well have not played very much pinball at this point.
Yep, exactly. Those scores are all basically showing no real progress in the game yet. But
on the other hand, this is one of those games where you can spend 2 balls getting everything set up, and then on ball 3 you're just go to town.
You blow it up. That's certainly what you hope to do, and certainly what we expect to see from these players.
I'm looking over at Dialed In, and I see that Dave Stewart has just started selfie mode. So there are many selfies of Dave Stewart appearing on the screen on Dialed In. All right, back to Aerosmith.
Adam McKinney up here at the flippers.
Yeah, we're having a hard time reading that score here, too. So we've got Jeff Teolis is going to run us over some score updates periodically. Sorry, you just can't read them on the screen. Nothing we can really do about it.
Now, one difference on this particular Aerosmith versus what some people may have seen at locations or whatever, this is a LE or a premium, I'm not sure which, but it has that upper playfield there.
Does that really come into play score-wise, or?
You know, I'm honestly not
It
sure
can
about
for
that.
double scoring. If you complete the upper playfield, right, if you complete those targets, then it will light this arrow here. Right, once that arrow is lit, if you shoot that shot that where the arrow is leading, that will double the playfield. for
Okay,
double scoring.
very cool.
So what you can do is you can complete the targets, have that lit, then shoot the shot that gets you down through the elevator, and it will remain lit. And then you can shoot the shot from the bottom and still get double playfield for it. So
Okay.
it's a bit of a risky shot from the upper flipper. I've seen people really brick that shot, then it will go straight down the right ramp and then down the middle.
Right.
So
Right.
it's a bit less of a risk to light it, then use the elevator to go down, and then shoot it from the lower left flipper.
But for double playfield, that's worth it. Oh, my goodness.
Definitely.
So,
We've got some quick.
yeah, it's
going here. So
Keith
went
Elwin's having a rough time of it so far.
because again, we are high contrast on the scores. So yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently, I think from what I've seen, while we can't see the scores, based on the progress everybody made, I'd say we're really into a one-ball game of pinball here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the chess master started as far as getting balls locked. Really,
Yeah.
Right.
It may have turned from a chess master just brute force because we haven't seen a lot of locks from people, other than I believe Kelly. I think someone built a 4.
Kelly built some up.
Kelly has
that's
a couple
correct.
locks, I believe, yeah.
All right, so that's
All
2.
right, that's
Careful
2.
magnet.
It'll be
All
interesting
right.
to see how the newer players versus the older players in this group manage this, because obviously Keith and Kaylee are extremely experienced in this kind of finals situation, whereas Luke is someone I've never really seen play before.
Yeah, I'm not
Get it
familiar
out.
with.
And
Oh,
while-
that's a ball save.
And while Adam's been playing for a long time, it's been pretty rare that I've seen him get this deep into the finals. So
Yeah, he's definitely playing well today here.
yeah, for sure.
Oh, and that one
this
is
game
out.
is just particularly evil.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that's just particularly evil there. I mean, there's not a lot he could have done there. It essentially avatared out.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And I mean, what we're referring to here, I mean, lots of balls when they hit this general area tend to make extra hops out of here.
Yeah,
okay?
that-
that's really common.
That double in-lane design that Stern has been using has been brutal on Metallica, on Ghostbusters, on Aerosmith. It's really nasty.
Right, so essentially if players see the ball heading toward this area, they have to make a move.
Right.
They have to make a pre-move. They don't want to shake it after it's already hit there, because
Right.
by that time it's too late.
Now, at least from what I've seen so far, it appears that the tilt sensitivity is not terrible on this game, so you should have a little bit of latitude to make some bumps on it and try to get the ball out of the danger zone over there.
Or at least one quick move.
So Kaylee's got 4 locks available. If he locks one more, he has an option to start multi-ball, correct?
He has to have at least
You have
3.
to have 3.
At least
So
3.
he's got 2 locked, and he's got 2 more available.
Right.
So
if he locks, yes.
if you lock one on this plunge, do you take that multi-ball?
What player is he? Player 3?
He's player 2.
He's player
Player
2.
2.
It looks like he's
Whoa,
going.
now I go for it.
Yeah.
With one
Oh,
he's
my
going for
goodness.
it.
With a warning, I go for it.
So he's got 6 lit.
Right now, he's just looking to get in that
You're gonna-
lock. That's
Yeah.
all this is now.
Backhand or post pass?
I would post pass.
He's got Sweet Emotion. The Sweet Emotion that he selected here, this is the song here, right, which lights all of the shots on the playfield just about. It lights the most of them. Oh, that was close.
That was. I got another one lit.
Sometimes the toy box will throw it in there. Oh, it was in there. It didn't settle.
That saucer, it's often
It's
does not
really
stick
ugly.
balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, post pass too hard. And there
Oh,
it
it
is. Now
bounced
here's his
in.
choice. Let's see.
He's
Let's see if he
taking-
chose he's going to take
He's just
it.
starting
He's
the
gonna take it.
multi-ball. He's starting the multi-ball.
All right, he's going to take it. If he didn't want to take it, he would hit the button that's below the field. All right, and here we go. So now all the shots are lit for jackpots. Right, he also has the option to relock a ball into the toy box. In order to do that, he will have to shoot the toy box again, at which case at that point he can then shoot the hole and the ball will be locked in the toy box and will double the playfield for 20 seconds. With the 3 ball, he can actually lock 2 balls in the toy box and get triple playfield if he's able to do that. also available. He's trying, and wow,
that was rough.
That's what happens in A Division finals when you have short ball savers.
Yeah.
We didn't even get into the opportunity of the out-of-ball option, so we'll just leave that a secret for now.
He did get this extra ball, which I think is worth 3.5.
I think it's more than that.
Is it?
Maybe 15. I think it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah,
Wow. It's a 15.
15 sounds right.
And that 15 is multipliable from a double play. So if
Play
you get
field
that
X
during
or whatever.
multi-ball,
Yeah.
you can get like 45 million from that extra
Crazy.
ball.
So it actually looks like the contrast is a little better. It looks like Kaylee's got about 22 million points right now.
Excellent.
It's coming, it's going. So, we talked many times about the importance of getting points. The reason Kaylee wanted to start that multi-ball even at reduced points is you want Pinburgh points. You want points towards your match. And in that situation, Kaylee, you got to pluck it off. He doesn't know what his opponents are going to do. Maybe they'll just drain out instantly like it's been happening the whole game. But he at least wanted to get that 1 point to overtake the first player.
Absolutely, and that 1 point can make such a difference.
Oh, absolutely.
Every point counts. You have to fight for every one.
Taking that 0 is very painful. You don't want to do it at all.
Yeah.
So at this point,
He does have his upper playfield arrow lit for a double playfield. Should he try to risk it? He's got the orbit though.
Oh, he had the
It
orbit.
looks like he might be trying to set up some elevator multi-ball.
Elevator.
Exactly.
Yep.
Is this safe?
No,
No, not off the top of
there's
that.
that
But he's
ball
got the
safe.
VIP pass. All right, VIP pass will save him. That's a virtual kickback.
Oh,
no! That was a lob. That was a lob out almost.
Oh man, that was a little lob out of that lock
Yeah,
into the toy box.
Yeah, but he didn't have a lock lit, so he's got to relight those locks. And this time, it's gonna force him to shoot it twice in order to light one lock. So.
Absolutely.
So going in that lock doesn't really serve him, but going in the elevator does.
Yep, and that was the second ball towards elevator multi-ball.
So Kaylee George only needs 2 more loops and 1 more lock, and we are into elevator multi-ball.
All right, he's got super ramps lit there.
Yeah, that'd be
So
something
he
to
must be
bring
in
for
double
that
playfield.
score.
Yeah,
Double
it shows
scoring.
on the screen
There we
there,
go.
yes, because he got 1.7 for that super ramp, even though they're only 850
Yeah.
natural. All right, 2 more orbits if he wants to get that third elevator lock.
Smart move. He's going in to select the song
So
first.
yeah,
Let's see.
which song do you think he'll
Let's
pick?
see, back in the saddle is going to focus on the right orbit.
Which is good because he
All
needs
right.
that anyway for the elevator lock,
Yeah.
or to qualify the elevator lock, I should say.
And he got it.
He nailed it.
This is key. Can he get this feed? Here we go.
Ball just keeps falling in that
Oh,
zone.
what a
Excellent.
beautiful
All right,
Here's the
nice
shot.
setup.
Oh, that was points. Oh, it's close.
Oh my! And double
Double
scoring
scoring is
just
over.
ended.
Well, that's fine as long as he makes that. He tried to backhand it. Ran it. There we go.
Very nice.
There we go. Elevator multi-ball. So he still has the song. He still has some time in the song, so that's going to stack along with this.
Right.
All right. So an elevator, and what does he have to do in elevator multi-ball here? It's played sort of like, I think it's sort of like Decepticon multi-ball in Transformers. It's what I've heard this compared to. Okay. So what we've got was not only do we have all our songs lit, but now he's going to shoot one of the shots here. What you got? There's the jackpot there. Right, and now he's got to shoot the elevator to claim the second half of that shot to advance an elevator floor.
Okay.
And then he'll do another shot and alternate. So it's shot, elevator, shot, elevator. There's another one, right? So now you have to get in here in order to advance the floor, which he just did. There you go, second floor jackpot. Right. Meanwhile, his song is still lit. That's why this orbit is still active. All right, so he's just trying to alternate. So you notice he's got less shots available, right? Every time he gets a jackpot, less shots available are in the multi-ball because he's used that up.
Right. And this is just an example of how an A player can really, take those steps to set up a bunch of stuff at once. He got the mode started first. He got the elevator multi-ball in with the mode. It's like he knows exactly what he needs to do to maximize scoring because he's got a 800-time world champion coming up to play.
Right,
after
exactly.
him.
He's got to guard against whatever score comes up against him, which he has no idea what it is.
That's
so
right.
He has to keep pressing.
Yeah, I think he actually played it really smart. He was conservative up front to take that toy box multi-ball even with only 3 balls. Once he got that kind of comfortable lead built up, certainly compared to what we've been seeing from the other players so far, now he was in more of a situation to be able to go ahead, stack the mode, stack it up with elevator multi-ball and start running up the scores.
All right,
He's playing smart.
Whoops, sorry about that. Meanwhile, super ramps are still there. He hasn't used those up yet.
And we have another score update from Jeff Teolis.
Just another update from the other semifinal. They're on Dialed In. Timothy Street, Dave Stewart, Josh Sharp, and Colin McAlpine. Dave Stewart's done, finished with 269,000. Timothy Street is going to finish last in that round at 72K. Josh Sharp is up right now, so currently sitting around 190K.
Okay, thank you very much. And Kelly George drained out of that while we were getting that update with something good. I really wish we could read it. I'll ask Kevin Martin when he's done. Kevin. What's Kelly's store? What's Kelly's store? Yeah. Huh? How much? 46? Kelly George ended with 46 million points. Luke, who had played before Kelly, ended with something small.
Right. It was less.
Five
it was
or
not
six.
10.
4.5 million points.
Yeah.
That's right.
And right now, Adam and Kenny.
Although both Adam and Keith are behind that right now,
That's
so they do
correct.
need to put something together here in ball 3.
So now we've got Kelly at over 40. Okay.
Yeah.
So Adam with having to lock at least the third ball. The question is, how far do you go?
Right.
Do you take the 3 and hopefully parlay that into whatever you need, or do you go for oh boy?
Well,
we won't be able to find that answer because
That's
the game
correct.
has decided to end it now. So.
and it'll be interesting to see if Adam. So Adam, if I heard that correctly, only ended up with 2.5 million points, which would mean he is guaranteed last place in this, if I'm correct. Jack Danger, thank you for that feedback.
Thank you, Jack.
And Keith Elwin's going to let this tilt bob settle. The good thing for Keith is that in order to get 2 points, he only needs 6 million. So I would expect him to do something easy and conservative,
Very conservative.
to get those 2 points, and then he can go get more aggressive and chase after Kaylee.
So what strategy would you think that is? I think he has 2 million. He needs like 4 million more points. What's the road there that's really safe?
I would just play out whatever mode he's in. And he's got one lit on the left there, so yep, that's exactly what I would expect. He's going to go in there and try and light it, and then once he's got that mode,
Maybe crank
he just
it up.
play it out.
Crank it up.
Crank
here
it
we
up
go.
there, yeah.
So not even risking more locks in the toy box. He can
That's
play
correct.
because there are points available in Sweet Motion. There's a lock,
There's a lock
but that
and,
was
a,
a
and a
shot.
mode shot for
Right,
1.1.
That was more of the mode shot there.
So now he has lots of
Now,
shots lit.
here we
Ooh,
go.
he got kind of ripped off in that shot, it seemed. But all right, another
There's
shot
that
made.
center ramp.
Does not want to settle in there. Yeah, this is
Oh,
nice. An excellent
nice
save.
That's that fallback
Whoa.
down the ramp you were talking about there, Steve.
It was
Yep.
so dangerous. We'll see if he will risk any more locks. I doubt it. You predict any more shots at the toy box anywhere? I don't
like you
think
said,
so.
he needs the 2 points, then he can worry about chasing
Right,
that
just
Kaylee.
get the
Absolutely.
point. Every
Yep,
point
yep.
is so important. Every Pinburgh point.
Keith
And
Elwin
there's
does
that lock.
Yep, Keith Elwin does know about the Pinburgh points. He was kind of a slacker at this Pinburgh, qualifying with only 93 points. That's far below the 95 he qualified with last year, which those totals are just amazing.
Again, as a comparison, that is 93 out of a possible 120 points, as in 93 wins
Right.
and
20
27
something
losses over 2 days, which is
Phenomenal.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so Keith has 9.3 million there, so he does have the 2 points.
Yeah, so now he can start chasing after Kaylee's
And
45.
he knows exactly what he needs at this point because Gailey's already done. He was at 46 and change. So, I expect will probably just try to run up the 6-ball multi-ball on the toy box. And if he can start that, he can almost just run away and let the balls bounce around and get him the points. The 6-ball is very lucrative.
And he has started double scoring, and that will be the one lock, but he's only got one.
He's got nothing really to go with the double scoring, though.
Here's his song,
Here's
though.
a song.
What are we going to choose? What are we going to choose? Ramps. Double ramps. Okay, walk this way. That's the ramps. Center ramp, right ramp. The center ramp, right ramp combo is a double move. So if you can do center ramp, right ramp combo, that will be 4x.
Personally, I always just center ramp out.
Really,
Yeah,
right.
that right
exactly.
ramp is brutal on the fly.
Right.
I would
Whoa,
actually-
what a save. What a dig out of there.
After getting rejected from that center ramp shot.
He's going
he
for
is
it.
going
He
for the
went
right.
for it.
And it's spitting
That's
it back.
why I-
Right. So what we're referring to here is, just real quick, if you can hit the center ramp here, it will come around, and then you can go for the right ramp for a combo. And you can see the arrows, the blinking arrows will change to blink faster to indicate that that's your next combo shot. Combo shots are worth double. And I believe his double play field has run out.
Ooh, that was a sweet flipper
Great
save
job.
there.
And now he does have 3. He has his third lock available. Here's a key shot. Oh, too early, and he's got the VIP pass.
Ball save there.
Not yet. Oh, what a shot.
That
What a
was
move. He
something
almost
else.
did not put the flipper down, but he did.
Oh,
And now
it bounced in.
take it.
Take it.
It's gonna
He's
take
gonna
it.
Mine, you can go back to that replay. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, talk about the replay.
All right, let's run that back again. Look at that
Yeah,
save.
that was-
Look at that. Look at that save that he made. I mean, that was just about gone, but just he used every inch, every possible centimeter of that flipper to get that back.
And then after that, he
Unbelievable.
got into toy box
He's
multi-ball.
in the toy box multi-ball.
It's impossible to tell how valuable that save was to his game.
Exactly, because he is able to continue. He's got the extra ball.
So we think that's
Points on the
15 million,
board.
right?
All right, let's having a peek at his score. Ball lock. That's double play
Double
field.
play field's up.
That's a double ramp.
1.5.
1.5
And
plus
And a
no.
double.
and a double.
3.2.
And
Yep.
another double.
16
million.
million.
This
is classic Keith Elwin.
close.
Classic Keith Elwin right here.
All right, super ramps are still. Wow, 26. That's it. Yeah, 26 million on the multi-ball will give Keith enough points to pass Kaylee and take the win on Aerosmith. So what an amazing comeback there. That's showing rules knowledge. That's showing, ability to save the ball. I mean, because that one save won him the game.
Not to mention that accuracy, because he did that left ramp, right ramp, the middle right middle combo, and that was like 20 mil.
Just
right
look at
there.
that, 79 million that gave him there. I mean,
Yep.
because not only did that left ramp give him the points in the multi-ball, it also gave him the double walk this way points.
Yep.
Which he then shot the right ramp and got more walk this way points that the game didn't show you. So that's sort of behind the scenes points. That's what happens when you stack a mode. You get all the points that are in that stack, not just the points that the game shows you. And so he knew all of that, and so he was able to just work with that while he was playing, and really come back and win with a huge 3-point victory to start off. I mean, that's huge to start off on Pinburgh, especially when you're going to the EM now. So they're going to be moving to Liberty Bell, I believe, right? So
We're going to go to an interview.
all right. So right now we're going to go to Jeff Teolis, who is interviewing Kaylee George at this time. Go ahead, Jeff.
We're here with Kaylee George right now. Kaylee, congratulations on your win on Aerosmith. It's game 1 of 4, but a great score with 46 million.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, and in fact, I took second place, but Elwin won. But that's okay.
This was
Got the walk-off
pre-recorded.
win.
Yeah, this
Did
is.
too, and
Yeah.
the VIP pass, my goodness. But you made it a little difficult too. I mean, all that at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, it's playing very difficult. As you can see, the toy box is closed, so every time you get a lock, the ball's thrown into play, and you don't have anything you can do about it. And you're kind of at the mercy of that eject. So that took a couple balls from myself and from everybody, so it was pretty tough.
The stress of getting both your multi-balls there on ball 3, a lot of pressure, but you did it.
Yeah, I seem to work best under pressure, so I like it.
Now you're also playing the bank that you got here, and you were in that bank in the quarterfinals. So does that help?
Yep, I played it twice today, so I know how all these games play, so it's up to me now to do the rest.
Kaylee, best of luck.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Back to Stephen, Greg, and Joe.
Thanks, Jeff. I just got an update from the other group, too. Colin McAlpine won on Dialed In, so he got 3 points.
That's okay. You don't
Dave
have to
Stewart got 2. Josh Sharp got 1, and Timothy Street got 0. So Colin McAlpine leads that group over there.
All right, right now they're on high hand at the moment.
High hand Josh Sharp's
Notorious.
notorious nemesis. Although he put up 56 on it to get second in the last round.
I believe the curse is broken now on that. I think we can
Yeah,
call that
yeah.
broken.
Well, I wouldn't go quite that
Right?
far. We'll see how it goes this round.
And you were talking about Colin McAlpine leading. I believe he qualified second overall in A
correct.
division. So
Yeah.
he's having an outstanding tournament here at
Yep, he
Pinburgh
actually
2017. Excellent player from the Austin, Texas area, I believe.
Yeah, he's been playing for a long time. I remember playing in B division with him in Papa for a long time before, he stepped up his game and passed me and went into A.
Right.
As we get a look at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center in downtown Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And the crowd watching the Pinburgh finals here.
Yeah, and not only that, you'll see this room stretches all the way back past that Replay Foundation Expo logo back there, all the way back into a whole bunch of console games, arcade games. More pinball games are on the left and right out of view. It's just so many games and activities to do. You have the bouncy house over in the corner that you can investigate. And there are even other tournaments running right now at this time.
Big video game tournaments running for upright, arcade video games. There's an infinite number of console games available. And people can continue to check out Replay FX. If you're listening to this broadcast and anywhere near the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area, come on down. We're still open all night. Tonight, I believe, until 1 a.m.
2
a.m.
Yep.
Nice. And then tomorrow from something like 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., something along those lines. So if you have a chance, come on down and check out the fun. It is an amazing show for any kind of gaming.
Absolutely. And if you have that fear of missing out, then make sure you come here next year. Right, if you're gonna come here, make sure you get those tickets early.
Yep.
And if you're coming to the tournament, make sure you're ready to register as soon as it's announced, because
literally
it will sell
within minutes.
Yep. Within minutes. That is not a joke.
I heard a rumor that they might be trying to make it 1,000 people next year.
That's what I heard.
Did
you hear that rumor?
Well.
I heard that as well.
Yep.
So,
I did. I did.
But with 1,000 people, it will
sell out.
Sell
That's
out.
correct.
I mean, just to put it in perspective, it was about 40 minutes to fill out the 800 players for this tournament. So another 200 slots is nice, but maybe you get to an hour. Maybe.
I also think that we ran through at least 400 players on the waiting list.
Yes, probably.
Because there was about 200 or 250 right at the beginning, and then people kept joining and adding, and then people would keep cycling off, and so.
Well, I actually also think when the registration first opened for this, it was limited to 700 players, I think, and then they expanded it to 800
to the extra 100.
A little later at some
yeah.
point. So that knocked off 100 people on the wait list instantly. There are dates for Replay FX 2018, 2019, and 2020.
That's correct.
Up on the Replay FX site. I don't have them in front of me right now, but if you go to replayfx.org, you can make your plans for the next 3 years.
And they're doing some camera setup on Liberty Bell before we move over there. In the meantime, in the other bank, Josh Sharp is rolling away on high hand. I can't see his score because I don't have my glasses on. Joe, where's he at?
It looks like about 16,000 right now.
Okay, and he's heading into ball 4.
Four.
Now that's much more like a Josh Sharp score.
Yeah.
I do notice, though, he has all 4 of his drop target banks finished, it
right.
looks like. So if he can get a ball out the sides, he'll pick up some real points.
He just got it.
Yeah.
That's a huge cash in. That'll help.
One of the interesting things about high hand is that if you drain out the sides, you get bonus collects, but if you drain out the center, you do not. So there are definitely situations in which you see the ball going out the side and you choose not to save it or even push it all the way through. So...
And we are going to go to high hand.
Oh, really?
In progress.
Excellent.
I've gotten word from the booth that we will be moving to high hand. And there we are, everybody.
So you can see those four cards in each bank, each quadrant down the middle here represents a bank of drop targets, and he has them all. So what he really wants to do right now is get in that hole in the middle, right there.
Oh boy.
Or not do what he just did, which
Right.
is drain down the center. Because if he had gotten in that hole or drained out the sides, he would have gotten 16,000 points, I believe.
That's correct.
That's
yeah,
right.
That's the full boat.
1,000
Yeah.
for each lit.
1,000 for each lit. But since he drained down the middle, he didn't get it.
And again, this shot is very difficult to hit. I mean, direct shots do not work usually.
No.
What will usually happen is the ball will deflect off of, say, a side target here and then run into the hole.
That's right. Or also last year when Keith Owen put up that amazing game in finals last year, what I saw him doing was getting little flick passes off the tip of the flipper to pump it up there.
All right, now we just give it just enough power to settle in there. That's amazing.
I was talking to Josh and Zach about this earlier, and they said that last year, after last year's Pinburgh finals, they sat at that game for an hour trying to figure out if they could shats to the outlane on purpose.
That is an interesting.
That's an interesting
And they
approach.
said that they would shats back and forth all day long, but it never did the up and out.
And
Interesting.
again, for those unfamiliar, shatzing, because
That's right.
sounds like
Inlane
we're saying something not nice. But
That's right.
shatzing the in lane is actually shooting a ball so late off the flipper, which we can't really draw here because we have a hat blocking. That's Mr. Timothy Street's hat there. But when he moves his hat there, if you can shats an in lane, it actually goes down. You can shoot it and shoot the opposite in lane like that.
That's right.
All right, and hopefully it will keep going down the out lane.
That's right.
And score those bonus points.
Because
if
That's
you go
something
down,
you don't hear every day. Hopefully it goes
hopefully
to the
it goes to
lane.
the out lane.
Because that happens all the time by accident on like Alien Star or whatever, right? But on this game, it's something it would be a move that you wanted to do. But they said
Exactly.
they could never get it to work.
It's funny that they were trying, though. It's smart thinking. If you could get it to work consistently, and you know you need 16,000 to win the
Yeah,
game,
That's what I was. That's why
absolutely go out
I
lane.
was talking to him about it. I'm like, would you ever shat straight to the out lane? And he's like, yeah, we tried for an hour.
And by the way, that name Schatz, as you said, is not actually a dirty word, but it's named in honor of Neil Schatz, who is a California Bay Area player, outstanding player, used to be very active in the tournament scene, and I guess he was potentially the first person to use that technique, or certainly to popularize that technique.
Yeah, I think it had been used I had known about it for a long time, but it's one of those techniques that people knew about it, but it didn't really move into tournament competitive play until he started doing it on a regular basis.
Right.
And he was one of the greatest players in the world for a long time, and he's just sort of retired now at
Yep.
this point.
I understand he still plays locally in the Bay Area
Yep.
and puts his initials up all over the valley.
Yep, you'll still see NES all over the games over there. So Timothy Street, do you know how old Timothy is?
Not offhand, I do not know.
Maybe 18 or
Maybe
something.
Yeah.
less than that, I believe.
Yep.
Well, you can see Timothy is trying to handle the evilness that is high hand because this game, and here we go. Oh, nice.
Oh,
And that's a tilt out.
Tilt ins the
And
entire
tilt
game.
ends game, but he may have been on ball 5, so I think that might be
Possible.
why he was doing that. Because he knew it was heading down the middle, and there's no bonus down the middle anyway. So he definitely chose to try and make an aggressive move to get that back.
Timothy, the chat has confirmed that Timothy is indeed 18 years old.
All right, and we will return to Liberty Bell, already in progress, with Keith Elwin right now at the table. In a moment.
So the high hand game was actually part of the Group 2 proceedings.
That's correct.
And I believe Colin
Colin
God,
won their
I-
first game.
Colin won the first game, and I think he may have gotten a couple points on high hand. But we'll get a scoring update pretty soon.
Yep.
And then back over in Group 1, when we get the feed switched over, we'll be watching Liberty Bell.
Liberty Bell, another electromechanical game from the late 70s.
There we go.
We do
William?
not have the score cam, but Jack Danger will be nice enough to give us updates on the scores. So I will be keeping my ear out for that as we continue.
So Liberty Bell, this is, if you're familiar with the popular EM game Grand Prix, this game is very similar.
Yep. Basically, for the most part, orbits all day is a reasonable strategy.
And then those scoops are bonus collect?
I believe so, yep. And I think if you complete Bell, you get double bonus. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if you need to complete it or just get BE for
BE.
double bonus. Oh, you do need to spell Bell for double bonus, yes. So, yeah, shoot the spinners, get in the scoops, spell Bell, and you're in business.
That's it. It's very simple. Very simple. One thing about the EM games there, rules are pretty simple, but the technique
Yes.
is very difficult to
that's
pull
correct.
off, especially when you have no in lanes to guide you, and those out lanes are giant back there. Any ball that heads toward there, it's kind of on its way out, so you got to do something to get it back.
So Liberty Bell is a two-player EM game. So what that means is the first two players are going to go play their games through entirely, and then they are done, and then players 3 and 4 will come and play their games. This is actually really valuable for the later players because they know exactly what two of their opponent's scores are. So that there's not too much strategy really in this. It's a pretty straightforward strategy, but it may give them some information about like how aggressive do they have to be with maybe doing a tilt or not doing a tilt, things like that.
I would think that the biggest strategic thing that would affect my play in a game like this is how aggressive do I need to be going after the double bonus.
Sure, that's a good point.
Because unlike on Grand Prix where you only need to get one set of targets, you need to get both sets here, maybe Steve can show us up at the top. You've got those B and E targets, which are pretty easy to get off the pop bumpers. But then down in the middle, you've got the L targets, and those are really dangerous to shoot. Now, if I know I'm behind by a lot, I'm going to chase after those things because double bonus is so valuable on this game. But if not, then I might just avoid it and hope that I can pick up the points that I need.
Sure.
So after ball 2, Kaylee George has 90,000 points. I believe that the second player, Keith Elwin, was Kaylee player 2 or player 1?
Player 2. I think he said that didn't.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So I believe that Keith had 305,000 after 2. So Keith's got a pretty good lead here.
Liberty Bell is one of these games with an interesting flipper configuration. You'll note that there are no in-lanes on the game at all. Just 2 big slingshots right up against the flippers. And these actually seem to be not super sensitive. I've certainly played this game where the slingshots are absolutely hair trigger, and that makes it really difficult to get control of the ball because even just doing a normal catch, the slingshot will often just hurl the ball into God knows where.
I just had a correction from Raymond Davidson in the chat. Apparently, you light double bonus by getting a pair of targets, and then you collect double bonus by hitting the scoops on the side.
All right, so it's either the B and E or the 2 L's.
Or the LL,
and
that's
then
correct.
get into one of the saucers.
Yeah.
So just that detail actually points out one of the fun and extremely challenging things of the Pinburgh format. Over the course of the weekend, every competitor here is playing at least 40 different games on a guaranteed variety of eras. Every round plays an EM and a solid state and a dot matrix. You need to know a ridiculous number of rules here to be successful at Pinburgh, and you have to have that knowledge available to you just right on the tip of your flipper fingers.
Yeah.
8,640 points.
So we have Kaylee George back up here trying to get something going on Liberty Bell. I know they're trying to work on getting the score cam going on, but we have a new setup this year and they're still trying to get it working. Sorry about that. We'll keep it up as we can. And there's Kaylee just collected that double bonus on that scoop. So now he can really start cranking away on those spinners. Just like that.
That was a nice spinner
Those are
right
thousands.
there.
Exactly what you want to do.
Those are 1,000 spinners there.
Yep.
He's got his left spinner is for thousands. He's still got to build up that right one to make it 1,000. What a great
that
great
was
delay.
a nice little
Man, that was
non-flip.
gutsy.
It was.
And that's gone, but
That was a pretty solid ball. Can you see Steve the square over there?
352,240.
So Kaylee ended ball 2 with 352,000 points.
Keith Elwin back up. Let's see, what ball are we on over there? 5?
Not 100% sure.
all right.
What ball is this? We're going into ball 3 here. So Keith had started with 316 and Kaylee got 360.
Nice use of the telestrator there, Steve.
This is an excellent use of the telestrator. Way to think on your feet, Steve. This is years of experience in the broadcast booth coming to play here.
Although the telestrator's a new toy. And
You got to
stick into
do
it
what
quickly.
you got to do.
I love the telestrator.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite things. And we have a score update here.
That's 167. First one is 167.
After one ball on RoboCop, we have a 167, 394, 58, and 433. So nobody's really done much of anything at this point is what it comes down to.
And that RoboCop game was over there in Group 2 with Colin McAlpine, Josh Sharp, Dave Stewart, and Timothy Street. Back here over in Group 1 action.
629,990 points.
All right, we're gonna go back.
All
We're gonna go
right,
back
we
to this
have an
replay
update
showing
here.
that. Look at that. Oh, that's almost an almost save there. You see, just a bit of a delay on the slap there. Watch this. On the way down, it looked possible. Oh, you see, he saved. They almost dug it out. That would have been an amazing save. But almost got it done, but not quite there.
So with the score update there, after ball 3, Keith Elwin has 629,000 points. Or was that Keith or Kaylee?
That was Keith. And Kaylee's still sitting at, and Kaylee ended ball 3 with 360,
352.
No, he hadn't played his ball yet.
Ah,
by that
okay.
point.
Okay. So what do we have? I'm gonna write it down here.
Keith has 620 going into ball 4, and Kaylee has 388. I think we have somebody in the audience giving score updates from Jack Danger. We cannot hear them because we have our headphones on. So we're doing our best here. New rig, new setup. Please be patient. And we appreciate the crowdsource.
Growing pains.
So Keith's here. He's got some stuff going.
Oh,
And that was a drain. And Keith ended ball 4 with 729,000 points. So we're in ball 4. Kaylee's behind by about half of Keith's points. This is the point where I start getting really aggressive trying to get that double bonus.
double bonus, sure.
You've really we have a Grand Prix at the place where I run Pinball Outreach Project, and one of the things when I'm down is going for those targets really aggressively. So if I'm down on the bottom, but he just lit the double bonus that way, so he really just needs to get into one of those scoops. I usually will not shoot directly at those.
Even if you it just falls into it just
Got
like
it.
that.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's the
And now
thing.
it's going to be spinners
Spinner
all
time
day.
is a double 60.
So you
Double
see
80.
that. Yep, you see that U down there counting up his bonus. And when it goes to the
Ooh, it's
right,
an
Oh,
inch.
and we
the
are
ball is
stuck.
stuck on maybe a cupped insert or something like that.
I think it's stuck under the spinner.
I thought it was
It's
above
past
the
it.
spinner.
It's past
above
it.
the
It's in a
spinner.
divot.
I
Yeah,
think
that's-
it's
Oh,
a
I
cupped
see it. It's
insert
up there.
or
I see, yes.
yeah, some
Right
sort
there.
of playfield divot. That is interesting. He is certainly not going to want to shake this out
No, he's
because there's a
going-
lot of bonus at risk.
And also, he would get the ball cradled on his left flipper for a
Right.
nice spinner shot, and I would never pass that up.
Oh, absolutely.
In the meantime, I just heard a scream from the other audience. Apparently, Josh Sharp just made some kind of outrageous save on RoboCop where he has basically 8 times everybody else's scores.
Those are
at
going back to
4.3 million and counting.
As we're going back to a replay of the flipper action here on Liberty Bell, you can see the quick reaction time we have to show here to even keep the ball back in play as we hear some more yelling by Josh Sharp.
And Josh is doing
And-
some amazing calisthenics too here.
And in the meantime, Kaylee George is going to get ball in hand on the left flipper here as tournament director Doug Polka clears out his stuck ball. So assuming he kills this spinner shot as I fully expect him to, and he did, he will be at max bonus, which means he
Yes,
has
he is.
200K in the bank.
As long as he doesn't tilt, which he will be very cognizant of.
That's right. And you can see there's a light next to each spinner that goes back and forth, and that indicates which spinner is lit for thousands. So what he'd really like to do is crank some 1,000 spinners now.
Or collect bonus on the outline.
And he just drained, and now we're going to get a score update from Jack Danger soon, I hope. Jack.
The scores. I gotta write them.
So Kaylee got up to 622,000 that ball. So he's still 100K behind Keith.
But, depending on what Keith does this ball,
That's
if
right,
he's
that's
quickly
right.
out, then that's not a big difference, which he is. That was a pretty quick drain there for Keith.
So Keith ends with 797,000. So Kaylee needs about 170K here. If he can max double bonus, he'll have it.
He'll have it.
Have it in the bank.
Yep. which is basically what he did on the last ball.
Yeah,
so if he
exactly.
can keep the rhythm from his previous ball, he's got this.
Unfortunately, he did not get those 2 targets down while he was up there. So
It's not too big of a deal because he keeps sending the ball back up anyway,
Yeah,
and
sure.
they'll bounce around and eventually get those targets down.
You see the concentration on Kelly.
And you can see his girlfriend Yasmin behind him over his left shoulder, watching intently.
Yasmin's a good player in her own right.
Absolutely.
Enjoyed a set with her last night in the tournament, and yeah, she's a very good player.
And also Adam Lefkoff poking his head in over there. So Kaylee has double bonus lit. If he can just get that ball in the scoop. Oh! And he does not. So
Very
he
close
ends.
game.
So Keith Elwin ended with 790,000 points. Kaylee ended with 753,000 points.
But the important thing to remember here is that Adam McKinney and Luke Nohorik, I'm sorry, I'm sure I'm butchering Luke's name, are still up on Liberty Bell because, again, this is a 2-player EM. So they know what scores they have to beat. They basically are going to be targeting 800,000 points there in Liberty Bell.
I'm going to clear away this horrible handwriting. Excuse me. Thank you. Right, so.
I don't know, Steve, I think I'm going to hire you to redo all my score reels.
Right. This is writing under pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, give a little personal touch to the reels, right?
Okay.
There's some conversation going on in the chat about EMs, and I have to say the skill set that you need on EMs is incredibly different, but incredibly there. A lot of people call EMs luck boxes, but man, that is absolutely not correct. Anyone who has ever seen Elwin or Jeff Newman play off on EMs, there's a lot of skill involved in these things, and particularly in nudging. I mean, if you look at this game, for instance, just up top, nudging into those targets off of those pop bumpers is a huge way to be building your score up. And it's such the skill level is really amazing on these games.
Yeah, I think the reason a lot of people consider EMs to be more of a a luck thing or whatever is that most EMs don't really have clean feeds to the flippers.
Right.
You don't shoot a ramp and get the ball delivered back to your flipper. It kind of just bounces around. You hope it comes down to it.
Yeah, getting the ball to go where you want it and then staying in control while just controlling the chaos. Because there's not a lot of control in most AMs. It's just trying to keep control of the chaos is the biggest thing. Josh, we have an update from Jeff Teolis on scores on RoboCop.
Timothy's up right now on ball 2. A huge ball by Josh Sharp puts him at 4.9 million. And Colin led off with a 277,000. So they're just getting ready as Timothy wraps up ball 2, and we'll let you know what happens on ball 3.
I see Timothy's jumping some sweet ramps. And so basically Adam and Luke both ended ball 1 on Liberty Bell with not much. We're really in it for a far ball game here.
So you said that Luke is from the Minneapolis area?
I believe that's true. I was talking to Fred Richardson earlier, and he was telling me that.
All right. Do we know what other tournament experience he's had? I don't recall the name. So,
no, I've never met him before, so I don't know.
Well, if he's a new player on the scene, then certainly welcome to the fray, Luke. You're doing great. Making the final 8 in A Division in Pinburgh is an amazing achievement. There are dozens upon dozens of extremely good players who are watching from the stands and not standing on the stage.
I watched him earlier in the first round play high hand, and he was going into the round with a 4, needing a win to stay alive, and he rolled it.
Very nice.
He rolled it to get into a tiebreaker with Derek Mozga from Portland and Al Tompka, and progressed and won that tiebreaker on Aerosmith.
Excellent.
So Luke, and not having as much luck on Liberty Bell so far, though, ending ball 2 with 133,000. Apparently, I just read that Luke was 51st in Pinburgh 2016, so not
Excellent.
new to the pinball tournament scene at all, just out of A finals last year.
And pardon me as I drop out a bit because I'm concentrating on listening to Jack Danger update the scores.
No
so
problem.
We appreciate the
Thanks
help.
for
I
the
will
update.
be on the sidelines a bit.
We'll be we all take the roles that come to us as we need them.
Hey, we love our sideline reporters.
Adam McKinney, he's from the St. Louis area. He's been playing pinball almost as long as I have, which is almost 25
20
years at
years,
this
yeah.
point. Yeah, has ball in hand and see him crank. Oh, I expected him to crank a sweet spinner. He was a little late and went into that scoop.
Got a rejection
Oh,
off
look at that
sauce
catch.
there.
You don't get a catch like that very often. Having a hard time finding that right spinner, it looks like.
Nice
little-
nice bounce
cute
over,
little bounce
although it had a
over.
little too much momentum. He couldn't get clean control of it there. Oh,
Oh,
nice
nice.
save.
Yep. Nice little adjustment there. Flipped with the wrong flipper at first and then caught it. He's got his double bonus lit. Doesn't have a ton of bonus built up yet, but
No, although several times it's refused to go into those saucers,
Yeah.
which he really does want. I mean, even if it's not a lot of bonus.
Uh,
Yeah, see, that's the thing. He just lost, I don't know, what, 60,000 from the double,
yeah.
or lack of double, I should say.
And he ended ball 2 with 121,000. So basically all even going into ball 3. May as well be a solid stake game, playing 3 balls for all of the marbles here. And at this point, neither player is giving Kaylee or Keith much of a run. They're both sitting pretty at this point. A big problem here is in ball 3, yes. So a big problem here is that the if you get double max bonus on every ball, that's 600,000 points, and they need 799 in order to beat Keith Elwin. So at this point, even if they need to get max double bonus even to get close.
Right.
Luke did not, and so he's I won't say it's impossible for him to catch, but it's a very, very long road because he would have to get max double bonus on both of his next 2 balls and crank a ton of thousand spins.
Yeah, it would be the spinners is really the only other
Yeah.
meaningful scoring you can get off of it. So, and the spinners do seem to be fairly lively. So,
Oh, yeah,
I mean, you can
absolutely.
maybe get 25,000 per orbit shot, but
Mhm.
that's you're talking about 30 orbit shots or something at that rate.
Yeah.
Doable but hard.
So Luke ended ball 3 with 155,000. And Adam really needs to crank it up here if he wants to get more than 1 point.
Yeah, well, also, though, both of these players need to be cognizant of each other. Since they are so far behind both
No, it's
Keith
true.
Elwin and
It's
Kaylee,
true.
they may just be focusing more on each other's scores. You do not want to lose to the opponent who's in the same machine game with them.
I mean, I agree with that, but on the other hand, I wouldn't be here playing for 7th, I
Oh,
mean,
sure. I'm not
Yeah,
suggesting that, but you want that point. You
Oh,
want to
yeah,
make sure you don't
absolutely,
make some silly
absolutely.
move or silly tilt that costs you even the single point.
So Adam has pulled ahead to 199 there after a brutal right out lane drain. And I would say that getting 2 points is at this point pretty much out of reach. These two are basically fighting for 1 point at
Right.
this point.
You can see I've leveled up a bit. I'm able to delete partial scores instead of rewriting everything.
By the end of this broadcast, we're going to be at ESPN levels. You just watch. Now
That was a double bonus
Luke
there.
got
you
that
got.
double bonus pick up there. It's the first one we've seen from either of these players, and that's going to be a big deal for him.
You need spinner rips. That was a
And
good
there
one.
they go. So his bonus is up to 60,000, I think now. So he'll cash in 120, almost as much as his entire score when he drains here.
Don't jinx him.
He seems to be having a little more. I would love to do a thing where we compare this video to the video of Kaylee and Elwin playing, because the difference in ball control between the two players is really striking. So Luke did, in fact, double his score and get up to 326,000 points. But as I was saying, you look at a player like Keith Elwin who's been playing EMs all his life against that, and the ball control that Keith had versus that, that's to talk about the skill level that you have in playing EM games and the experience. You know?
Absolutely, and you know, it's interesting. We talked about the difference between EMs and more modern games. The flipper feel is definitely different. I mean, there are several actually differences in technology, both how the coils are driven and even how the flipper buttons work. On modern games, they tend to be optos or kind of lighter touch switches. These older EM games often have a much heavier touch, so it's, you know, the subtlety of just flipper control is completely different in some cases from modern games.
And because of the age of the games, they also tend to have the flippers tend to have a little more give or sag in them, which means that doing live catches are a lot harder, and that doing bounce passes especially can be super dangerous, because when the flippers have a little bit of give, you can't do those bounces anymore. The ball just dies.
It loses all its energy and goes away. Oh. I think Adam thought he was going to get a little bounce over from the left to the right, and instead the ball just kind of dribbled down the center there.
Okay. Going to the replay.
261.
So let's see that. Oh, yeah. He thought he was going to get that bounce pass, and he just misjudged it off the edge of the flipper. God, I wish I had $1 for every time I've done that.
It was really close to the tip there.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I would be a rich man, and I would not need to win Pinburgh.
All right, this is, I believe, ball 5.
Yeah.
So Luke right now has something like an 80,000 point lead over Adam.
Mm-hmm. And Luke had basically a no flip ball 5, so he's got 346. And Adam's in great shape to pick up this point if he can just get a few flips going.
He just needs to knock at a house ball. And you know what they say about EMs? They're going to get at least one house ball a game. I think
absolutely.
Realistically, both of these guys already had their house balls.
Oh,
so.
yeah, for sure.
We got a question from the chat room. Yes, each of the rounds here in each of the groups is playing 4 games. The scoring for the games is 3-2-1-0. The 4 games are added up, and the best 2 scores in each grouping will be advancing to the finals, which is a 4-player finals. Again, 4 games to take down the $15,000 cash prize and the title of the Pinburgh champion. All right, Adam's up.
We have an update from Jeff Teolis on some scores. Oh, sorry. Never mind. And here's Adam trying to catch his ball. He's got double bonus lit. And there's that bounce pass. He's got enough bonus in hand to win at this point, I think. If to get the extra point. And there's his double bonus. He's definitely got enough in hand at this point to not lose the game, and now he's just doing the sort of, Sisyphean task of trying to crank out 500,000 in 1,000 spinners. And he will not. So Adam McKinney will get 3rd place on that game, and Luke will get 4th. And so our status after that will be Keith Elwin with 6 wins, Kaylee George with 4, and Luke and Adam tied with 2 each.
And right now we will go to Jeff Teolis, who has an interview with Keith Elwin.
Let's hear it for Timothy Street, ladies and gentlemen, who ends with 4.5 million points.
We're here with Keith Elwin, last year's champ, and you've won it a few times, and you drove the bus today. You got to pick that bank. You were just on the dialed-in bank. You did very well there. Was it a matter of avoiding high hand?
No, it's a matter of avoiding the Hobbit.
There you go. Very nice. Congratulations to first. By the way, you made me look like Steve Harvey when I brought Kaylee over here and I said, hey, congratulations on the win. As my back's turned, you're blowing up Aerosmith. Another great performance.
Yeah, he told me about that. He said he's not going to talk to you again.
Well, that's good. What do you like about this bank? You got jokers next.
Nothing much. It's just not Hobbit.
Well, you've got a 6 going into it. It's not Hobbit. Best of luck to you.
All right, thanks, Keith.
Keith Elwin mincing no words.
Wise words. It's not the Hobbit. Wow. Okay. Okay.
So,
well, I'm guessing we may not be seeing the Hobbit bank in the finals then either.
7 points. Josh Sharp with 5 points. Dave with 5 points, and Timothy with 1 point. Andromeda is up.
that doesn't make any sense.
And we will join Andromeda right now with Colin McAlpine at the game, about to step up. And here we have Andromeda right here.
Let's go get Josh.
So let's discuss the basic shots of Andromeda here. There are really two parts of this game that are most important that are going to be aiming for. Right?
So that,
Left orbit, you have a drop target guarding that orbit lane there, and if you knock down the drop target, you can then shoot the saucer all the way at the back of the lane there. I love the telestrator. And that locks the ball. And after locking a ball, you'll get served another one, and they can shoot the stand-up target on the mid-left to release it, start multi-ball, which I believe is 2x playfield for the duration.
that's correct. And then once you do that, you want to crank some spinners. And I think we're about to go to Jeff Teolis again, who has Josh Sharp to be interviewed.
We're here with Josh Sharp, the IFPA president, and looking to get his first major championship. A lot of people have actually picked you this week.
I picked myself, Jeff.
It's a lot of fun. You're playing with Colin right now, and you've got Dave Stewart and young Timothy Street. Is this the year of the young guys or what?
I mean, I think Timothy's mathematically eliminated right now, so I'd say not for him at the moment.
But still,
it's
a fantastic performance. 18 years old from Alabama.
there was a couple of decades where Zach and I were the youngest people that competed, and that's clearly not the case anymore, which is a good thing.
Well, that was quite a good RoboCop game. Colin came back there
I
at the
did,
end.
he had a good dig.
But you had some flipper issues, too.
Yeah, it was fine.
Everything was fine. Yeah, it's just pinball, right?
It happens.
Well, good luck on Andromeda.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, Josh.
Bye, everybody.
And we're back on Andromeda.
All right, while we were away for that interview, we had Colin McAlpine go through his ball one at 48,000 and some change. Right.
So Andromeda is actually the fourth and final game in Group 2's bank. And coming into this game, Colin McAlpine was leading the pack with 7 points. Josh Sharp and Dave Stewart are tied with 5. And Timothy Street is, unfortunately, he is out of it at this point with only 1 point. He will not be able to make up enough match points on Andromeda to advance to the finals. So right now it is going to be between Colin, Josh, and Dave Stewart for advancing. 2 of them will move on to the finals.
Excellent. All right, so Andromeda, Colin McAlpine just played, and he did not have much of a ball, ending with only 48,000 points. I'm actually really glad that we're watching this because I'd much rather watch Andromeda than Jokers.
You don't love Jokers?
No, I do not love Jokers. I actually particularly don't like it in a tournament situation. We had an interesting thing I saw earlier. Raymond Davidson got 7.5 million on ball 1, and Jokers has a feature on ball 2 where you have 10 seconds in which you can double your score.
Ball 3.
Ball 3, yes,
Yep.
that's correct. He did double his score. He got 15 million. The problem with that, to me, is that the player 4 had only 150,000 going into ball 3.
Right.
And I don't like games where basically the last player has essentially no chance. Of catching up. We have an update
We
here
have
from
an
Steve
update
Howden.
on the D division, the D as in David division playoffs. Leif Spangberg, representing Stockholm Pinball, puts up 150,000 in a tie-break game of Jungle Queen to defeat Lansing Pinball's Joseph Navis at his 96,000 score. Ben Clement from Tucson Pinball was 3rd, and Mike Lukianoff, Mixed Tuna of Buffalo Pinball, was 4th. So congratulations to our winners of the D division.
150,000 on Jungle Queen. That's a
That's
solid
serious.
score. That's a solid score.
I wish I had that score during my qualifications on Jungle Queen. That's serious.
You know, you sometimes hear players saying, "Oh, I'm only in D division." However, all the players here are amazing.
Oh,
The level of skill just throughout the tournament, it just keeps ratcheting up. So even the level of play in D division is nothing to sneeze at.
And here we have Keith Elwin with 2 balls crapped on Jokers. So what does he need to do here, Steve?
Well, in order to collect the jackpot here, what he's trying to do here is with 2 balls, we have that very dangerous center ramp here, which has that target down. And you have to knock that target in order to get the ramp to come up so that you can shoot all the way around into the lock. Okay, and that's what they're going to be trying to work on all through this in order to get, I believe it's the 4 million jackpot, right?
That's correct. Yes.
So you need to load it, I believe, 3 times. Is that correct?
Four
times.
4 times.
4 times to collect the jackpot, which is very difficult in this game. Will that? He did get 2 million.
He had a million shot with double playfield.
Right, so after all that party is over and he just took home 7 million from that, now that dangerous target is down. It's then which he hit, and you can see it comes right back at you. And now the ramp is up. Ramp is up so that he can now shoot the lock, which he will be investigating. There it is. Right, and that's now we have Joker's Wild again, 2 balls. Same deal. He's gonna try and trap up one and then load up the ramp with the other. But again, it's not like that target is resting. That target is waiting for you. You got to hit it again.
And again, as we were saying, putting up these scores on ball 1 and 2 on this game is so important.
That is huge. I mean, it's definitely big pressure when you have no points going into the first ball and someone has already put up 7-8 million and the jackpot's 4 million. So you know you have to do something twice. You have to do the thing twice on this game. So that's definitely puts up big pressure here for people already.
But I think Greg was also referencing that ability to double your score then on ball 3. It's a difficult thing to do. You have to shoot both ramps within about 10 seconds or so it's not easy. There is a potential for kind of a cheat or a strategy, I guess. You can plunge in a very specific sweet spot, and the ball will kind of go up on the right ramp and just brush the switch on the right ramp and give you credit for it, and then come rolling down the right ramp, which makes it basically just a one shot to double your score.
Keith ended that ball with 8.6 million points, by the way, as we go back to Andromeda. Thank you.
8.6 is a pretty impressive score to start off
on ball 1, and players 3 and 4 haven't even started yet.
Yeah.
So they're already looking at a pretty steep mountain decline before they even begin.
Oh, and that's from Keith Elwin, who already has 6 points after the first 2 games. So barring some unexpected catastrophe, Keith has pretty much gotten his ticket to the final round.
Yeah, not surprising. It's what Keith Elwin does.
Yeah, he has won Pinburgh, I believe, 3 times.
Yep. And he is also a 6-time Papa World Champion and a 1-time IFPA World Champion.
Sounds right.
Is that correct?
Sounds about right.
That's right.
And I think he has 7 or 8 Papa Classics championships.
Is that all?
I counted last time we were at Papa. He had won, I believe, 15 first place trophies in the Papa facility.
That is absolutely amazing.
And here we have Dave Stewart from Seattle, Washington on Andromeda, another player who's been playing as long as I have, and former location mate of yours, Joe.
He is, yeah. He spent a number of years in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area where I'm from, and he was actually instrumental in forming the Free State Pinball Association in our area, which is now 20 years plus in constant league play.
The longest consecutive running pinball league in the country, I believe.
I believe so. I'm not aware of anyone else who's been going at it quite so long.
I've been corrected. Keith has never won the IFPA World Championship. I wasn't quite sure.
All right, again, as Colin steps back up, let's do a bit of a reset of what we need to do on this game of Andromeda. What's our 2 main goals here? Our first one is this target here, to get that down and survive it.
That's correct.
And then the second one is to shoot the saucer in the back, which locks the ball.
Yep.
And then the third one is to get this side target for 2 ball. All right, that is what the players will be going for in that order. There's step 1 done, and we can see what step 1 does. It does its job. Right? That target is dangerous, and it leaves you definitely in danger, and that one was right down the middle.
And when you do get that into that multi-ball, it gives you double play field, and then you want to rip some spinners.
Right, so definitely dangerous targets there, but once you get past there and you can survive it, the game begins to open up for you. And hopefully when you get a multi-ball, you can control 1 ball on the left flipper preferably and just destroy the spinner.
Another interesting thing about this game is in the bank of drop targets on the right, there's a little lane that comes between them that feeds from the pop bumpers.
So just a quick scoring update over on Jokers after ball 1. Oh, sorry. We're checking out. We have Kaylee with 30,000. We have Keith Elwin with 8.6 million. 144,000, I believe, was Adam McKinney, and 126,000 for Luke, I believe. Is that right? Cool. And that was after ball 1 on Jokers.
Thank you very much.
This is another game with a very unusual configuration there by the lower left flipper. You'll see there's a pop bumper where you would normally expect to see an in-lane. That just makes your life a little bit more fun when trying to get any control of the ball over there.
But again, no out lane though over there, but just
True.
pop bumper fun.
Up there's a classic Josh Sharp leg kick. But he has got his lock lit. How do you increase that spinner value? Do you know, Steve?
I do not know offhand. Uh-oh.
Oh,
He felt
we're
that.
starting to hear Josh. There's the ball lock.
Hey.
You could kind of see him. Yeah, he's kind of letting out a little bit of breath
Yeah,
there.
definitely. Josh Sharp is famous or infamous for his oral response, and is necessary to, to whatever you can do to get to stay in the game.
That's right. That's
whatever
right.
you got to do. All right. Hey.
Oh.
Oh no! Again, it's dangerous. Yes, very dangerous. Very dangerous move.
339,000 after ball 2.
He's well ahead of everybody else, regardless.
And just a rules check here. Completing the center targets there advances the spinner value.
Ooh, that does not seem worth doing.
No, unless even if you have multi-ball.
If you're in multi-ball, maybe. But
Yeah.
I would take
Well,
some.
I think completing all those drops is 50,000, if I remember right. So yeah, if you have double scoring, complete them when you have a multi-ball
if that
situation
spinner's
anyway. But
greased at 2,000 to spin, I mean,
if it's greased, yeah, for sure. And it did seem to be getting some good spins. So.
Yeah. So, 18-year-old Timothy Street here. He is out of contention. He's simply playing for pride. Normally, often experienced tournament players who are out of contention will play first and let everybody else play it off. But he has chosen to play third.
Fight, Tim, fight.
He's
fighting.
I saw Raymond Davidson do that earlier. That
Oh, that was down the in lane. I mean, that looked good. Looked good, and then the ball said no. Oh, no.
So Timothy with a 197 and up will be coming Dave Stewart.
So as we said, basically at this point, everyone except for Timothy Street is live in this group to advance to the finals. So they are all going to be fighting for as many points as they can.
That's right. The totals were 7-5-5-1. So we could end up with some. We could end up with some tiebreaker situations depending on how this plays out.
Yep.
The
leader is Colin. The overall leader is Colin McAlpine, but he is in the 4th place position on this game at the moment.
That's
of course,
correct.
anything could happen on ball 3, but that's the story right now. Oh, that was a risky move there by Dave, and I think it almost cost him, but he got away with it.
I don't think we can end up with a 7-7-7 situation here, though. Not with 7-5-5. But we could easily end up with a. If we end up with 7-7, then those two just advance and we don't play, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And Dave started his multi-ball, so you can see there's a green insert that's a little above the left flipper. That's telling you 2x playfield is active. All scoring is doubled.
And he does seem to be chasing those drop targets.
Well, like I said, I mean, you complete him. He needs, looks like a couple more, and he'll have 100,000 points because of the double playfield.
With the way that scores are in this game, I would not be doing that. I would have been ripping spinners, and, well, he's pulled ahead. He's in the lead.
He's in the lead right now.
Yep.
And, bonus can become a thing on this game. It's a pretty typical thing. The lane you just completed there, the 3 lanes up top is a bonus X.
Yeah, he's got 4X now, so,
I think it's your basic, all the stand-ups, drop targets, and rollover switches add 1,000 each to bonus.
And he's got locklit again.
Is there a I'm just saying, is there a possibility of any sort of bumper pass on this game? I
wouldn't want to try
it.
I would think that's more of a tap pass situation.
Right, it gotta be a tap.
I would agree.
Wow. But Josh had some success off the drop targets. He got it done. So.
I just got a text from my friend Noah Davis. He confirms drop banks increase spinner up to 4K.
4K with that spinner would be pretty juicy.
It would.
Dave's walking away with still counting. Going to be 800,
going.
just shy of 800,000.
However, he has left a ball in the lock for Colin McAlpin. And that is not a good situation to be in.
This is a lock stealing game.
That's
So you
correct.
can see that green and stand-up target on the mid-left is blinking, begging Colin to hit it and start multi-ball.
Although he has left the ball in the lock for the person with the lowest score at this point, so that's not as bad. That's not as sinful.
I would argue that it's worse because
Colin was expecting a bounce pass
he
there.
didn't get it, yeah.
You were kind of talking about that before, Greg, where some of these older flippers, they kind of just sag just a tiny bit, and that's enough to basically kill all the kinetic energy of the ball.
If the flippers are a little floppy, or if the rubbers are really old, or just this, it has red flippers on it. But we also have seen with those super bands that they don't bounce as much. And so sometimes it just depends. You can't quite get the energy you need off of it.
I mean, this is what he expected.
Right, exactly.
Right. That's what he expected. And that's what he got.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and it's tough to make that guess. I mean, at Pinburgh,
Especially
you
on a
have
game
to make.
you've never played
you got to
before.
make that guess, and if you guess wrong, you're out.
Yep.
Right.
So, and that's what's been happening for the past 2 days. People have been playing their games for the first time. They've had to make guesses on what the flippers are going to do, how the ball is going to roll from certain areas, where shots can be made, where are the dangerous shots, and if you guess wrong, you're in trouble. But if you guess right, you get paid with points and pride and progress.
So Josh is guaranteed at least 6 at this point.
That's right. And Colin is taking a 0 in this game, so he's going to finish the set with a 7.
That's correct.
So there may be a tie-break situation coming up here in Group 2.
And Josh is making a point here. It looks like maybe he started his game at 2x multiplier.
That's kind of interesting.
That's
it's a
correct.
It's on.
I know that this game holds your lanes from ball to ball, I believe. So maybe he flipped and got a errant lane or something like that. But they're going to sit and talk about that. My expected ruling here would be play on.
I'm actually not sure. Where's the ball right now? It does not appear to be in the plunger.
I think it is in the plunger, isn't it?
Is it?
Oh, you're right. It's not. He didn't get a ball to the plunger.
Is it somehow keeping Colin's state?
It may be that.
Maybe it has an advanced player. That's interesting. Okay, so it just
now an advanced player.
Okay, so
right.
It was
the
stuck on
switch,
player 1. Okay, it
the
probably just didn't settle in the trough.
Yeah, the switch in the out hole had not energized, and so Colin's bonus actually hadn't counted up. Not that it mattered.
Taking a quick peek over at Jokers when I can see the scores roll by, it looks like Keith is maintaining his solid lead over his 3 opponents over there. Going, I believe, into ball 3. Yep, it's ball 3. The double your score opportunity is showing up there.
So if Josh can pick up 400,000 points, if he can grab this multi-ball, that would be huge for him. Because if he can get 2, then he's guaranteed at worst a tiebreaker.
And of course, he'd much rather just advance outright if possible, but
because God knows his tiebreaker would probably end up being on high hand. It actually can't be, so maybe that's why he chose this bank. Oh, he didn't. Colin chose this bank. And so this shot
this
right
is a key
here
shot.
into that.
Notice the hesitation. We're going to take another water. This is a very important water.
This is a typical Josh thing.
This is a classic Josh Sharp move.
Dasani water for everyone. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
One-handed reach for the water.
Okay, water goes down, and now we're ready. We're thinking about the
Josh's
shot.
brother back there,
big shot.
Zach, and Adam Lefkoff.
There we go.
That flashing button to the left. That's what he wants right there.
Oh. And that was a little risky. We saw what happened with
Got
the bounce
it. There
passes,
it
but
is.
It worked.
So Josh
Spinner
wants
rips,
to
you think?
rip some spinners. No, yeah.
Oh.
That is really unfortunate.
So now, do you put the ball back? Do you put the ball back
well,
He
in there?
did whether he wanted to or not,
No.
so he's got Locklets.
Okay.
I think you have to go for it.
Oh, yeah, you put it back.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And he did, it looks like. I can't see because we're showing the players.
No, he did not. Still not in there yet. And now it
There it
is.
is.
Very good.
So he's only chasing 330,000 points now. Oops.
On the fly. No. You see, he's
and
punishing himself for missing that.
Classic screen
Here it
from
is.
Josh. And
No, that was so close. Didn't quite make it.
Ouch.
I would have sworn that was a
All
good
right.
shot.
We're going to get another water reach here. No.
Nope.
Oh, he's early again. Oh, he even tried. Oh, he rubbed up
just
against.
got a
Okay.
little ricochet.
Wow. All right.
I'd rather be lucky than good.
Spinners.
So he can just get some stuff going here. No.
He want. Yeah, he do. Yes. Josh wants it so bad. Get it. Oh, no.
So we
Okay.
mentioned earlier in the show, Josh Sharp does not yet have a major tournament title to his name. His brother Zach won Pinburgh 2 years ago, I believe.
I think at this point he just increased the spinner. There it is.
Got it. Okay, let's go back to the replay of that action there, of him just trying to survive. There you go. Look at that. Look at that save. That was a. That
It looked right down the middle.
That
but
may be a round clinching save there. Get it. Yes. Get that spinner rip. Look at those points.
Josh is giving primal screams with every spin.
I don't know if you guys can hear that, but the level of desperation and need, raw need, that Josh is expressing here. He wants this Pinburgh championship so badly.
Great job off the tip there.
Oh, yeah,
Now-
that was a really excellent
Now,
judgment
does he
call.
put the ball back in the lock?
No. But it's going to be about 1.2, I think.
Yeah.
1.2 million.
Huge.
Some excellent digs and judgment calls on the flippers from Josh Sharp there. As we move into ball 3, he's guaranteed at least 1 point. If Timothy Street does not catch him, then he's guaranteed at worst a tiebreaker.
So Timothy is basically serving as
Somebody
spoiler
says
here, right?
somebody says in the chat, not desperation, commitment, but I got to tell you, I've talked with Josh about this a lot, and he is desperate for this title. He wants it bad.
He does. It is the largest pinball tournament in the world.
I think it's the top money, the top
it's the-
pinball tournament
it's the
payout
biggest
ever
purse.
given.
That's right.
That's right.
$100,000 total purse and $15,000 for the winner of A.
And a new Stern pinball game, is that right? Oh, no, that's not right. No, you're right.
Not
Wrong
yet.
tournament.
But
wrong
but
tournament.
honestly, I'm willing to bet that just doing it means as much as the money.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He would do it for nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if there was no, I bet he would do it if there was no trophy.
Yeah.
Just to
say
it.
you reigned over, the largest,
Absolutely.
most competitive field out there. You want to be the king of your sport.
I bet this will also be the largest single Whopper point distribution to a winner ever.
And Josh would certainly not mind assigning those Whopper points to himself.
That's right. So Timothy has Locklet here. We'll see if he can get it up there. He's got ball in hand. And Timothy can really play spoiler here.
Yeah,
He's-
absolutely.
If he locks that ball and leaves it,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Well-
if he locks the ball and leaves the food on the table,
Well,
how
not
does
just
that affect
that.
anything?
He could win.
Yeah, he
He could win and then leave us in a situation.
because he's getting the shots down now. He's
Oh,
got his
yeah.
defense down, and he knows where to use the tip of the flipper on this game now. And ball 3 has learned this stuff. Oh boy, okay. Every time a ball hits there, that was a great
cringe
save,
a little.
even though we didn't see it. Do whatever you got to do.
Ooh,
He
that
is
was
still
sweet.
safe.
That's
Oh!
a danger.
He completed the target banks though. He did
Yep,
complete the target
yep.
bank.
I believe that center lane gives you
It's
one
the
of
value,
those,
right?
Yeah, one
It's
of
the
those
value
four
underneath it.
scores that are
Yep.
flashing. It gives you whichever one's lit.
Oh, he
when
locked
the
it.
lock.
This
There's
just
the
got
lock.
interesting.
Here we go.
Uh-oh. All right. Again, here we are.
Right
There's
there.
that target.
Right there.
Will the game give him a chance to shoot it? Okay. So
How's
can we
his
tap pass it?
skill?
No,
Is he
I
gonna
think,
tap pass
I think
it?
this is a alley pass situation.
Okay, that's what he's doing.
Yep,
Yes.
that's exactly it.
No. Ah, so close.
So
Control it. There it is. Here's a shot. Take it. Take it. Concentration.
Nope.
A little early. No, that is right down.
some bonus, but I don't think it's even enough to catch Dave Stewart.
But this
Just
is
shy.
a real situation here now, because what he's done is left that ball in the lock for Dave Stewart to take.
Right.
And Dave Stewart is only 500K past Josh. Now, we did see Josh get 2 multi-balls without getting 500K, so it's not like a guarantee hand-me thing.
Sure.
But the opportunity is huge for Dave Stewart here if
Absolutely.
he can get that ball out of that lock.
Right. Well, Dave knows he has at least 2 points, so he's just trying to get the 3. Which I think makes it fairly certain that there will be a tiebreaker between Colin McAlpine and either Josh or Dave.
Well, no, because if they both get 7, they would just both go through.
Okay.
Two people with 7 would just
right,
go on.
Right.
So it wouldn't be a tiebreaker.
And a lot of people have been early on that shot. Oh,
man.
wow.
He almost had that same thing
almost
that
had
Colin
it.
did. Yep.
Oh, here's a real shot at it.
is.
No, he's early.
Yeah. But actually, Greg, I think either Josh and Dave both have 5. One of them's going to win and take a 3, so one of them's going to have an 8.
Yes.
And then
right. I see
and
what
then
you're saying. That's
the,
correct.
and then Colin already has a 7, and then the other player
There's
will
the
have.
hit.
That's
Oh,
right.
but that ball
Oh.
comes out. He's still alive. He hit it on the way out, so he's still in play.
But that was a very rude multi-ball there.
That's right. So you're right. We are guaranteed.
We
a
are guaranteed.
tiebreaker.
I believe it's going to be 8-7-7 at the end of this.
Yep.
So,
The question is just who gets through clean.
right. No one wants to play that tiebreaker. It's
No.
so stressful.
And God knows. But, if anybody was forced to play it, it would have to be Josh, because nothing has ever been easy for Josh Sharp. And it looks like
Dave's going for those
Dave
spinner
might just be
rips.
trying to spin her out here. He's got a 3x bonus. He could build it up some more.
Yeah, going up there, you also get your bonus X you
Yep,
work on, and you get
that's right.
bonus just from the oh, that's out.
that's out.
out. He will not have it.
Josh Sharp will be through clean, and Dave Stewart and Colin McAlpine will be playing a tiebreaker for position. And, man, just short with that bonus. That was tough.
And we will now throw it to Jeff Teolis, who has an interview with Timothy Street.
An exciting semifinal. I'm here with Timothy Street, 18 years old from Alabama. And, even though mathematically eliminated in the last game, you said, I'm still going to go for it, and you gave us a great game on Andromeda.
It's Andromeda. It's super fun. Why would you not play it?
This is why we love seeing guys like yourself, the youth of pinball coming in. 18 years old, we had Escher Lefkoff winning the PAPA Championships, young Raymond Davidson at the IFPA 14, fantastic. And you, a name we're going to be wanting to watch, Timothy Street. And you had the long way to get here today. You had to play all the rounds.
Yeah, a lot of rounds. A lot of really close rounds.
What was your favorite game and favorite match?
Definitely my first round. I played Adam's Family Bank. I got 11. Favorite game was Liberty Bell, though. I put 930 on it. Loved me some Liberty Bell.
Bowen Cairns was watching you play, and we were all watching you play in that exciting, fast style. A lot of people don't. They like to slow the game down. Not you. Go, go, go.
Yeah, I was trying to slow down, but just wasn't working for me today. So I just kept going with it. Just see what I would get.
Timothy Street from Alabama, a name we want to watch. Thank you very much, and congratulations on a top 8 finish.
Thank you.
All right, back to Steve and Joe and Greg.
Thank you. And definitely Timothy Street is a name we're going to be we're going to need to get to know, because he definitely showed up here today. That's a big whopper get. That's cash money.
Yeah,
right.
he's been competing for a few years, and he's been getting steadily better.
And this thing, he qualified to 30th out of the 40
That-
and worked his way up to a top 8 finish.
Sure,
That
yep.
is huge. And right now, I guess we're getting our decisions for our next round.
For the tiebreaker game, I'm guessing.
All right, so we have the tiebreaker. So this tiebreaker has to be on a random game from a bank that's not the current bank, right? Is that the rule, I believe?
I believe that's the
right,
rule.
So right, Greg, the tiebreaker is from a game that is not on the current bank,
That's
randomly.
correct. And I just got an update from the other group. Going into Game 4, Keith Elwin won on Jokers, which gives him 9 points. Kaylee George came in second, which gives him 6. And Luke came in third, which gives him 2. And Adam came in last, which gives him 1. That means that Keith and Kaylee are guaranteed through clean, and Luke and Adam are just fighting for place.
Right. All right, so we know our finalists then are going to be Keith Elwin, Kaylee George, Josh Sharp, and
Dave Stewart.
A person to be determined.
Or Colin McAlpine.
Exactly.
And the tiebreaker will be on Jersey Jack's The Hobbit.
Oh.
Okay.
I actually bet that Josh is okay with that. No, not Josh is not playing it. I forgot.
Right.
I don't know about any of the other
Yeah, I don't know
guys.
about Colin or Dave. Haven't spoken to them about Hobbit. Don't know how they feel about the game. I'm guessing what we're going to see from the players on the Hobbit is them trying to get to the 2 multi-balls, the 2 primary multi-balls of the game.
Yep.
One is the Smog multi-ball, which you get to by completing the lock inserts or lock rollovers, I should say, in the center of the play field, and then locking balls in the right ramp. And the second multi-ball is the Beast multi-ball, which the in-lanes raise beasts. A lot of people call them trolls because they're reminiscent of the trolls from Medieval Madness.
Yep.
Raise them up onto the play field for a short time. If you hit all 4, you get a multi-ball. And those multi-balls do stack. In Hobbit, everything stacks.
Yeah.
Modes can be started at any time. There's 31 modes, I believe. Some of them are one-shot modes. Some are excellent multi-shot modes to stack with multi-balls. There's a lot going on in the game.
I would say that the typical thing a player would want to be doing is to bring a mode in with the Smog multi-ball, and then during Smog multi-ball, bring the monsters in. And that's would usually be my basic approach. Yeah. And in the meantime, in the game of Flight 2000, which is really just being played so that Adam and Luke can figure out what position they play in, Kaylee is crushing. I've seen him crush Flight 2000 so many times in my life, just ripping that spinner over and over. And he is continuing to do it here today.
It's a Stern game. You got to rip the spinner. Classic Stern game, I should say.
One thing we should point out about this Hobbit is it does have lightning flippers on it. Lightning flippers are 1/8 of an inch shorter than normal flippers, which makes obviously the gap in the middle wider. And you would think that's not a big a deal, but man,
It's huge.
you play with lightning flippers and play without them, and boy, you notice.
It actually has 2 effects on the game. One, of course, is it makes the center drain a little bit bigger.
Yep.
And the second thing is it just kind of throws off the geometry of all your shots. So if you're used to playing a Hobbit at home using standard flippers, you come here and it is way different. It just completely feels different. They basically do that in order to speed up the games on these longer playing games like the Hobbit that can go really long.
Yeah, actually, a lot of the games like Fishtails and Dracula that shipped with the lightning flippers originally, we have operators at home who will put normal flippers on it, and I hate it because it's just like so off from what you're used to. And I would rather play them with lightning flippers at that point, to be honest. And Dave Stewart is walking up to Hobbit here.
We have some interesting stuff.
It's all through.
Test, test.
Final three.
Test, test. Did you hear that? Checking, checking.
Hey, have we got audio again? Hey, how about
All right.
that?
Just as Colin made it through to the final.
That's right. Colin McAlpine has made it through to the Pinburgh finals. And so our final four are Colin McAlpine, Josh Sharp, Kaylee George, and Keith Elwin. That's pretty excellent. I think that's a great group.
Am I here?
There we go.
All right. Microphone fun again. Yeah, you know, Colin was actually looking kind of defeated as he walked off. He really never got anything going, but then neither did Dave.
Yep.
You know, I don't know how critical it might have been. Dave missed his skill shot there on the last ball. But you know, it's hard to say because Colin could just walk off. He had a ball three plunge off here. Actually, it hasn't even been plunged in. So it's hard to say. But, you know, Colin was looking pretty dejected there walking off from his ball, too, because 20,000 points is not normally a big score on Hobbit for 2 balls, but it worked out for him. But, you know, great run by Dave Stewart. Dave is an outstanding player. He's been in a number of Papa top 8s and top 4s, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him up on the stage again in coming years.
I'm certain we will. In the meantime, Josh Sharp to our left seems to be taking a nap. And and on the other side, the game is finishing on flight 2000 for position between Luke and Adam.
There's your monitor right there. There's our camera right here. Okay, Colin?
Okay, we're looking at the camera. All right.
All right. This way, you'll see us. We'll come on.
All right.
All right, we're going to throw it to Jeff with an interview with Colin McAlpine.
Well, we're down to the final four. Colin and Bat City representing from Austin, Texas, Colin McAlpine. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jeff.
A little walk-off for a Hobbit. How nice was that?
Oh, that felt really good. It really relieved. I mean, just by the grace of God that I had got, you know, that tie break, and then with Zach on the Frontier game. I mean, I played well up to those games, but the last games have been hurting me.
But it's been a good weekend for you. Seeded number 2 going into this too, and now you've got some tough competition. Final four. What's it feel like?
I'm elated. I wanted to make the finals. I've never been in the Final Four of a major before, and I'm still in a dream right now, playing in the Final Four. So it's all gravy from here.
Keith, Josh, Kaylee, and Colin McAlpine. Sounds like a good Final Four.
I agree.
Thanks. Back to Steve and Joe.
All right, thank you, Jeff, for that interview with Colin. I'm sure he's very relieved to make it through on the Hobbit with 20,000 points. But we wanted to discuss the special things about this particular Hobbit. I mean, we saw the jump over from we saw it from the out lane down the middle of the game. Did we see that during that game? Did that happen?
Not an out lane down the middle, but it was a little kind of hop from the in lane to the out lane.
Right.
Yeah.
What's happening is if you shoot the right ramp, it can hit it's supposed to go down to the left out lane to start the mode and other features and things. But I guess that at the special incline of what this is, however it's set up, I think that may be part of it, that it's hitting it with such force that it just
jumps.
Hopping and it just jumps over and ends the ball, which can really stunt your strategies at all.
And of course, the ruling here is that's pinball.
That is pinball, yeah. Unfortunately, so you have to deal with it, and you can sort of see what was happening as the players just started shooting the right ramp without a mode lit, just to get points, because every single point mattered especially on the Hobbit, as a low scoring as it is.
Right.
As our top four is being announced right now, final four. Like Keith Elwin, Colin McAlpine, Josh Sharp.
And Keith Elwin will have choice of bank here. However, I don't believe he can choose the bank he already chose, correct?
He cannot choose that?
I don't think so.
He's looking at it. He's looking at it longingly.
Maybe? No? I don't think that he can choose that bank again. And if that's true, then he would assumedly be choosing the dialed-in bank, since apparently he does not want to play Hobbit.
All right. Well, it'd be good to see some nice Pinburgh finals, A finals action on Dialed In. Fairly new game, just started in the streets I don't know, a few months ago.
Yep.
96,000 score. Ben Clement from Tucson Pinball was third, and Mike Lukinoff from Buffalo Pinball was fourth. Let's hear it, folks.
Thank you all for joining us this evening. We are at Replay FX at the Pinburgh World Match Play Pinball Championships in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have had 800 people competing since Thursday. There were 2 qualifying days of about 10 hours of competitive play each day. Each player over the course of those days played 40 games, 40 competitive games to qualify and get here into the playoffs. 4 divisions, 40 players per division, and that's been whittling down all day today in another set of brutal matches to take us to what is just about to come up here, the Final 4 in the A division of Pinburgh 2017.
How'd you do this year, Joe?
Let's not talk about that. This is actually the first year I failed to make A, which bothered me. Last year I had my best performance. I did make the A playoffs last year. This year I was 1 point shy of getting into the B contention. I had a really tough first day and didn't do that well. I was B restricted, which meant that I was joining the B division with less than average points. And I played well the second day, but it wasn't enough to make up the deficit.
All right. Kevin, what bank will we be playing? Huh?
I don't know yet.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I don't want to get this.
Okay, we still don't know what bank we're going to be playing. Sorry. I also had a terrible week. I ended up in B division, which actually is where I normally end up. Of my 4 Pinburghs, I've only been in A once. And had my worst ever finish. So
no, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's it's really a consistency thing. Pinburgh tests things that are different from other tournaments like Papa. Here you need really such a breadth of knowledge because, like we talked about before, you're playing games. You probably are playing games you've literally never seen in your life, or maybe only seen once or twice. You certainly are not, intimately familiar with them, like you might be with an Addams Family or an Attack from Mars, something like that. You've played a million times. You have to adapt, your flipper skills to electromechanical games, solid-state games, dot matrix games, strategies, flipper skills, and you got to be on for 40 games in a row. It's really an endurance battle. I mean, after standing on these concrete floors for 10 hours a day, your feet get tired, your legs get tired, you're just overall tired. But you got to keep going because especially those late rounds, every point matters to get in.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, the shock is really what comes when they play games that they're used to playing.
Right.
Because one of the things you have to learn to do at Pinburgh is, when you're playing on location, you come up and you play 5 games and then you start getting dialed into a game and you're good. But here you have 3 balls to get dialed in on a game, and if you can't adjust and adapt on the fly, you are screwed.
Yep, you said it.
It's just a really, really hard thing to do, and especially on games that you own. Like, I have a World Cup Soccer at the location where I run, and I've played the hell out of that thing. But if I play anybody else's World Cup Soccer, it takes me 5 games before I can get anywhere again. And that's the kind of thing you have to face all the time here. And Keith Owen has chosen the Dialed In bank. We'll be starting on Dialed In.
All right, I'm Steve Bowden back here to do a very important interview. I want to introduce everyone. Here we are. I want to introduce everyone to Mike Primo from Path of Play.
Hello, everybody.
All right, a big round of applause to this man out there because he is responsible for our upgrades here for our broadcast. He has been working very hard behind the scenes, and I'd like to go over some of the improvements that we're trying to build into the broadcast for now into the future. So would you care to go over some of those, Mike?
Well, I'm glad you called them upgrades.
Yeah.
We're getting our bearings here. It's a lot different. This all started with a conversation, actually, with you and with Doug.
Right.
After Papa 20 happened, and we had a chance to get to know each other through Facebook a little bit. And there were some conversations about what we could do to augment the live stream. I have a bit of a broadcasting background of 15 years up at the CBC in Canada, so I'm from Toronto. A lot of us come down. And I'll tell you, this event is just incredible. I can't believe what Doug and his crew have done. And we prepared and tried to put some ideas together. We tried to get a little slow motion replay, a little telestration.
Definitely appreciate it. Excellent, yeah.
And we're still running on a thin band of resources,
right?
But we're doing what we
none.
can.
I mean,
yeah,
But with what's been produced here, based on the resources we have, I'm definitely glad of what's happened here. It's definitely, once the kinks get ironed out, as they say.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's going to be a real powerful broadcast. I can see the improvements that have already been built in.
Well, we have a saying. It's only television.
Right.
Right.
And it's only live streaming. It's only live streaming. Right.
Yeah. While I'm thinking of it, I should give a shout out to my lovely wife Carmela and my amazing son Luke. I miss you guys, and I hope my wife is not mad at me. I texted her 6 hours ago because I thought this whole time I was flying back out at 8 a.m. and it turns out it's an 8 p.m. flight.
Oh, no.
So I haven't got a text back from her, and I'm worried that she's just waiting for me to get through this stream, and then I'm going to catch, what.
Right.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
We definitely appreciate your efforts thus far, and we're going to have this during the finals. So, stay tuned to see, the great production that's going to happen during the finals. But I really want to take some time to introduce the second reason we're here today. Okay.
Yeah.
And that is Path of Play, a very special initiative. So go ahead and please introduce that to us.
Well, it's been an interesting 5 months, to say the least. Life takes funny turns. We've got a wonderful little boy, Luke. He's 3.5 years old. And in January of this year, he was diagnosed with autism. Now, I'll say right up front, he's doing really well. And the thing about autism, when you get news like that and you try to get a grip on what that means, you learn very quickly that the personalities of children or whoever may be on the spectrum, they're very dynamic. And so every situation's different. And their personality, it's like throwing a yoga ball out of a helicopter in a windy storm and having no rhyme or reason as to where that ball lands.
Yeah, right.
We were very fortunate in the sense that he was inspired by my passions, which are pinball, just happens to be.
Good to hear that.
And board games. And when he was, he started with the board games just by poking out the pieces. He wasn't really doing anything else. But as of late, he's really been getting into the pinball. And so we saw what kind of response he was giving to those experiences and what it was doing for him. And I just got to thinking, there must be a lot of families out there that would find some form of play incredibly useful, like a kind of play that they maybe haven't thought of. And pinball, I think, is at the forefront of that, or very close to it. And so my wife and I, we talked about it, and we thought, we see the response that we're getting out of Luke. Wouldn't it be nice if we could help some other families, because you have a lot of conversations with families. You learn a lot about autism. And then we started thinking about kids in general, just anybody with special needs. Just trying to find their place is always the number one challenge. Trying to break that gap of inclusion, trying to find acceptance and empathy and understanding. And so I have to say, with the help of Jersey Jack, who Jack O'Neary is my favorite person in the world. I told him about this idea where we wanted to invite families to come over to play board games and pinball, and even I have a very large board game collection, a collection that you can bring the right game out and put it in front of a little child, and they don't even have to be playing by the rules. They can have fun with these games. And I told Jack about the project, and I told him we were planning on starting an organization called Path of Play, which focused on helping families in some cases when they have financial requirements for therapy, but especially to bring these forms of play and make these families more aware of the access they have to play. So we brought over a bunch of families and we filmed it.
All right.
And we made a promo, and Jack said, I'm going to send you a couple of pinball machines. And we'll deal with the business later.
That's huge.
And I couldn't believe it because you always care about something more when it impacts you personally. That's the truth. And I think it's not so much the autism part or the special needs part. I mean, people care, but I think it's the inclusion element. We've all had that moment where we didn't get a job we wanted, or we asked that girl or guy out on a date and they said no. And, you know, it's hard enough just when you don't have these kinds of challenges, just trying to find your place. And I think that's where we've been getting a lot of attention, and companies and people listen to this. And so we had this family game day about 3 weeks ago. We were approved by the Government of Canada as a registered nonprofit organization, and we made this wonderful promo because we need 3,000 gamers to help us in a big fundraiser. We're going to be having the gaming marathon on December 2nd, big pinball board game party. People can play anywhere between 2 and 24 hours. We're going to be live streaming that as well. You're going to be involved in it. Papa's going to have a team. It's like Heart and Stroke. You basically sign up with a team, and as a team, you go and you raise those funds. And what we want to do is build a full-time facility where on a daily basis, kids with special needs and kids who are neurotypical can be together and play and be each other's role model. And pinball is a wonderful,
absolutely,
it's a wonderful spark plug for that. You know, it's a great
Yeah,
vehicle.
wonderful.
So I brought the promo along to play, and
let's run the
there's
promo, yeah.
even though I've talked a lot already.
Let's run the promo just to
we're
make
gonna run the
everything
promo.
perfectly clear. Because
Yeah.
this is a huge effort, and you heard that we need 3,000 gamers. So let's run this promo
Here we
so that we can make this clear for everyone.
Here we go. Back
Please
to
pay attention.
Back to producer
Keep
mode.
producing for us.
My name is Mike, and like most husbands and fathers, I feel very lucky for the family that I have. And like all families, you hope that life is going to bring a lot of memorable moments.
Oh, what's that, baby? Oh, yeah. Oh, he's got his eyes open. Lukey loves peas. He loves sweet peas.
Sometimes life can take a turn of sorts, and for us, it was in January 2017 when my son Luke was diagnosed with autism. At the time of his diagnosis, my wife and I didn't really know what kind of road this was going to pose for our son, but it didn't take long to realize that finding him the support he was going to need to put his best foot forward was going to be a key factor in all of this. I mean, what parent doesn't want their child to be able to engage with their surroundings, even if it's at the most rudimentary level? Now, I'm a kid at heart. I love my board games, I love my pinball, and it didn't take long to realize that my passions were actually beginning to have this really wonderful impact on my son.
Oh, okay, in the movie theater. Great. You did do it.
What started out as not even being able to go into a restaurant because he would scream at strangers, we would have to leave. It's begun to turn into a situation now where Luke can enjoy his surroundings most of the time. And for that, we're really thankful, because we know now that for some families, that doesn't come quite as easy.
Oh.
Whoa, what'd you get?
Apple.
Apple. Mommy too? Mommy too?
My wife and I realized that our challenges are definitely not as daunting as what some other parents are facing, and so we decided to use some of our energy to try an idea and share our passion of gaming with others in a rather unique way.
Hey guys, come on in. Kyler, how are you, buddy? Come on in.
We invited a number of families into our home for a family game day to play pinball and board games. And for the younger kids, we had this eclectic collection of toys that Luke had been growing up with. Some of the kids who came over had special needs, but there were some others who didn't. And the point of the day was to demonstrate that play can help kids to connect with each other and their environment, no matter who they are or what challenges they might have in their life. It was an amazing experience to share games with people this way.
Hit it. Hey, there you go, Atticus. Good boy. Nice shot.
This day spoke volumes about what the world of play can do. And what has now come out of this is a very special not-for-profit initiative called Path of Play. It's a big project, and it has really big goals. So on December 2nd, 2017, our first gaming marathon is going to happen, and we need 3,000 board game, pinball, and video game players to join us for our live stream of this really amazing event. Our end goal is to build our own facility that uses the world of play on a daily basis to bridge the gap of inclusion and help all of us become more empathetic, more understanding, and more accepting to the challenges that some of these kids with special needs face. This, to me, is what the Path of Play project will set out to do. And it's my hope that everyone out there will join us on this amazing journey, because there's no denying that when we play, we connect.
I'll tell you, Mike, as an educator in the school system, this is an effort that really speaks to me. So I'm definitely glad to highlight this for Replay Effects and for our viewers. So just let us know what was involved in this effort and what was it like having the kids there.
Well, I'll tell you, the journey's been very much an unpredictable one. You get this news and you kind of have to make a choice of what you're going to do with it. And we didn't know what to expect because we didn't know all of the families. We first reached out to Lukey's therapy center and said, look, we have this idea. We want to put a call out there to see if there are any families just interested in even trying this. I mean, we did have a couple of our friends who we knew, and they got involved. But when you put it all together, it's kind of like this stream. You're bringing something new into the mix, and you don't really know what to expect. And we ended up with a really great day. It was just so heartwarming, and to be able to even think that we can reach out to families this way and have them embrace an idea that they hadn't thought of. The idea of the potential of that makes it very exciting for me personally.
Excellent. And now we come to a part which is very important, and perhaps the most important. Where can people find out information to help with this effort?
Well, as you saw in the promo, we have a website called pathofplay.com. You can go there, and right on that first page, you can see a link there. I believe it says join us for our global marathon. So I have to make it clear that it doesn't matter where you are in the world.
Excellent, yeah.
Okay, you can do your marathon anytime you want. The whole idea is whether or not you want to join a team that's already registered. We have a Path of Play team already set up, so when people click on it, they will register their name, they will pick a team, or they can create a team. They might say, hey, I've got 10 blokes over in Germany and we love board games. We're going to put a team together, and you can create it. And once you do that, you're going to see a step-by-step procedure to registration. And all you have to do, our funding goal for each gamer is $100.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is very simple, similar to a walk for autism that I did, or like a bike-a-thon. The goal was $100, and I put up a couple of Facebook posts. And in a couple of days, I actually had $200. And so the process is very easy. We have a wonderful third-party management company called Rally Up, and they got involved to help us manage all of the fundraising. So the process is very clean, very simple. And at the end of the day, once that's all set up, people can just focus on picking their game day and playing.
Excellent. Well, I tell you what, I thank you for your efforts with Path of Play. I thank you also for your efforts in improving the stream.
It's an honor to be here.
And I thank you personally for having me be involved in this event in a small way.
You're one of my favorite players, man. I love your if you're not shooting, you're not scoring, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So everybody, that was Mike Primo from Path of Play. Investigate pathofplay.com right now. And we're going to throw it back to our broadcast team. Take it over there, Greg.
Hey, and so here we are back in the finals for Pinburgh 2017. We have Kaylee George, Keith Elwin, Colin McAlpine, and Josh Sharp. That dude. Yeah, that Josh dude. And I think they're about to get ready to play some Dialed In. And I also think we're going to be switching out some commentators here in a minute. Bowen Cairns is going to be joining us here in a second, and possibly one other person, I'm not sure, but we'll see. Yes, Teresa Nessel is also going to be joining us. So I'm going to hand them the seat, and you guys enjoy these Pinburgh finals. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Right now we're transitioning our commentators at the moment. We're going to be welcoming in Bowen Cairns and Teresa Nessel as we are transitioning right now. We have Dialed In about to begin.
Who's the other guy?
It's Colin McAlpine. MAC.
Get out there. The final games are about to start.
All right, welcoming into the stage, Bowen Cairns and Teresa Nessel. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the finals.
It's going to be good. We've got
Hey, it's great to see you, Steve. There's been some hot action in that semifinal. So just outrageously good play.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're ready for some high-powered and high-quality finals action starting on Jersey Jacks. Dialed In with Kaylee George at the game. So I'm glad I have a telestrator for this. I've been looking forward to diagramming some Dialed In right now. So Teresa, are you on?
I think so.
Teresa, hi Teresa. We can hear Teresa. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you very much, Steve. It's good to be here.
How was your Pinburgh?
My Pinburgh was fantastic. They had a great group of people, very few issues, and really just fantastic games to play. So, how was yours?
I just ran around answering people's questions for 20 hours a day, I think.
Did you have all the answers, or were some? So were you able to provide all the answers to the questions?
The answer so far for Kaylee here is to start the first mode on that phone, the alien invasion.
No.
Roving arrow shot.
Perfect.
All right, so in order to start the modes on Dialed In, we have this little stand up here. That's the quantum electric dude, also known as QED. He is a drop target that moves back and forth along that track. So you hit him to charge the phone, and here we have the phone. And the phone is what starts the modes, and it's the modes that cause all those crazy disasters that you see, like this alien invasion and earthquakes and fires and all sorts of things that you have to solve. And once you get past one of the disasters, that's when the lock will light, and we'll get into that when we get to that point.
There was an attempted shot at the right loop, hit its stand-up target and zoomed down the out. But look at that, 62,000 points there.
Modes are worth it. That was the score adjustment. The score adjustment makes the modes worth it to play and the multi-ball a little bit less. So it's more of a balancing act there that I think really works out for the better.
77? The score is
77,000.
77,000 points for Kaylee.
Yep. And we moved to player 2, which is Josh Sharp. And we've talked about Josh going for his first major championship, and he's been at the top of pinball for so long, and here he is in another Final Four. You got to be rooting for him, I think.
Oh, definitely. He's been working really hard, and he always is right up there. So it's his time to shine right now.
I'll share that he was my pick before we started. I think he's due.
Yeah.
Come on, Josh, let's go. He said that trying not to be biased, but come on, Josh.
Come on, Tucker.
And we see we have our first mode ready.
So do you have to hit that QED guy more and more as the game goes on?
Yep, as the game goes on, it requires more hits to QED in order to charge the phone. The first mode is 1. The second mode, I believe, is also 1. And then you need start to get 2 and 3 hits in order to charge the phone.
Okay.
How many modes are there in the game?
There are 11 disasters in total on the game.
Disaster.
11 disasters. If you can get past all 11 disasters, then you reach a mini wizard mode called Armageddon. And if you can get enough SIM cards by completing enough mode, then you get to the showdown. We may or may not see that during this run, but we'll see.
It'll be an incredible game to get 11 modes on a game set up this challenging. I think one thing that is hard to appreciate about finals games is just how much more difficult they are than a game you might see on location.
Particularly with these players, because they really make it look easy. which is certainly not as easy as they make it look. So.
And we'll see Josh Sharp has an excellent start because he completed that mode successfully, which means he has a SIM card available at this subway shot right here.
What does a SIM card do for you in this game?
Not only does the SIM card get you closer to the final battle, which is the showdown, because you need to spell dialed in order to get that, but the SIM card also multiplies future modes. It is very much worth it.
Oh, and you said the modes are already worth a ton of points. We saw
yeah.
62,000 from player one, and we got 121,000 already on the board for Josh as player two.
Right, so if he's able to get that SIM card, he will get a huge advantage to go into future modes here. What will happen is if he can get it, he'll have his next mode will be 2x, and if he gets another SIM card, 3x, and so on and so on and so on.
Is that just for the mode shots, or is that a playfield multiplier?
It's just the mode.
All right.
Now this is interesting to hear that Josh has decided to go for the lock instead of going after the mode, and he's trying to backhand there the phone, which will start multi-ball. And the reason for doing this is that he's playing a mode where you're basically hitting everything.
So he had started a mode now. He's in a mode currently.
Right, he is in alien invasion now.
Okay.
The alien invasion is there's a roving arrow that moves around the playfield slowly. And whoa, that was a theater drain.
Wow,
right down the middle.
That's the danger of the theater. It's lined up to go straight down the middle, but usually the magnet is kind.
Here comes his bonus.
Holy crow. Here's a
here comes a replay of that drain, and it was right off the flipper there. You can see here's another run of it, and it's just barely caught a tip of it, not quite.
You wanted it.
And I think when you're playing a game that's brand new, as dialed in from Jersey Jack Pinball is, it can be very difficult to figure out just how hard to even bump the machine. His idea there is to push the machine so that the flipper gets in the way of the ball that would otherwise just go right down the middle.
And another thing about this is also hard to judge how much you can shake the game. I mean, that's one of the things about Pinburgh. You know, if you guess wrong, you're out, as we said before. That's been happening for the past 2 days. People have been having one chance and one guess at the shot, and they've been wrong and they've been punished. Others have not.
Especially on those EMs where a lot of them have tilt ends game, and if you tilt out your first ball, you're done.
Yeah, we'll see that on our next game, High Hand, too.
Exactly.
If anyone does tilt, they not only lose their ball, they lose their entire game.
Yep. And a lot of those games that are set to the tilt ends game, I've noticed, are really important to nudge on. So
they are.
That's where you get all your points.
That's where I need my special secret training on that in order to get better at those. I tell you that right now.
What is involved in your special secret training?
Basically just playing a lot of them in a row until I get tired of it. Well, here comes Colin. He's about to get dialed in. And again, he's just starting. So his first task really is to hit the quantum electric dude. Hit the guy to charge the phone.
I thought that was Bob the Builder. No?
Yeah, he looks just like him, right? But his nickname is QED, the quantum electric dude. And so once he hits him, that will charge the phone with enough power to have the next disaster available. Again, this phone is a special phone. It causes disasters and things to go on. This is not just your regular Samsung, iPhone, whatever. If you got a phone that causes aliens to come out of the sky in black holes, I mean, you've got something special.
Has the phone been rejecting a lot today?
Oh, there's a warning.
I have not seen it.
One.
Yeah, I've not seen it really reject a lot of shots so far. All right, we have a replay coming up we want to show here just to highlight. Let's see here. Look at that. That's a good nudge. Again, only took one danger from it, though.
All right, and he's moving that flipper into the way of the ball like that. That might have gone down the middle. He's got to shove the machine to the left to move the flipper into the path of the ball. And now he's just waiting it out because there's a tilt bob. Still running.
Right.
Now in that replay a little bit, you noticed that there was a bunch of shaking going on. That was actually more the camera. He didn't actually move it quite as much as it looked like, but that still gave him a warning.
Excellent point. The disaster has started. He's shot the phone, and we have a black hole.
We got the singularity.
A singularity has appeared
the singularity
for no reason.
is here.
Right, and again, the game is does a really good job at telling you what to do on the screen. It's just like a newscast. Shoot the left orbit. Now shoot the left ramp. It's showing you in order the shots that you need to make in order to complete the most successfully. And it's not a lot of shots. Combination of the newscast telling you what to do here, and the phone also giving you how much time you have left and also how many shots you have left.
Get the ball
So there's a lot to
on the
look
very
at.
tip of the flipper
Oh,
here.
man, what do we do? Oh!
Oh, that was nice, though.
Well
Get it right
done.
back under control.
That was the singularity right there.
Yeah. We were all holding our breath.
So
Good combo.
one thing that's cool about this game is just the combination of shots that these modes get, and it's kind of this masterful sequence of combos.
Great
almost.
shot. Great shot.
Sort of
by Colin.
elegant to look at as the ball flows around.
Again, his next shot is on the right ramp. Should he choose to take it, or you might time out?
Take it.
All
Man.
right, take it. It's big points.
15,000.
It's huge.
And I think that didn't finish the mode, did it?
The mode is over. He didn't finish it successfully, but the lock is lit.
But what you were saying about the SIM card, you only get the SIM card by completing a mode.
That's correct. And you don't actually get it. You get the opportunity to get it when you complete the mode.
Wow.
Right, so you have it lit. So you can complete a mode and miss the SIM card.
So you locked the ball.
So Teresa, if you're facing a game like this that you've barely ever played before, what are you doing as a player to try and learn and adapt on the fly when you only have this one turn
Well,
to play?
If I'm not the first player, I'm watching the other players play. But if I'm the first player, I'm definitely paying attention to what the lights are telling me. I'm trying to get a feel for ramps or a feel for the shots. Sometimes the game doesn't allow you to do that, but hopefully it does. And trying to just see if there's any information on the playfield to get it. And then I guess I just start trying stuff.
So here in this case, multi-ball's lit at the phone, and he's taking it.
Here we go with 2-ball multi-ball.
So what do you want to be aiming for in this multi-ball?
We're at the start of the multi-ball. All of the major shots are lit for jackpots. Right, we have there's one now. There's a jackpot for a modest amount of points. But as he starts getting more successful with the jackpots, and that ball is saved good, he will start getting attacked by the corporation down at Electronics. And those attacks will come via these lines right here. Right, you'll see those lines that will show attacks from the corporation against you. And by attacks, we do mean physical attacks. If those lasers come to your flippers will stutter.
Oh boy.
Right, and you have to be ready for that to happen.
So if you shoot another jackpot, does that reset the lasers?
Yeah, in order to reset the laser, you have to shoot where the laser's coming from. So the theater will have a laser as well as the bumper area, and that will give you a super jackpot.
So it looked like there he did a combo of the ramps to relight a lock.
That's right.
As we go back to a replay to check out the recent action that we had there.
Yeah, left ramp, right ramp will light the lock after the first multi-ball. It's interesting to have the different rules of design. Even the lock is a different shot. It's that upper ramp now.
All right, so we can see he's got 2 balls cradled. He tried to get it cradled and couldn't quite keep control there, and just had to jailbreak both of them, right? But again,
and you can
so close.
And if you look carefully there, you can even see a magnet taking the path of the ball and shoving it at that ball on the left. So you talk about the game attacking you, and just a very interesting way of keeping this game interactive.
Right, and
wow,
and we're back.
We're back to
a volcano exploding. What a rejoiner there! That was amazing. Right, well, we've had the eruption, which basically is to shoot the theater to cause more eruptions.
So this will start.
And now we're back to Crazy Bob selfie mode.
Oh, is this the one where the camera takes photos of you and puts them all over the screen?
Got hashtag Pinburgh 2017 down there on these, and we've noticed that the selfies that players are producing in these modes are not very interesting.
Yeah, Colin looks so serious. He looks so serious. He's scoring a lot of points.
He's trying to stop a volcano right here. I think being serious in this moment, it might be.
I think I would be serious at this moment too.
I think you're right.
And in case we haven't mentioned, there's $15,000 on the line in these next 4 games. The winner of this group of 4 players, and this is ball 1 of game 1 of those 4 games, wins the Pinburgh Cup, $15,000.
That's incredible.
It's a good day.
It is a good day. Good week.
Yeah, and it's really, you're right. It's what's the difference there? Why is this so different from a typical pinball tournament then?
Well, I think that a lot of it is the fact that there's just so many people and so many games, and you get 3 days of competition and almost 4 days of play. And I don't know, what do you say, Steve?
Well, just trying to meet and beat and greet so many people. 800, right? Hopefully in a reverse order than what I said. But then also being skillful enough to handle the game on your first try. You don't have a lot of time to warm up. You just have to go, try, and make the right guesses and make the right shots now. Hopefully better than your opponents. And every point is important. Yeah, believe me.
And here we see, Colin's getting dead on that mode start, and it's going to be huge. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I was just going to say the one other thing is that because every bank is made up of different eras of games that we're playing, and you have to have a master of many different skill sets to make it through. And we're going to showcase that here as well.
That's right. So the next game, this game is from 2017.
Woo-hoo.
The next game is from 1970, maybe?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
With chimes and one player at a time and score reels. And it's kind of what a lot of people think of when they think of pinball. So you look at really the evolution. What do you think about the evolution of these displays and style of how pinball has changed?
Well, definitely the way, especially the way graphics and the updates have happened and the interactivity. You can notice with a game like Dialed In, you have screens and phones and all sorts of things you have to pay attention to. And then we're going to go to High Hand, where it's basically just, let's try to survive with a very simple rule set.
So there's $59,500 in bonus for Colin on
bonus.
top of the $150,000 he already had.
So
there's that cup.
And there is the Pinburgh trophy.
Oh, and here's the man who owns 3 of those Pinburgh cups, having won half of the tournaments that Pinburgh has held: 2011, 2013, and 2016. Defending champion Keith Elwin.
Right, and again, nothing special. We got to hit the dude in order to light the phone, and he's got that done. Now he has to get into this phone in order to light the first mode. Again, the phone shot right there. Let's see if he can. And I'll take this away, and hopefully he follows that line. Okay, let's see.
So sometimes when the ball is just going crazy in the pops, you just got to try to almost be patient with it. And that was beautiful.
An excellent drop catch. That was perfect. Right into the phone.
Wow.
There's that eruption from before. See, that's the before picture.
That another beautiful drop catch right there.
Yeah, so he's figuring out, and I suspect he's also figured out by playing earlier rounds in this game, but also just watching what the other players are doing.
As we're going to get a replay of the live catch coming up. It was so beautiful. Let's have a look at it here. The replay of that drop catch. Let's have a look of how this just stops here. Look at that. Look at that. It just stops dead on that flipper. And it just gives him a chance to make another move, another angle of it. Right here. Bam. I mean, wow.
Yeah. You get maybe 2 seconds of time then to decide what to do. You gotta do something, otherwise it's gonna just fall off. I've done that a few times. You drop catch it right in the center. Oh no!
Oh, that's one strike. All right.
It's an excellent styled nudge there to only get 1 warning. This is a tight tilt, and
he's really got that drop catch dialed in.
Wait, what is that emoji there with the pink emoji there? It kind of looks like a.
Is that a tongue?
I think it's
That's
a
tongue. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think
it's either that or it's a trucker hat.
And meanwhile, behind the emojis are blocking the fact that Keith did complete the mode, and he did light the SIM card, but he wasn't able to collect it. So
that'll be sitting for him ready on ball 2, I think, right?
That will not.
Oh no! Oh, so
that will not.
An opportunity.
It's opportunity squandered. Those SIM cards are worth 100,000 big points right off the bat, and then affect your multipliers for modes in the future. So, yeah, that's not going to be there.
So here we go with the start of ball 2, and all 4 players have had a very strong ball 1. Colin McAlpine as player 3 has 210,000. He is in the lead. We are live at Pinburgh 2017, the Match Play Championship Final. One of these 4 players will win $15,000 in these next 4 games by taking the most wins from other players throughout. If you win the game, you earn 3 wins, and 2, 1, and 0, depending on how you finished. taking a 0 in this first game would almost be a death knell for a player to try and come all the way back to win. It does happen.
Does happen.
And you don't even need to win all the games. You just have to do well. In fact, Jim Belcito has won this final without winning a game. He finished second in all 4 games, and his 8-4 was enough to win the title.
That's incredible.
All right, well, Kaylee just got a little bit dialed in here. This is 2-ball multi-ball. Again, the shots are lit for jackpots. Those are colored in red. And then once he starts hitting enough of them, he'll start getting attacked. Now, there is an add ball available. You have to shoot the phone 3 times in order to light add a ball. But because we don't have a lot of ball save in the final, you can see that's it.
Is that just a tap pass?
That's what just happened.
Or is that the result of an attack?
That was not an attack.
I want to see that
again. Can we see that again, possibly? Because that was not an attack, because that would have been a stutter.
Beautiful drop catch there. Kaylee, a world champion from Papa.
Let's see.
Here they come.
This is like,
no, we didn't get that.
Didn't catch it.
That's a good drop catch.
We did good drop catch from it, though. So you can see that the drop catch seems to be the move coming out of the phone.
Yeah, and players are trying to figure out, another volcano.
Another. We're just blowing everything. We come right back. That's the timing. That's the skills of Mike Primo, everybody. See, that's that production. See, we come back right to a disaster in progress. Look at that. Boom. Blow up that volcano. Again, these are huge points. I mean, you're noticing down, and maybe a little bit difficult to see, but notice where player 1 score. You see little score points arising from the large score. That's how much each target and shot is worth. And the larger it's worth, the bigger the number it is. So once you see stuff like 10,000, 20,000, 60,000, those numbers will appear very much larger, and you'll be able to notice those. Like that 5,000 he just got. And you'll see little 10, 10, 10, 10, 20, 10, 20, and then all of a sudden you'll see huge 11,890 if he shoots the right ramp. And so the game is really good in telling you. There's an example right there. There's him getting 11,000.
2,000 for that ramp.
Right. And meanwhile, the multi-ball jackpots are about 2,500, 7,500. That's kind of where they are.
So then there's a second thing you want to do with those multi-balls is recognize that those are opportunities to not just get jackpots, but to get whatever other points the game is giving out too. So that's stacking something in. What kind of stuff could you bring into a multi-ball in this game? Anything?
In this game, well, first of all, at least you can bring the disaster. You can also bring one of Crazy Bob's 2 balls, right? And then Crazy Bob's 2-ball multi-ball.
Thank you. That's better phrasing.
Yeah, phrasing. And then after that, get the multi-ball for the triple stack. So that's possible.
Wow, triple stack.
That's a lot to bring in.
Yeah.
So this is a good opportunity here for some more points. Going to have a 3-ball multi-ball ready. And
now this game does offer a Mustang-like, Aerosmith-like cancel, where if you light the multi-ball, you can hit both flippers to cancel out of it if you choose, and then try to get a mode. You can, but
would you really want to in this
not in the final.
Yeah, so that's a pretty heavy risk-reward element, right? If you're going to take free points by starting a multi-ball, or are you going to work your butt off to try and get something else?
Really, yeah. If it seems like if anyone can get one SIM card and use that to get a double mode, that's really going to propel them in this final game, because the scores are still relatively close.
I think it's a decision that you would have to make depending on what situation you're sitting in. And in a game like this, when you really have only the 3 balls that you're really working with.
Here comes an attack. Here we go.
Oh, no.
It's coming. Again, he's out of multi-ball, but that attack is still coming. That's like a missile that's still firing at you. And there's a stutter. See it? And he's free. He just did get free. So just because multi-ball is over, once the missile is fired, it's coming at you.
It doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop. Oh. That's coming at you, so you got to be careful.
So you kind of want multi-ball and you kind of don't.
I mean, really, unless you can get it stacked with a decent mode or a hard mode to finish, like a target-based mode, that's a good mode to bring it in.
Yeah, so he picked up more points there for the drone targets on the right side, and then some sort of drone bonus more so than he picked up from the multi-ball jackpots. And I think that makes this a very interesting game. Oh, and that was a tilt. And that's 24,000
And he lost 24,000 gone.
Gone from the tilt.
That's another example of you were asking about the differences in games and the displays that we get to see. We actually get to see how much money you lose.
Yeah, you can see. You can see he just misjudged it off the joints. He just off the end of the flipper rather, and it's just enough to go down the middle.
Yeah, it looked like an attempted live catch there by Kaylee George. Still an excellent ball too. He went from 77,000 into the lead at 283,000. And these are all very strong scores as we lead off here. Got Teresa Nessel and Steve Bowden here with Mike Primo and the production team at Pinburgh 2017, the largest pinball tournament ever held. So, Teresa, you have a story about your anniversary, I think.
Yeah. So yesterday was my 5th wedding anniversary, which was the best place to spend it with 800 friends competing. We've been lucky for the past 5 years to be able to come to a Papa event for our wedding anniversary, so it's pretty great. Thanks for asking.
Well, I think that was the Atta-ball. No, it was not.
No?
He's got 2 out of 3. He's one more shot.
Big blue thing.
It's hard to see.
Is that the missile?
It's really hard to see, but then he has 2 out of 3 battery. He's got the Atta-ball. There it is. You have to shoot the phone 3 times in order to get the Atta-ball, and the phone shows you via battery meter.
That is nice that it actually shows you how many you need.
All right, he's having some more success. Here comes the attack.
That second emoji looks.
And the game is here. It comes. 2, 1, impact. There's the flipper. Oh, he makes it. He makes it past it. He got it. He got it. Here comes another attack from the theater.
Oh.
Can he get the theater to repel the attack?
No.
Almost. And there was the magnet. Grab the ball.
All right, he's still alive. All right.
Meanwhile, selfies galore.
He's got selfies. That's the frenzy mode. He's
oh no, it was another attack.
He's on target. He's on target. Double jack.
Oh,
There's a super.
That was an incredible shot.
He got it.
That was with the attack happening on
Unbelievable.
that flipper. That was incredible.
That's how you get the super. If you can repel the attack where it's coming, that's the super.
That is how. Oh wow.
Yep. And that's when he did it. The attack is canceled, and you get a huge boost of points. And great job, Josh.
Oh, nice in lane there.
You're right about lining a multi-ball up with selfies, and then he got a ton of points off of the selfies there.
Exactly, because that's a frenzy mode, and which every switch counts for points.
So that's another mode that you would start by hitting the guy and then bring it in.
That's selfie mode. Selfie mode is actually one of Crazy Bob's special modes on the left orbit.
Oh.
He's got selfie mode. He's got lottery ticket mode.
So there's a whole other set of modes.
Oh, absolutely.
Besides the ones on the phone.
Yep, exactly. And you access those by hitting the bob targets on the left here. There you see 3 bob targets there. Every completion will give you a bob mode activated by the left orbit. And will also give you a kickback. Right? So the bob modes are stackable and the kickbacks are not.
All right.
And the kickback is so crucial on a game like this because it's set up hard with a wide out lane and a metal guide above it, so it tends to go down there often. And you'll get the ball back the first time, but the second time it's gone unless you spell bob and relight it. And so you'll see players trying to make sure the ball never even goes over there so they can save their kickback. But if they have to use it, then you might spend some time shooting for bob, get that safety back. That was a nice
great shot for the lock. Wonderful.
So there's an upper flipper up there that's kind of a little bit hard to see, but that's for those side shots right there.
There's the upper flipper, right?
And that shot isn't the only side shot, right?
Right. Now we also have the SIM card. Let me point to the SIM card. The light's not on now, but that shot leads to a tunnel, which is the SIM card. And that's where you cash them in if you complete the modes. And also we have the light big bang target. So you have to, a certain number of hits to those will light the big bang. And the Big Bang target is hiding way back here.
Wow.
Okay, and that's the Big Bang target. And what does that target do? That's sort of like a wild card you just drop on the table. What it does is it caches in the mode. It caches in your whole mode. You complete it. If you're in multi-ball, it gives you all the jackpots and 50,000 points. It does great things if you can activate the Big Bang at the right time.
Wow. That's a lot.
I heard that's just a theory. Wow. Another multi-ball here for Josh Sharp. He's gone full ostrich with his left foot up in the air, and
good slap on the side of the cabinet.
You can tell that he's in the rhythm when he gets like that. He just is ready to go.
Here comes an attack. Here comes an attack from the bumpers.
No, don't attack him.
4, 3, 2, 1. Get it off that flipper. And all right, he survived it. And it's awesome the way the game tells you. The game tells you because the announcer will say, "Here comes an attack from the theater. 3, 2, 1, impact." And then you're in trouble.
So we just saw a different way to deal with the kick out from the phone where he just let it dead bounce right over. And I'm wondering if that's actually going to be as reliable response.
Yeah, I find that a dead bounce is a little more subjective because those kickouts, they're mechanical kickouts. You think they're going to fire exactly the same way, but they can be an inch to the left, an inch to the right, quarter inch off, and any of those changes will send the ball in a different direction. Drop catch tends to give you instant control, where bounce over, or dead bounce, as you said, is putting the ball at a little bit of risk. But he does a lot of those bounce overs. Josh does. You can see him here also just taking a break, taking a sip of water.
Yeah,
getting his own rhythm. This is the mental game too. How long has he been up there?
It's been a while.
Oh, a little bit. Not long. He has a shot to the phone coming. There you go. See, look, I've leveled up. I've got an arrow now.
What? How'd you do that?
See?
That's your second form?
Yep. You have not seen my final form now.
Oh, that was a nice
multiple
little
arrows,
tip-in.
maybe.
Yeah.
Now that ball just knocked into a hole that then fed out of the phone. Is there a subway under there?
That was the subway. Yep, that was the SIM card subway. Right?
So
That's the SIM card subway.
Did he have a SIM card
He
ready?
did not, right?
All right.
That light will glow blue when you have a SIM card available, and you get those from completing the modes. Nice shot.
Side
Good
ramp.
shot. Side ramp, that's a
lock, right?
That's a lock.
Block one. And then you've got to hit all of the green shots, then the lock. Oh, here's a multi-ball.
Multi-ball.
Did that say monkey wrench?
Monkey
What
wrench
did that say?
multi-ball. He got to hit the left ramp. He has completed a mode also. He's completed Meteor Storm.
Yeah, so up in the upper right corner there is the controller operating the monkey wrench.
So he's got a pass.
Hand going
so
up and down.
You can see right here, this is going up and down. He's got to get past that. There you go.
Shooting the ramp, getting past
Shooting
it.
the left ramp at just the right timing. We'll do that. And also, you notice he finished the mode. There
we go.
Huge. This is enormous. This is a potentially game-winning ball for Josh Sharp.
100,000 points right there, plus some future
He's
mode
still playing
benefits.
that multi-ball, and this is very impressive.
And we're back.
All right.
We've the natural disasters of Dialed In have extended themselves to our broadcast booth.
That was the electromagnetic pulse that did that. That's one of
true.
the disasters. I'm blaming it on that.
Oh, and there's another
SIM
completed
card.
mode.
Another SIM card.
Holy
That's
smokes!
2.
So that was 100,000 just for
100,000
getting the
again.
SIM card itself.
Wow.
And
So do the SIM cards stack?
His next mode will be 3x.
The SIM cards continue to add multipliers to the mode value. So those mode shots, which were worth what, 10, 15,000 each, they're worth 30 and 45,000 each now for Josh. And there's 8 SIM cards total, so he is 1/4 of the way to the final wizard mode of the game here on ball 2 in the Pinburgh final. And it is 3:16 a.m.
Right.
Time.
Wait a second.
So you can see him still doing the bounce overs, and I'm not sure I like it because
it's quick, isn't it? Yeah,
it comes back around, it's flopping over back to the other side, and then he kind of has to fire away. And I'm not sure if that's just a preference. Why not do that?
Right.
Well, and also, if you drop catch it, though, you also have to fire it away. But I don't know if it gives you a second longer to think about it.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's trying for. In some cases, players choose a bounce over because they want the ball on the left flipper versus the right flipper right off the kick out. And like in this case, if he wants to shoot the lock on the right, he would prefer the ball on his left flipper. Looks like
he's thinking real hard about this attempt at the QED guy to start a mode.
Yeah.
He needs one more hit.
But it's also like he's been fighting the game for a while. And I've seen Josh stop, take a drink of water, play for another 5 minutes, stop, take another drink of water. This is
hit the guy.
Just one of those things that a player does to reset their brain.
Yeah, you got to get right back. You know, you don't want to get yourself too frenzied. You want to make sure that you can make decisions.
Excellent. He's chosen to light the lock.
All right, there you go.
Which he's got.
So what sorts of things are you doing in those situations to try and reset your brain for this play or even while you're on a game?
I'm not so sure I'm great at that yet. That's something that takes a lot of practice, I think. But if you can remember to, like he was showing, is take a second. If you've got a ball trapped on a flipper, take a second to breathe. Maybe think about what you're trying to accomplish for a minute. Get yourself set up for a plan, particularly when you get sort of frenzied.
Here comes another volcanic eruption. But that 3x, like, so what is this, a 6,000 shot?
At least.
And then instead of a...
It's a hurry up, though.
Oh, well, he better hurry up. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So this is a hurry up to the theater?
To the theater first. But
there
he just completed the mode.
Oh!
That was a great ball.
142,000 points for a one shot, and then the ball ended after that, but who cares?
That was worth it.
Almost 300,000 bonus additionally. Holy mackerel.
That's how you cash in a big bang. That was
puts
amazing.
Him up over 1 million points.
He is at 1 million points on game 1 of the Pinburgh final.
That was pretty incredible.
And also, I think what we just saw is one of the values of the quality of software programming that goes into these games, that you see these details in the rules where you just feel like so satisfied that you did that. You're like, oh yeah.
Particularly when a plan comes together, you know, like you've got it, you're working on it, you're trying to do these things, and when it actually works, it's pretty incredible.
He must feel like he's part of an A team or something.
Oh, here we go. So now we've got he was just doing some practice flips, almost with staging. So he was flipping only the upper flipper there for a second.
That's interesting. So what do you mean by a stage flipper?
So there are a set of switches. In older games, I'm not sure if it's the same in this modern game, but you can actually, if you have two sets of flippers on the same switch, you can actually, if you're holding in one of the flippers, you can flip the other flipper, usually the upper one, independently, which can allow you to open up shots or to hit side shots. So it looks like we just got a warning.
Yeah, Colin took a warning pretty early there, and he is fortunate to still have his ball. He's
see people watching intently.
Yeah. They're watching the game is watching you. The players are watching each other.
Zach putting the whammy on his brother.
And I also think that speaks to the camaraderie of players, and one of the things I love about Pinburgh particularly is you're meeting all these new people, and you know they all love pinball, and you're gonna physically see what they all do. Nobody gets to keep secrets.
Right. Well, in pinball, really, the secrets aren't really secrets, and it really comes down to who can do it the best at the game. So if the secret knowledge is just sort of silly in that regard. It's who can do better with the same sets of knowledge.
We can see everyone here looking to get more knowledge on the games being played right now,
Oh,
especially
my.
dialed in,
What
right?
about- what about-
Everybody's waving.
As you can tell, we just have mostly weirdos. But
Good weirdos, though.
I assume some are good people.
There's a wonderful light display
Let's do the
going on the
wave.
back wall.
Let's do the wave.
Meanwhile, in Collinland, that was nice. A nice little slap save there.
It's the only time we didn't come back to an eruption or a black hole, like some other crazy
I think
thing.
that all 4 players have already used the eruption now. So the only way we're seeing another eruption is if somebody goes all the way through to Armageddon.
And this is great. I mean, they're playing through all the modes, and really we're getting to see this game, which is pretty incredible.
What do you think of the odds at this point that we're going to see an Armageddon in this game?
With this caliber of player, we could certainly see it.
Man.
All right, well, we have a lock lit for Collins.
Yeah, Colin has been playing for quite a while, and he only has really about 10,000 points so far on the ball. So
He has to get a mode started. It's the power of the modes.
It's now the mode is lit from what did you call him? The QE guy?
Yep, the quantum electric dude. QED.
So what gets him moving versus keeps him stationary?
Well, if you hit him, he moves.
Okay.
Sometimes he moves during modes to stop your shots as well.
Oh. So
Okay.
you just need to, like, don't shoot that.
Oh, whoa!
Is that a magnet?
This is the EMP strike mode. There are lots of magnets underneath the playfield, ready to mess with your ball, just like the power on the Addams Family.
So would you ever think to just not bother with this mode because of
Possibly.
Do you get a choice on the modes that you play?
Yes, you do. You can actually use your flippers to select the mode.
How much time do you have to do that?
No, it shows on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Because the phone will show you which mode is highlighted. So it will highlight which icon is ready for the mode, and then you can use the flippers to go back and forth.
Oh, that's cool.
And so at this point, he has the Big Bang ready, I think.
I don't see it because the Big Bang insert is right here. Ooh, there you go.
That yellow light.
Oh, he needs one more shot. One more shot to light the Big Bang.
Okay.
Yeah, one more shot right there at the light Big Bang target.
Remind me what the Big Bang is again?
Wow, that thing that Josh got that gave him everything.
Everything.
Everything in the world.
Okay.
The everything shot. Now,
Yeah.
one of the cool things that Dialed In is doing for the very first time is hooking up the game to a phone app, both on the iPhone and Android, that lets the player control some of the things that they wouldn't be allowed to control otherwise, including the Big Bang. So if you use the app, you end up with a Big Bang push button on your phone while you're playing.
So you're going to take your hand off the machine?
Yeah, you're going to take your hand off the machine and go, boom!
All right.
And you just wait till not just everything is lit, but a whole lot of everything.
So what does that mean for competition play?
That means that we shut it
It's
off.
disabled. like what phone? Phone? What phone?
Well, because here's the other thing. Not everybody has a smartphone. So
That is true. And really, a solid ball there for Colin McAlpine. He played for a long time without really getting too much in on it. He is almost caught up here to player 1, Kaylee George, but is still behind him and well behind Josh Sharp, who had that lightning ball of 2 SIM cards, a Big Bang, and everything under the sun.
Completed modes, everything. Right, so.
And here we are with Keith Elwin, who has the unusual spot of sitting in 4th place with a significant margin to catch up.
He's got step 1 done. He's got the ball locked.
I don't think he's
When is he going to cancel this? Is he going to cancel?
Attempted comeback.
It looks like he's choosing not to cancel the multi-ball. He's going to go straight for it.
Oh, and there's a big move.
That's 1 strike. All right. This is
Gonna
the
take
2
it.
ball.
This would be a fairly small potential. He can use this to build some drones, build some bobs.
Right, complete bob targets.
Yeah.
So if you choose not to take it, how many balls can you get it up to?
No, you can. It will allow you to light the next mode.
I see.
And then it will force you. Okay, now let's go for multi-ball.
I see. So then you just have to take it.
Just to allow you to mode stack if you want.
I see.
Yeah, and that to me is extremely valuable. I would consider doing it in his case. I'm not sure if he had the opportunity to do that. here.
So it's not exactly like how games like Mustang or Aerosmith.
It's a really quick decision, but it appears on the phone where it'll say hippo flippers to cancel, and it's within maybe 3 seconds. And then if you don't do it, then it'll say, okay, let's go with it then.
Oh, that makes sense. I saw that in my first attempt to play this game a few days ago, and that didn't make very much sense to me. And all of a sudden, I was in multi-ball and wondering, hey, didn't you let me take 3 balls?
Right. Well, right now he's vulnerable.
Oh,
I was about to say how vulnerable he is.
Yeah.
He goes right down
What did
there.
you think? You could see that drain.
Oh.
That's the train drain. It's just
man.
You see
But
it
is there
going,
much
you may as well walk away because there's nothing you can. What he could have done is push the machine hard up and to the left when it hit that little corner in the drone in the upper right. But it's so hard to make that judgment. I would not expect any player to be able to really do that. And if Keith Elwin can't do it, nobody can.
Really?
Well, and also just worrying about the tilt on this, because it seems like a move like that would actually cause a warning. Or
So
two.
this is also where players need to be aware of how much bonus they have, at least as an estimate, before they make those decisions. So in this case, Keith didn't have much bonus because he hadn't played a long ball. It might have been okay for him to just tilt the machine. He might have lost 4,000, or try to save the ball with taking like a 2/3 or 3/4 risk of losing with tilt instead.
Right.
But if he had a big ball like what Josh had, there's no way you would risk tilting to blow out 300,000 in bonus.
Right. Now, do the players get any kind of practice in this tournament?
There is very little practice. There's almost no oh dear, that was cool.
I was going to go through what Kelly has and what he doesn't have, and he doesn't have a kickback.
So he doesn't.
And so that's so important. He does not have his kickback.
Right.
And neither does Josh. So Josh needs to take care of that right there to like that kickback.
Yeah, kickback basically like an extra ball, effectively in terms of what it lets you do. So you can kind of go overboard with it, where you're like, I got to hit all 3 targets, and then you hit 2 of the targets down, and it goes down the other side because you were trying too hard to hit the targets.
Especially the lower B, because that one's really hard to hit. Usually you can glance off the slingshot before you hit the B. So, but since he has it, he really wants to take care of that upper B there. Just let it kick back.
This is also a game that has an unusual bit on the kickback, which is that the kickback also lights rounds and bonuses. So you don't just want to shoot that to get a kickback.
You want to shoot it to get other stuff.
You want to spell Bob anyway.
Exactly.
So the fact that it also gives you a kickback is just glory bonus. Like right here.
He's going for the lock.
That's a reasonable shot because he's had such success.
Can you make
putting
that
it through the theater in the middle, and then using that theater loop around to hit the side ramp.
Okay, I was going to say, can you make that lock from that lower flipper, but that's not really the
hard.
case.
Oh, no, he's going a loop around the back, and there was an attempt to hit Bob and complete it there.
And then we saw the little, what do we call him?
Quantum electric dude.
Sort of moving the ball away. That was actually a little bit scary there for a second.
Why would they name their kid Quantum?
Yeah.
Because science is cool, Bowen.
He's a really friendly guy.
That is true. I learned that from Beekman.
Yeah.
Right. Trust him. He's friendly. He
Trust
won't attack.
us.
He won't attack you or
Is
anything.
that's the.
Trust us.
Trust us. We're good people. Where's the ball now?
Yeah, I was just going to ask that.
It disappeared. It was
goes.
Quantum Electric dude was hiding it.
Dude,
he had it in his pocket.
That dude stole my ball.
Yeah.
So again, another little scary moment for that. The ball had rolled off of it in a funny way. It easily could have gone down his drain.
Right, you're totally right. And if you hadn't seen exactly where the ball went, and you're not paying much attention, you walk away for a moment. Boom, done.
Done.
Oh, man.
Although he did actually light his kickback, so if it had gone out that side, he actually would have been safe.
It was crazy.
Lottery frenzy. Crazy.
Wave at camera.
Well, I guess the wave is automatic.
Yeah,
I guess that's what set the automatic wave.
We have shut off the wave.
Right, there's the wave.
Anyway. But shooting it through the middle will award an increasing number of points.
If you wave and it's not shut off, does it give you points?
So what normally happens is you have to shoot it through and then wave your arms around like a weirdo. Just like the people when we panned to the crowd.
Ah.
They were very good at waving.
So they all get 10,000 points?
Yes, they do.
Awesome.
So with that is, what is that little, what is that, like an exclamation
That was
mark?
an extra. Yeah,
Is that-
extra powers.
Is that your final
That's
form?
my final form. Yes, the lines have become dotted.
So now we're in the black hole mode again, the singularity.
We're in the singularity with his 3x mode because he still has those SIM cards that he.
So watch
that
this
he brought
shot.
forward.
Boom, 13,000 times 3.
So he gets to keep those.
He gets to keep the SIM cards that he got. Yes.
Wow, that makes that even more valuable.
And if he finishes another mode, now, I mean, it's just so piled. That was an excellent move right there. That was a quick way of getting the ball from the right to the left. Since this is on a timer, you don't exactly. Oh my gosh!
That is some trust right there.
How do you do that? Oh, he did not get the finish. That one shot away.
But you saw that huge 116,000 he got from that SIM card payout.
Yeah, you also saw him being extra aggressive with the timer, almost knowing like he's only got 3 shots left. Gosh, what a shot!
What a shot!
He
That was
is
beautiful.
He is what?
He is
I would say
dialed in.
But that's, you know.
He is
Wonder why
dialed
they
in.
called that. So, in some games that have modes where you want to finish them, they allow you to then go back through. Oh man, he trusted it again. Is that the case on this game?
Oh!
where you
Whoa,
get
there was a
to
kickback.
Let's
That
kick back
went
there.
off the dude.
That's
Oh,
gone.
no.
Kick right off the dude and out.
Oh, that was
a fantastic.
What a game by Josh Sharp. I think that's the second or third highest score we've seen on Dialed In the entire tournament, including 10 rounds of play, the finals. To put 1.5 million on Dialed In your grand final is just outstanding. But it's beatable. We saw Colin get over 600,000 in the semifinals, and Keith Elwin put up 2.6 million earlier today in, I believe, the quarterfinals.
All right. So this is player 3 on game 1 of the final 4.
Let's see what Colin has. Colin is lacking a kickback. That troubles me.
Oh
my
that's why.
God.
That's exactly
and
why.
that's why. Thank you. I'll be here all day. Thank you very much. Tip your waitress and your waiters, everyone, because.
Oh my gosh, look at that score. That's 288,000 to 287,000, I think.
Yes, that is what that is.
1,000.
So close.
That is rough.
What?
That is rough.
Oh.
Heartbreaker.
And it makes all the difference here.
And that is one. That's one
I believe
huge point.
it's hard to quite see it. It might be a 6 and 7, 8, but I think it's 288.
That's an 8. Yeah.
To 287 because you see the 6.
Yep.
That's definitely not a 6.
That's an 8.
Oh,
I was just going to ask
boy.
if you thought
and Keith Elwin takes 4th place on Dialed In.
That was game 1.
And
So
we
af-
get a high score number 2 entered.
So what would
here.
you put here? What do you think? You gonna give a nod to your brother, maybe?
Oh, well, at least his brother's going to put the name up.
Oh, so the nod to the brothers to send the brother up to the game to type in Neil Schatz.
Neil Schatz.
No, never mind. Not the old NES, but
Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Is not gonna. You gotta.
No, you're not gonna fit
No,
that.
you're not gonna fit that. You're not
You
gonna
better go
fit that.
back.
You're not gonna fit it. You're not gonna fit it.
Not.
It's not gonna fit. Take that space out.
Like that?
Take the space out. You just realized it. No. Not
click.
Dis.
TIS.
All right, we're gonna send it over to Jeff Teolis of Pinball Profile in a moment as we move over from Dialed In to High Hand. So, what?
All right, so
Yeah.
game 1. That was.
Did you buy a Dialed In? Would you buy one? What do you think, Steve? Would you buy a Dialed In if you had?
Absolutely, I would buy a Dialed In. Absolutely, this game is awesome.
I've been very impressed with Dialed In.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with the quality of scoring. I'm impressed with the playfield effects,
The balance,
the
balance,
lighting, the use of the display, for example,
the
where
sounds.
you really you see a news broadcast, you really understand it. I mentioned last week, it reminds me of the Odds Are music video from Bare Naked Ladies, where they're talking as a newscast while all these disasters are happening all around them. And basically, that's what it is. what it is here, including the crawl. Like there's this little crawl at the bottom of the screen with all these pieces of stuff, fantastical stuff like a businessman buying Manhattan and the Cubs winning the World Series. Just funny stuff that scrolls by that could never happen in reality. We're going to high hand next for game 2. And then to RoboCop and Andromeda. So we have Josh Sharp having won that game strongly with 3 points. Kaylee George beat Colin McAlpine by less than 1,000 points on 288,000, and Keith Dell went 4th. Let's take it over to Jeff Teolis with Josh Sharp, who just won the first game of the final at Pinburgh.
Before we get over there, we have our recap of scores. That's our after game 1. Josh Sharp with 3, Kaylee George 2, Colin McAlpine with 1, and Keith Elwin 0. And now we're going to throw it over to Jeff Teolis with Josh Sharp after his recent victory on Dialed In.
Well, Josh, great game on Dialed In. How hard are you right now working to get the power shut down here in Pittsburgh at the Convention Center?
I just got that. It took me a little bit. I just got that.
No, a great game. Fantastic. And
Thanks.
getting those SIM cards early. And did you hear that, Josh? They were cheering for you
Yeah,
here.
they should
cheering.
be. They should be. Cheering for myself.
It shocked me, too. But
Let's
what
go.
What a great game, too. Now, you've got to be pumped. High hand.
This is why we get paid the big bucks to do what we do, Jeff.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And then RoboCop. But you're familiar with this bank. And what's different this year than last year?
Increased unsatisfaction in 23 years of playing.
Oh, well, it's a lot of fun. I mean, Keith.
Go, Jeff. Let's go.
Keith got a 0, but you can never count Keith Elwin out.
He got a 0. Oh, he's probably done that. He's probably never come back from a 0 in his first game ever.
Yeah, he's back to Chicago. No, I think he might still be around, but a good start and congratulations.
Second place sucks, man. Let's go.
Josh Sharp, thanks. Back to Steve, Bowen, and Teresa.
As I can attest, second place does indeed suck.
It does, yes. Very much.
Really, Bowen?
Really.
But what's interesting about Josh's path is, when you've actually had a first place some other time, second place does suck, but it doesn't sting like a mother.
Well, and like you said earlier, Jim Belcito was able to take second every game and still do very well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So it's about the aggregate record, wins and losses across all 4 games. Josh Sharp is 3-0 from having won on Dialed In, but he can finish last on High Hand, and all that will be erased. He'll be right back to 3-3, and it'll be flat again. So there's some pressure that you end up putting on yourself when you're in this moment, and you almost want to pretend that you lost before, so that you are forcing yourself to keep the foot on the gas rather than think, oh yeah, I'm ahead.
I'm good.
I'm
you
good.
say like everything is awesome, then you're done. You're cooked.
Especially here on High Hand, where this is a single player game, where probably Josh is going to go first on this by all accounts. So he's going to want to put up a nice big number for everybody to try to reach.
Yeah,
if he can, that'll be huge. If he can put up a nice number now after a win on Dialed In, that would be tremendous for him.
Why don't we take a moment here to talk about the keys of the game here for High Hand?
Well, the High Hand keys of the game are a group of 4 drop targets that we're going to see. Once we see that, we're getting cheers from the crowd there. Yeah. Get hype for some High Hand. Get hype. Get hype.
High Hand.
When we see High Hand, there's going to be a set of 4 drop targets, 4 drop targets each, which belong to each of the suits, right? And what you need to do is complete as many of those target banks as possible and use the center saucer to cash those banks in. By completing the banks, it's worth way more than just having singles and not quite completing it, right? Completing the bank and cashing it in is worth 1,000 a target. Incomplete banks are worth 100. And you only get those by either landing in the saucer or draining down the out lane, not the middle. Drain down the middle and you get nothing. Drain down the out lane and you get whatever you've built up.
Mm-hmm.
So it might become pretty important to start draining down the out lane on purpose.
Yeah, if you can set up the out lane to be worth 16,000.
Right.
And if you have other players where you know what their scores were, you can know, like, oh, I need 7,000 more. I'll just try to bop it in the alley. Now, inevitably, when you try to bop it in the alley, it fails.
Right. Good. Just because you need it. We're going to throw it to Jeff, who's out in the audience. What you got for us, Jeff?
We're out in the crowd right now. Phil Grimaldi joins us from Houston, Texas, and you play with Space City. Is that what it is?
That's right, Space City Pinball League.
I saw you do very, very well at the Bat City Open just recently in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, that's right. I wish I could have kept that momentum going into Pinburgh, but kind of crapped out in the second day, but still had a lot of fun.
You sure did. A second-place finish in that Papa Circuit event,
right,
and also winning the Classics.
That's correct, yeah.
Congratulations. I assume you're rooting for Colin McAlpine.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He's our Texas guy.
Absolutely. It's any one of these four, you can imagine
it's
being
a battle.
the champ.
I mean, I speak for Colin, and he's just happy to be in the finals, and we're all, sweating it out for him over here and just hanging on to every ball.
All right, Phil. All the best. You want to say hi to your friends back in Houston?
Hey, friends back in Houston.
All right, back to Steve, Teresa, and Bowen.
What's interesting about Colin and Kaylee in that last game is Colin's got to wipe out the brain moment here of losing on that game of dialed in by less than 0.5% of score.
Yeah,
288,000 to 287,000.
In some ways, you almost just have to forget the last game happened at all and almost pretend like it's the first game of the round and it's the first game of, Thursday.
Really, especially for comparing the speed and excitement and dynamic of dialed in versus a nice casual game of high hand, where you're still in trouble, but it's a nice casual game of high hand where you're shooting drop targets. So it's casual, but it's still dangerous.
So this is a single-player game that we're stepping up to. So this is going to be very different than getting. You get to plunge every ball right after each other. You get a little bit different, and you also don't. If you're first player, you don't know what everybody else has scored yet.
And that's what I want to ask both of you. Really, do you feel? Is it your opinion? Is it an advantage to start first or to start last in a single-player EM? Do you want to set the mountain or climb the mountain?
I want to climb the mountain because, especially on high hand, now it depends on the game.
Mm-hmm.
There's some games where it's very clear you're doing one thing. Hocus Pocus is a good example of this. It's a Bally game where there's A, B, C, D. And your job is spell A, B, C, D. And when you're done with that, you spell A, B, C, D some more.
Exactly.
And you just go A, B, C, D your way to death. So you may as well go first because you don't need the pressure of trying to reach a specific score. You want to just shoot A, B, C, D as much as you can. And there are actually some professional pinball players, such as this profession is, I suppose, that that want to play first. Lyman Sheets was always a person who I thought would like to play first a lot more than almost every other player I knew, because he wanted to just light it up in front of you, in front of everybody, and just say, all right, this is what we got. Come on.
Come get me.
And if he can blow the doors off you on ball one and make you think there's no way, that's then he's already won. And he's probably going to win the next game and the next game after that because you don't even think you can chase him. So for me, in a lot of games, even if I'm not first player, I may as well act like I'm first player. I don't even look at the opponent's scores unless they affect my decisions. And in a lot of games, they don't.
Yeah, it also, if you don't know the game at all, particularly on some of the EMs or whatever, you might want to be able to have that opportunity to watch somebody else and learn how the game works, even if it is a simple EM with just a few things to do. So you might want to go fourth as opposed to going first.
All right, here we are. Welcome to High Hand, everybody.
All right, we're starting on high hand with Josh Sharp.
Right, and again, here are our 4 drop target sets right here. And each of those corresponds to the display in the middle where you see the circle of cards. Right, each drop target's going to be worth 100 to your bonus. Each set will be worth 1,000 per target. So you're talking about a max of 16,000 points in bonus. So it's very important to get sets done. And then right here is the magic saucer to cash everything in.
So he's already been working on the clubs there. He's got it. Clubs are finished.
Clubs
Already
are
a
done.
set completed on ball one. This is a terrific start for Josh Sharp. He's got 6 targets down, 7 actually already. and he almost completed a second set. That was whoa! That looked like he had the diamonds completed, but just missed that last red target a little bit off.
Again, very important to drain down the out lanes, everybody.
It's
if
interesting
you're going
to see
to
his
drain.
plunge. I would want to plunge into those middle lights.
I was just going to ask about that.
I don't know if he knows from previous game experience that that's a bad idea or what. He seems to be plunging shorter into this. And
there
I
we
think
go.
he was
There
going
it
for
is.
that. And that's the other thing that happens with that bumper. It come off there and hit a drop.
Oh, there's 3 bonuses
Fumble
he has
there.
not collected. This is huge.
Yeah, still only the one set completed, and ball 1 went so well.
Oh, he barely caught that off the edge. He really needs to. All right, so now that's.
Oh, it's in the
right,
hole.
It's in
It's in the hole.
Count it up. 4, 8,
$8,500.
and a spin.
And a spin.
I think he'll take a couple more of those. Again, direct shots are very
Oh
hard.
my
Oh,
God.
no, that was close.
But there's a count off. He's
he'll
happy
get
to
that,
go.
though. At least he'll
He's
get it.
going to put himself up to 33,000 with 1 ball to go. If he can put off another 8,000, that'll work. And hopefully he can get 1,000 or 2 here. There's 1,000 bump. Another 1,000 bump.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is
trouble.
okay.
No,
That's
he's
fine.
fine.
That was nice.
So close. Get in your hole.
So close.
Oh.
You just want just a tiny tap and make it in there. Oh, get in there.
That was a nice little tap.
Oh.
And
Good in lane.
He wanted the out lane. He wanted the
Yeah,
out lane. Though.
he wanted the out lane.
That
That's
was
true. Yeah.
8,500 more. 8,600 now. Ooh. 2 more.
Ooh.
Oh, 1,000 for the
Oh,
bumper
no!
guy. No, down the middle, but still 43,760, a solid score for Josh Sharp, and that was a great turnaround as he had only 11,000 through 3 balls, and that could easily have gone south fast. Now he's put the pressure on everyone else to put up a solid score. That is a beatable score, but we've seen that score take second in groups. We've seen it take third. It usually doesn't take first, but he doesn't need first.
And we'll go to this replay of that last drain here of the slow, painful
down.
death.
And he knew
Just
that
off
was
of that, he
coming.
knew it. He knew
He
it from
saw it.
miles away.
Oh.
So now Kaylee George has 2 wins from the game of Dialed In. He's in second place overall. And if he wins this game, he will, at worst, be tied for first.
Oh, no.
Jeez.
Wow, it made an effort to try and get back there.
Looked like it was coming out.
It made an effort.
But at least it was an out lane, not at the middle, straight down
That
the middle.
out lane was worth 0.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you were just-
Nada.
Oh.
Nada.
Right, because he hadn't lit anything yet.
Right.
Oh.
Now the out lane will be worth 100.
All right, still. Whoa. Right,
Oh,
and that was off the saucer. The saucer ushered that one right on down. Right this way. This way, sir.
That was a
Your out lane.
that was a dialed-in magnet out
Yes,
lane right there.
Your reservations are right here.
This is why we get 5
Cafe
balls on
to out
these
lane.
games.
That was definitely. We were in trouble again.
Kaylee made the Papa World Championship final just a few months ago and was in first place.
Oh, nice save.
Up until the last game of the finals on Jungle Queen, and some of those drains were reminiscent of the rather nasty drains he got on Jungle Queen.
Oh,
there's an in lane, but he has to collect. Okay, but he doesn't have any full sets yet.
No no jackpot there.
Okay.
There's
his first set. Good.
And
that's
through.
nice. Up
Yeah.
and down.
Right.
A couple thousand there.
Another target there.
All right, still 1 set.
And this is ball 3.
Nice in lane.
Wow.
Okay, he still has a couple of targets left over. All right.
I mean, it's so strange that
So close.
that may have been worse out for him to go in lane. But I think any player would rather have the ball in their hand.
Ball in
than
play.
There's
There's
one.
another set.
Oh,
And
it's
play.
big. It's 12,300.
Huge.
So that's right when you
Oh,
want
and
it.
an incredible
huge.
save after that, but paid for it. But 31,950 through 3 balls.
3 balls.
And with Josh at about 43,000, I believe. That's what right? I think that was his score. Is that it?
Yeah, so 1 more out lane or center hole for Kaylee, and he will surpass Josh. which will put him into at worst a tie for Josh overall, because Josh has one more win than he did.
All right.
So this is a great. That was a wonderful ball for Kaylee. See, and that right, that was that right there was a different choice. Josh Sharp would have made the opposite choice and
To let it
bounced it
bounce?
over.
Yeah.
But it's he got some points by flipping away, but because he's flipping it away into a bank that's already completed, it's only 100 points.
So that gives you, that sling gives you points, or the target there, even though they're all down?
Yeah, it's 100 points per sling at the back, which would realistically.
Oh no!
He did not get the
connect it. No,
43,002 center
he didn't
drains.
get it.
Ooh.
Really good push there, though.
Yeah, that ball 3 was outstanding, and it looked like he was headed for a 60,000, 70,000 game. And then those last 2 balls with the center drains, like you said at the beginning, there was a situation where you'd almost just rather push the ball into the out lane and go, like, I don't care.
That's fine.
I want my ball. I want my 12,000.
Exactly.
It's sort of weird as a pinball player to want your ball to drain.
Now that has just changed. That was a different result there.
Yeah, that was a fast one.
Wow.
You get a fastball through that right side, and you've got trouble. You can even push the game a little bit to the left to try and get some influence on it. I thought that was still a savable ball for Colin. This one is very nice. That was excellent. Good trap up there. Good
Nice
drop
drop
catch. There could have been a bounce over, but the fire away works too when there are lots of targets still to go. You don't really need to be all that accurate when there are many targets remaining. Just because he fires up the top.
A bit of a delayed flip attempt at that target on the right, and that cost him really there.
Oh, you're absolutely
Yeah.
right.
That cost him.
Well, and also he might have felt like he needed to nudge that a little bit to get the tip onto it, and the game ends with a tilt on this. So players might not be moving the game as much as they might normally do so with that in the back of their brain.
Right, so
That's an absolutely excellent point here. Tilt ends game really changes your attitude towards your shots,
Yes,
your
it
decisions.
does.
You're like, I don't like ending my game. I like game.
I want to use as many balls as I can hit. Oh, that was a nice little tip around.
This is going to be
And
good.
yeah.
Oh, and
There's
out.
outlane. He's fine with that.
But he
It's
does have it.
8,400 for the
8,400.
outlane. And 22K with
This
2
is
balls
ball
to go.
4.
So Kaylee was in a better position than this and didn't catch Josh.
Nice skill shot there.
Back to the top. Oh,
Yes! Oh, huge. Give me that 8,400.
Boom shakalaka.
One ball. Oh! That takes him over Kaylee.
41.
One
Can
more
we see another
collect.
one? Oh, and a
Pass
1,000 at the
Josh.
top.
He
A
has
1,000 up,
passed
1,000
Josh.
down. That's first place for
That pass
Colin
first
here.
place.
Wow.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. This is Colin.
Uh-oh.
Colin is
Oh.
getting. Yeah, he's got that.
He got it. He's
That
got
was
it.
so
Good
pretty.
job,
That
Colin.
was so pretty.
Excellent. Right off the edge of the flipper.
Okay, good. He's going to trap up here and
All right.
relax.
Now,
Take it
have
easy
a-
for a
have
moment. Go for those red
Targets.
Oh, that was a little early.
That was
And
okay.
spin.
1,000 there. That's
Nice.
good. Oh, you
2
got
red
2 of them.
targets.
Take the black if you can. Wow.
Wow.
Too bad you
Nice.
didn't pick up that. But this is wonderful play. This is very likely to win the
Good
game.
bounce.
So if you complete all of the drop targets,
The hole is
early.
worth 16,000, and you basically get thousands all over the play field, like you just rolled over there. And that's 60. That's
Oh! Man, he might have wanted that
Did you
outlane,
see
though.
That
Wow,
backhand
what was
attempt
that?
on the fly.
Oh!
That
He
backhand
won-
attempt on
Oh,
the
my
fly to that
goodness.
stage target. Hey,
It was so
He
close.
almost got it.
He almost got it.
Oh.
I thought gravity had changed or something. How did that happen?
That's when something like that happens, we just say super bands. Oh, no! But a 56,400 score for Colin McAlpine. That takes him into first place for this game. At this point, Colin has 2 wins locked up for this game, plus the 1 he had before. That's 3. He will then be ahead of Kaylee George And he is, depending on how Keith Elwin finishes here, he may also even catch up to Josh.
And he's just got to be feeling pretty good about the play in that as well. He had a lot of really nice saves.
So let's see. Oh, this is unfortunate.
Danger.
That was just a bad bounce there by Keith. And Keith, if you get a chance to, you should watch Keith play this game in the Pinburgh 2016 final. He has this flip that he was able to flip the ball directly into the center hole from basically from a trap. It was like just putting the ball into the center hole at will. I've never seen anyone be able to do that. He got over 100,000 on the game. I want to say it was even way higher than that, like 150, 180. Absolutely incredible.
There's one completion.
Set done.
So
One set done.
once he gets maybe 2 sets done, I wonder if we'll start to see that attempt. And
Nice.
Wow.
Nice. Right off the
that
edge.
Was incredible.
It's a fastball. He's okay.
And that was a danger of getting the tilt ends game there. That was incredible as a decision. And
Whoa, that was quick.
he
Almost
almost got
rolled
the
out.
bonus there. He's got only 3 targets remaining, but they're all in different banks, so only 1 completed bank right now. Got to pick off at least 1 or 2 or more of these targets so you can start getting paid.
So it seems like the
Oh
geography.
no! What a bad roll that was.
I was going to say that the geometry of the lower 2 banks seems like you can pretty much do a round robin to pick up a lot of those targets. But the upper ones definitely seem like they're harder to complete.
And this is ball 4, everybody. So we have to start. Okay, he's got
There's
that.
2 completions. So now I'm going to expect him to try some of these little flips. He's trying to get it. I feel like he's trying to get the ball trapped up so he can make those flips that he made in 2016 when he just destroyed this game. And
that's
so
interesting.
you see him.
Yeah,
he's
there's
walking
no
away
way.
before that. And this is just really bad luck for Keith on these 2 games. We have completed 2 games of our 4-game final. Keith Elwin, our defending champion, has taken last place on both games. That actually will effectively eliminate him from being able to win the tournament, except in the extremely unlikely event of getting 6 points for all 4 players. So Keith Elwin with 0 through 2 games. They're looking like we're not going to see a defending champion, and we have not seen a defending champion in Pinburgh ever. This is the 7th year, and we still have not seen anyone repeat as champion from one year to the next.
Josh got 1. Kelly Josh got 1 here. Kelly got 2 over there.
Yeah.
So right now, through 2 games, the standings are: we have Josh Sharp in the lead with 5 wins. Colin McAlpine, who won that game, moves to 4. Kaylee George, who took 3rd on this game, moves to 3 wins. And Keith Elwin, unfortunately, and you just know, I mean, to me, he is the best pinball player I've ever seen. And you can see that in the standings from the regular. How did he do with this? I think he won by 8 this time and 9 last year. He has 0 wins through 2 games and will need some extreme luck from the other players in order to have a chance to win.
All right, well, now we're going to throw it to Jeff, who has Colin McAlpine with him. Go ahead, Jeff.
Colin McAlpine from Austin, Texas. Sing it with me. Scoop, there it is. Scoop, there it is.
Yeah, I got some good scoop love there, and a couple of scoops in a row there.
You might
or
be
saucers, yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Yes, definitely saucers. But anyway, fantastic. And on high hand, you might be the first person ever at Pinburgh to say, I love high hand. Say it.
I don't love high hand.
Even after the win, he can't say it.
No. It is better being here than losing by 800 for a point on Dialed In. So it's better to be talking to you. I guess the winners get to talk to you.
Well, we'll see about that. But you know what? In fact, you want a little karma? I just talked to Phil Grimaldi out in the crowd, and I said, I assume you're rooting for Colin. He goes, oh, yeah, a little Texas
there we
love
go.
from
There we
Houston.
go.
But congratulations. And also, too, such a close one, too, on Dialed In. My goodness.
Yeah, that was rough. But I went for the skill shot, and I missed it, and then I bricked my shot, and I deserved a drain. But if I could have hit that skill shot, it was worth 10,000 points.
But nice and relaxed. 2 games left.
Yep.
It's still anybody's game.
Yep, let's play some Robocop.
Okay, let's do it. Thanks,
All right.
Colin.
Thanks, Jeff.
Back to Steve, Bowen, and Teresa.
All right, we're moving on to RoboCop. Moving on to RoboCop for our next game here.
Yeah, and I just wanted to stress, if you go look at High Hand is one of the only game carried over from last year's Pinburgh final, because it's so interesting.
It's exquisite. It's like because you get paid for draining when you kind of want to.
You get paid for draining. You get paid for putting it in that hole. You just want to shout when it's close to the hole. Come on! And Keith last year in this final was able to lob the ball into that hole. I want to say 4 times, just at will. Like, it rolled halfway up the playfield and just it was like making any shot. I could not believe what I was seeing from him, and he ran away with it. The breaks he's getting here are the breaks that make pinball an amazing game for me, because these are the moments, like good or bad, that you come back for.
All right, and going into RoboCop, there's our current standings. Josh Sharp with 5 wins. Colin McAlpine, 4 wins. Kaylee George, 3 wins. Keith Elwin, 0 wins. Yeah. And a very important game of RoboCop coming up. A very fast game. I played this. It's a very fast game. Lots of spinners, lots of sweet jumps, right? Lots of sweet jumps we're going to see here for RoboCop.
Yeah, the sweet jumps on this game are how you lock balls, get it a multi-ball, get the jackpot. It's a sweet multi-ball with some sweet music and a wrecking crew.
Right, yeah, exactly. The wrecking crew is here. We'll see who can activate the wrecking crew.
Yeah, we better get some crowd participation from the wrecking crew.
Come on, the wrecking crew is here.
Our local hype man, Jack Danger, convincing the crowd that the wrecking crew is here when the time comes. And I'm still just speechless about what happened to Keith in these last 2 games.
Right now we're going to throw it to Jeff Teolis, who's in the audience with Tim Sexton, special guest Tim Sexton, and Bruce Nightingale.
Back out in the crowd right now with a couple of friends. Bruce Nightingale from the Slam Tilt podcast. Tim Sexton, Tim Balls on Twitch. Bruce, pretty exciting so far.
It's really exciting. Josh is really putting up the good games here.
Could this be his year?
I hope so. He's really a great guy. He's never won a major, so it'd be really nice to see.
Well, we'll find out. Now, Tim, the next game up, by the way, great shirt.
Oh, thank you very much.
The next game's RoboCop. I know you've got some thoughts on RoboCop.
Oh yeah, RoboCop is one of the most exciting games in pinball. The way you know it's exciting is every time you flip the flipper, it makes a pew sound.
There you go, sound effects. If they ever die, Tim Sexton will help. Bruce Nightingale, Tim Sexton, and back to Bowen, Steve, and Teresa.
All right, Bruce and Tim with that quality insights on RoboCop, which we're going to see coming up right now, which I hope the sound is turned up on RoboCop. We can maybe get that, maybe not. But if you have a RoboCop anywhere close in your area, make sure you play it just to hear those spinners and to make those sweet jumps. I look forward to playing that.
Are there any RoboCops on location
Yeah,
anymore?
I was hoping. Yeah, there probably aren't.
I have played a RoboCop on location in Flip Flip Ding Ding in Seattle, Washington, South Seattle. It's they got about 30 pinball machines there, and they have a team league in Seattle where a perennial winning team is called the Wrecking Crew.
That's awesome. Lucky them for having one on location.
Yeah, and they I don't know if they got the RoboCop first and then they called themselves the Wrecking Crew, or they
called themselels that and then they had to get
they realized, and then they like, look, we can't do this if we don't have a RoboCop pinball to play on. And that's a league where players and teams have home and away matches.
Nice.
There's a team league like that in New York, right?
Pinball NYC does that similar thing. That's right. You have home and away matches against different bars, so you get to really tour around New York City and the surrounding areas to defend your territory.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, Chris Medina of Pinball NYC and the folks running, I forget exactly who runs the Seattle League. There are an increasing number of cities with these local leagues. And you can go to ifpapinball.com or to papa.org to learn more about where leagues are located, and it's just a resurgence. I went to Seattle. I could not believe how many pinball machines were there. Seattle, Portland, now you're in Portland, but you're not in that Portland.
We're in Portland, Maine, and we have several locations of fantastic play and at least 3 leagues going on, including the New England Pinball League, which is all of the New England states playing against each other and with each other, and it's pretty great. We have a lot going on, and
we're being waved at by the wonderful Fred Cochran.
A wonderful man.
The executive services department. And on stage again, we've got Jack Danger, our local hype man.
That's right.
Jeff Teolis of Pinball Profile Podcast, talking to our winner, Cullen McAlpine, from the High Hand game. Again, this is Replay FX, the Replay Foundation Expo here at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. 140,000 square feet of gaming glory, 550 pinball machines, 300 video games, 2,000 games in the console lounge. I think there was a concert going on during that last
several
right.
concerts.
Bit Brigade. I remember Bit Brigade was here.
Yeah.
Oh,
right?
Bit Brigade. Boy, they were
That's
fantastic.
right.
Tons of kids running around, which is fantastic, getting the younger generation playing all these wonderful, fantastic games. And we've got 800 players in this tournament. And
I wonder
fantastic.
who did you encounter any kid players while you were in your matches?
I did not actually play many children players in my matches, but there were children in the banks in the groups next to mine. And they were, I saw some incredible games from them. Rolling some EMs and putting up high scores on some of them more modern games. So it looks like we're starting up on RoboCop. We've got Keith Elwin up.
And Keith could have chosen to play in any position, and he's chosen to play first. And what this indicates is that it's not that he's given up, but he recognizes that there's almost no way for him to win the tournament at this time. Now, it's not impossible, because all 4 players could end up at 6 and 6. So as soon as one of the players gets to 7, there's no chance for Keith, because the best he can do is win both these games and get 6.
Sometimes you just want to step up and start playing, and like you said, maybe give a little bit to start the game off.
Yeah, I fully expect Keith to just tear this game apart right now.
Absolutely.
While Keith makes his effort, I have a quick announcement about the B division. That's the B as in boy division. Andrew Rosa over Jason Bokar. They went into a first place tiebreaker in B division. Andrew Rosa took home the B division prize. So welcome to the A division, Andrew Rosa.
Congratulations.
Andrew Rosa, the son of perennial top player Andy Rosa, who was part of the finals today. I don't know how old Andrew is, but he's not old.
No. Like you said, talking about having kid players, I wouldn't say he's a kid, but he's definitely in our younger age group that we have coming up, and it's great to see them all playing.
It's and Andrew, for years we've seen Andrew winning juniors events and then rising through the ranks of C and B division at Papa World Championship. And for him to pull off this big win, it's a substantial road to climb. That was another 200-player tournament of solid, strong players and a great field. Wow.
So we've got a multi-ball going on here, and
everything is lit, not just some things.
So
everything.
This game, it seems to me like it's playing super slick fast. Like it just got a fresh coat of wax on it right before they started playing, and hasn't been used in the tournament all weekend.
Well, how do you think RoboCop has to like it's more grease than
grease?
wax.
That's true. That makes
So snowman there for a moment. The term for two balls stuck one on top of the other.
Nice cradle separation there. Is there kickback over there on that side?
There is a kickback, but it's not easy to light. You have to hit the captive ball. It's all the way on the right side. And whoa! Here's what you said. I mean, like when you miss a shot on this game, you're like, Okay.
Go back to the replay of this cradle. Look at that cradle separation. That's textbook right there.
Beautiful.
That's how you do it.
These are the things
One more
Keith
time.
Elwin is truly known for, where
watch this cradle separation. This is perfect. Yeah,
Send one
right
up.
up there. Send one up.
Use
Nice
the
and
geometry.
easy. Boom.
And with that, you're hoping that slingshot doesn't fire on you to get it over there.
Right. So he has to know that that's how that sling is working from either playing the game or watching the game or.
That the ball is going to be too light enough for it to really launch away from it, to be confident enough to do that. All right, so let's back to RoboCop. I guess one thing we need to highlight our spinner shot for big points, which I don't have my. There we go. I don't have my powers of arrow. There we go. There's our spinner shot.
Arrow.
And then there's the lead. The lead to our sweet jumps. Right? Those are the two shots we need to concentrate on, because it's this shot that also arrests our criminals, if you remember from the RoboCop show. That's right?
The RoboCop show, huh?
RoboCop movie. RoboCop had a show, didn't he? No, they didn't.
I think he just had a cartoon.
They had a cartoon.
No, I was just making that up.
Yeah. Okay, so there's our criminals, and also Ed 209 is there, too.
Wow.
Nice save there.
And you said this about Dialed In, too. There's some motion on the camera rig and not just on the game, so it wasn't really as strong as shakes. It looked like it was wobbling back and forth there.
So you want to get the spinner lit, and then you want to shoot it.
Right.
Shooting.
Lots of points.
Lots of points on that spinner. So there are 3 lights on the spinner, and to light those, what do we have to do?
Right, you have your 3 prime directives, right? Which are, you have a target bang here, a target bang here, and a captive ball over there.
But but you said that they shouldn't be shooting that. So that is because you can also earn those targets, the green, the yellow, and the red, from the top lanes. And so you saw how Keith Elwin lost his ball 1, he wasn't aiming for the yellow target, but when you go off with those yellow and green targets, you're just
bad news.
asking for trouble. I have little doubt that he was not trying to hit that.
So now, great. So he's got 2. He's got yellow, or he had yellow and red lit on the spinner. There they come back. But that also, once you get a full set lit, does that light your villain?
Let's go right back to a quick replay.
So when you
go to a replay of that. Yeah, look at
boom,
boom, woo! Speed, speed, desperation. Oh goodness!
I am speed.
Oh. Woo! That's that speed of RoboCop. Plus,
so when you get enough of a color by rolling over the green, yellow, or red, or desperately shooting them and bouncing into them. So right here, he's trying to get that green on the left, and there it is. So that finished the green bank for Emil, whoever that is. I think he runs a restaurant.
There's a sweet jump.
He runs a
Sweet
restaurant.
jump.
Oh, it's multi-ball.
Multi-ball.
So it looks like those flippers are actually really strong, which is pretty fantastic to make those sweet jumps.
Right, yeah, they need to be. You want to make those sweet jumps over this gap. But there's a gap right
now,
here.
right now, that sweet jump is worth the jackpot of $1 million, the maximum.
Oh,
no! Crash!
He's out.
No jackpot for you. Oh, my gosh.
Chance.
That is beautiful.
Here
that is a beautiful live catch.
Okay, very
important. To be able to pull that off in this moment
concentrate
is
yeah,
huge. Here's that live catch again.
This is the Elwin pose
from
right here.
Colin McAlpine.
Yeah. Boom.
Oh! And you look at that, you're like, that should not physically be possible. What you're catching is the end of the stroke of the flipper against, and there it is. There's the jackpot. The maximum jackpot, 1 million points for Colin. Oh, this is pretty.
Thank you, physics, for being able to do live jumps like that.
Now he's back in control and ready to continue on with more arrests.
And even
in the
despite
big city.
this, he still has a small hill to climb. Beat Keith Elwin's first ball, so that was a really good first ball by Keith. But this is an equally challenging and solid ball by Colin McAlpine.
So you don't want to be shooting the jump ramp when it's not lit for anything, right? That doesn't give you much?
There are things it will give you, like the 500,000 Jump Master bonus, and it will light double scoring. It will light everything is lit. So if you do have the ball trapped on the left like he does, the sweet jump is never a bad idea. And even then, the sweet jump feeds the top, so you're getting the same thing you would get from the spinner.
You're still getting a little bit of points,
But
too.
from the
it.
right, may as well shoot the spinner.
I've actually seen a lot of people doing a backhand on the spinner. Is that possible on this one? On other copies I've seen
couldn't tell you. How many copies of RoboCop have you played?
Other than this one?
I think at least 2, actually.
Sweet jump. Everything
There
lit.
we go. Woo!
Special.
Sweet jumps.
Now everything is lit. Everything is awesome for Callan right now.
So it's timed. So
it's
he's got
timed.
4. He's
Everything
not
is
flipping.
everything is not lit.
Oh! And there was another drain off that
Speed.
center bank.
Wow, beautiful,
Great
beautiful
job,
ball.
Colin.
So, do you think he may have been affected by that timer?
Yeah, I think that timer's get in your head, and you wanna start shooting for something, and sometimes you're like, oh, I gotta shoot, and then you shoot a little earlier than you think you're going to.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what happened there. He was probably aiming for the spinner, and he shot it too early into the target to the right of the spinner. That then once you're out of control, in this case you're at the whim of the game because it's so fast, those caroms, that you don't have enough reaction time to do anything about them. We'll see how Josh handles this, because Josh is one of the greatest players I've ever seen at recovery skills. You just see him fight the game, fighting and pushing and battling all the way till the end.
So we've had 2 really good balls from the first 2 players, so it'll be exciting to see what happens next.
I agree. It's going to be a terrific final, and it's interesting. It's just so strange that we might not really see Keith Owen with an opportunity here to do something. But it's no joke to keep. It's not like he's going to give up and just take 4th because.
Whoa!
What?
And that was another early shot.
Barely saw
I think
that.
People are having a little bit of a hard time finding that spinner.
Yeah.
And with the speed of it, because you've got the power of the flippers going, and you've got the speed of the game going, and those missed shots are just deadly.
Right
there's the post.
there. I was right on that deadly post.
Not only
right
that,
there.
like when you hit a spinner, you want to hit as hard as you can.
Right.
You want it to dial and go, and every spin is points. So now instead, you crank it into that red post to the right of it. You're like, oh.
And you want to hit it so hard that you end up leaving the flipper up just a fraction of a bit too long, and then it just sneaks its way back down.
There you go. Oh, I guess it's over.
Yeah. Oh, no. I barely saw the ball. It's gone.
All right.
Wow.
Again, we're here at Pinburgh 2017, the Final Four. This is Kaylee George playing a 3rd game out of 4 on sweet RoboCop with $15,000 in prize money for first place.
Oh, that is the incline of the game. That forced that one down, right? I mean, we're steep here.
It's interesting there not to see Kaylee not really give it a nudge there, but it wasn't the bounce I expected.
Yeah, no, I don't
No
think
way.
he was expecting that at all. And it was almost in the drain before he would have even had time to react to that.
Yeah. The only way out of that would be a hard shove up and to the right to try and bang it into that little post and back out again. But you just like there was
It was so fast. I mean, it was so fast.
Oh, that was a nice live catch right there. And
Sweet jump.
Sweet jumps and multi-balls. Nope, just
Nope,
Jones.
just
Suspect
Jones.
Are
Mr.
the-
Jones.
Now the locks are not stealable in this game.
No, they're not, but you can lose them if someone else got a multi-ball. It'll let you load it back up again, but you have to load the locks yourself.
But you
before
don't
it
have
will
to
give you
re-qualify
multi-ball.
them?
You don't have to re-qualify. Wow!
Wow.
That is the definition of a power inlay.
That was power everything. That was power everything is lit.
One of the fastest power inlays. And then an instant trap. How was that possible?
I think that was possible due to super bands.
Where? Superman's all over the targets and the rubbers and the posts.
Oh, that was a beautiful spinner shot right there. Lots of power in that one. Good saves.
Great save by Keith here. So he's got Boddicker ready. They don't have enough space on the back box to spell Boddicker correctly, but that's okay. We still know he can fly.
Another sweet jump. That's 8 sweet jumps.
Hey, it's a lot of sweet jumps. Yeah, take that, Boddicker.
All right, so one more, and that'll give him multi-ball.
That's right. Sweet multi-ball.
Sweet.
Sweet multi-ball.
Oh my gosh.
I looked away for a fraction of a second.
There's where a live catch goes wrong, because the live catch timing is so precise that if you're off too early, the ball just bounces off the flipper, and if you're off too late, you flip away.
Right.
And that was a little bit too late, so he flipped away back into the yellow targets and into doom. You can even see the angle of those yellow targets. They're designed
to kill you.
Send you down to a kickback.
Straight down that.
All right, so what do you do if you're Colin here? Because you know that Keith's behind you, and even though Keith is great and doing very well here, he's not really a threat to you. You actually love having Keith finish second.
Exactly,
here.
yeah.
That would put some distance between Colin and the others. Again, the scores coming into this game, we have Josh Sharp at 5 wins, Colin McAlpine at 4 wins, Kaylee George at 3 wins, and Keith with 0. After this game, there will be one final game of Andromeda, and we may have a playoff game if there's a tie. Oh!
That was
a slap save up the ramp, and he almost made the sweet jump.
Now
he just made it.
Yeah, take that, Boddicker.
Replay of that unbelievable move. Let's get it.
Big thanks to Mike Primo. We've got the replay while still seeing the live action on the right-hand side.
Up. There we go.
What a move.
All right.
Back under control. Here's Colin just getting relaxed. There's
that post, yes, because
Again,
you want that spinner.
early.
That fully loaded spinner.
The same drain. The same drain we've seen so many times.
Death post.
Wonderful ball there for Colin McAlpine.
All right.
Now, Josh has 2 fewer digits than Colin here. He's got the same score, but just
Gonna get a replay of that. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's amazing. We barely saw it on the replay. That was slowed down. That was slowed down.
You blink and that was gone on the
slowdown.
Oh,
it's a tilt. And
all right, now that just changed a lot of things.
But that's what he has to
what you
do
have
there.
to do.
If you think the ball is like that, how did he get 250,000 points there? Maybe he got picked
Ready
up.
for another replay.
He might have picked up a skill shot.
Okay. Yeah, he had to.
he did get a skill shot.
All right, his attempt to save it, and no, see, that was just a little bit too much. Right, a little bit too much.
RoboCop tends to have a pretty tight danger into tilt. Some games, different games, you'll get a warning before the tilt, but in some games there may as well not be a warning.
Right, because it's swinging too much
so
anyway.
You give you the warning, it's just telling you 3 seconds to
you're done.
You're done. And RoboCop is one of those. There it is again. An early shot saved. And you wonder if maybe rejected by the sweet jump.
It almost looked like it hit the plastic piece that's right up on top of it, like it was going so fast.
Oh dear, and a little bit of a tilt there, but not much bonus to speak of. So I think that was just an attempt there. So we've got through 2 balls, Keith Elwin at 4.6 million, and Colin McAlpine at 5.9 million in the lead. And Colin is in position to. He can't win the tournament in this game,
but he can feel pretty comfortable.
but he can push his way into the lead and have even a two-game lead over Josh if Josh finishes last.
Now, do you think that that tilt came pretty quick after that one nudge? Do you think that the tilt bob was still swinging from the last tilt and Kaylee stepped up pretty quickly?
Kaylee stepped up to that game a lot faster than I normally expect to see him after a tilt. He typically takes out his phone, sets the phone down on the playfield, sets a timer of 60 seconds, and then just lets it go. And in some ways, he's protecting himself, but he's also trying to tell his opponents, don't tilt.
Right.
Don't try to
We'll
nudge
have to
the
wait.
Don't try to nudge the machine, or I'm
Oh,
going
plus pass
to
there.
I'm going to sit here. And it can actually intimidate some other players into not doing the amount of nudging they ought to do. Oh yeah.
Multi-ball.
Here we go.
The wrecking crew is here. The wrecking crew is here. So a second ago, we saw Keith Elwin really nudging the ball while it was up in those rollover lanes to get the green light, because that's what he needed to start this. A lot of people might have just taken whatever they would have gotten, flipped to get the 3 lights lit, but he actually really wanted to make sure that he got that green light. So even though things were slipping.
That's a deep cut of game knowledge, knowing
Absolutely.
that you're going to need to get that green lane.
And that's exactly what he needed, so he was able to just get that jackpot right there.
So this would have a heavy influence if he's past Colin now, and this would have a heavy influence here on Colin's potential success. Oh, we see the stuck ball. It's in the traditional RoboCop stuck ball spot, which is near the center bumper. So we'll highlight that for you with a little circle. A stuck ball near the middle of that bumper, right next to it on the left. And some games of this era, you'd have a ball search that would fire the bumpers. RoboCop was not one of these games. So I was talking with Adam Kiesler from Montreal, who operates North Star Arcade, in the first arcade the first pinball arcade in Montreal since he helped change the law and legalize pinball there. And he has a RoboCop, and he's had to install an additional little post to the left of that bumper because it gets stuck in that exact spot we saw here many, many times. So now we're going to see another cradle separation, I think.
So Keith Owen did exactly what he should do. He trapped up the balls when he noticed it was ready, and then called over attack and got them to pull it open. In tournament play, you just have to make sure you're paying attention to everything that's going on. There's the cradle separation there. That was actually really great.
Oh, it's so pretty. And you're trying to just keep those other balls in no man's land. Just let them sit there on your flipper. Let the one ball go.
Oh, that was
sometimes you get a little bit of jailbreak like
one
that.
Gone.
And he's going to try to trap up good. 2 gone.
All right.
Back to normal, but not trained. And this is a thing that you see top players doing that is not obvious at all to someone who's just playing pinball for the first time. That, oh, you get 2 balls, you can just pull one off to the side and play with the other one. It really works out for players to do that, and it can totally change your experience when you finally meet a player or see a video of a player doing these kinds of skillful things.
Absolutely.
Hopefully
and then once you can figure out how to do it, you feel pretty good about yourself doing it.
Yeah. So what can you think of a skill that you learned where you were just super satisfied when you finally pulled it off?
Oh, absolutely. Tap passing. I love when you can actually pull off a tap pass, which is basically when you have a ball on a flipper and you put just enough power into that flipper to sort of tap it over to the other flipper. It's not a full flip. And sometimes you have games where you can't post pass, but you want the ball on the other flipper so you can tap pass it over. And when you can pull that off and not lose the ball, that feels really good.
Yeah, for me, that skill was nudging.
Nice.
And I want to say, I was 6 or 7 years in on pinball before I realized nudging was even a thing that was allowed. And until I met other players, Neil Schatz, Rick Stetta, Mark Conantz, players in California who were nudging the machine like crazy and getting away with things and going,
Oh, you can do that.
Dang. Not only can you do that, you must do that. A player who isn't nudging in these games they're doomed. They'll never win.
And I think that's a huge difference now for players who are learning now, is that they have the internet, they have competition videos, they have tournaments like this where they can see these things earlier than when it was, even 10 years ago, when you learned everything by finding someone in an arcade.
Yeah.
And big thanks to you, Bowen, for providing a lot of the tutorial videos and stuff for that.
Oh, it's just things acquired from other players like Lee Moscaratolo.
Going to another replay coming up here.
Was Lee Moscaratolo here? I'm not sure.
I didn't see him here today, but
he's basically one of the inventors
there's
of
a
the
replay
of
going
the
on there for it. Look at that save there. Good save.
Oh.
Right. That's good defense. And meanwhile, just a quick reminder that you're seeing the game move. That's the camera rig. The players are not moving the game nearly as much as it seems. Okay, so it may seem strange, but Players are not moving the game as much as it appears on the feed.
One other thing that I wanted to say was that after that last multi-ball, when Keith Elwyn lost his 2 balls, one of the things you really see with a lot of the really great players is that they don't let that loss of the multi-ball get to them. They have the ball that they have, they settle back in and start over again. And I think that's a mark of one of the really good mindsets of the professional players.
It's an amazing ball by Keith Elwyn. That's huge. That just threw the title picture totally out of whack.
So
I was trying to do math on the side with Mike here, and we just had to stop.
This actually opens the door for Keith to win the tournament, believe it or not.
Wow.
By finishing last in the first 2 games, it ought to be impossible, but it isn't, because he could win the last 2 games and get the right combination of wins and losses from other players. He needs this round to end at 6-5-4-3, and it has to be exactly 6-5-4-3, or it's not going to be possible for Keith to tie, because he would need it to be tied at 6-6-6-6 at the end of Andromeda, and then win whatever the final game is. I would say if it gets to 6-6-6-6, my money is on Keith in a landslide, because it would be so ridiculous. But right here, if Colin can push his way past 9 million points, which is hard but not out of the question, he will eliminate Keith and give himself a really strong up. Oh my gosh!
That sweet jumped into the plunge lane.
Wow.
All right, we need a replay on this to understand what the heck just happened. That was absolutely incredible.
He gets
physical
to play
nature
this,
pinball.
right?
Of course, this is
awesome.
Totally play on.
Oh my goodness!
What? So that was a 3-dimensional pinball right there. We got a 2-dimensional top-down camera.
Here comes the replay right now.
Watch this on the right-hand side.
Let's see. And this is from the sweet jump, right? So let's see.
Maybe.
Oh, no.
It's already there.
It's already there.
It was so fast.
Oh, here it is.
All right, here we go. Now that came from the jump, right?
No, that came from the yellow target.
Came from the yellow target. Okay.
So this time,
yellow target. Boom.
Yeah.
Now that easily could have been that out lane.
Yes.
Which is usually
nice nudge.
Now what's nice here about Colin's choices too is he knows that he wants to be really aggressive right here. He's not worried about another player catching him, although that still could happen. But it's going to be a dream ball for one of the other 2 to catch up. He is trying hard to get to 9 million. So if he nudges and tilts, it doesn't matter nearly as much.
Not as much
as the opportunity.
There
and
we
here's
go.
the opportunity.
Here we go. Come on, the Wrecking Crew is here. The Wrecking Crew is here. The Wrecking Crew is here.
So that was a moment, too, where he had been taking a few pot shots almost at that lock shot because he desperately wanted to start that multi-ball and was able to then pull himself back together and make the shot to start the multi-ball.
The controlled shot at the jackpot coming up.
There we
go.
He had a choice there where he could have shot the spinner to try and increase the jackpot instead.
But I think, honestly, with misses that are happening off of that little target, it makes much more sense to just go for the jackpot.
I agree. That was a good choice. And he's within shouting distance. He's within shouting distance. He's only 2 million down, which is, it seems like a lot, but not really.
So now it looks like once you play the multi-ball, your spinner shot becomes unlit again.
Right. You're back to level 1, as the game says. Yeah.
It literally says back to level 1.
So now you've got to go back through, relight it. There we go.
Games of this. Oh, yeah. There's that kickback. The kickback's almost worthy of shooting for here. I don't know. Maybe not. It's too dangerous to go for that captive ball.
I mean, the speed of everything.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Okay. Crashed. Goodbye. Oh,
nice
save.
That was
an absolutely amazing save on the left out lane.
And then on the fly, right to the jump.
That
was
is
great.
so difficult. And you can even push it too hard there and have it come back out and fall over again. You got to get that so precise and instantaneous. Oh, so good.
Can you make another arrest here?
He's going to take it, settle it down.
Give me some good body.
Nice.
11 jumps. Boom. Take that, Jones.
Suspect Jones.
You're coming with me.
And he's only down by 1.3.
All right,
He
so
can make another arrest.
So he's got to get the rest of the yellow.
all right, and that
Oh!
was interesting. That was
Beautiful
he
shot
got
right
the
to the
yellow
spinner.
Is
got
this
it.
Is this multi-ball
No,
ready?
he's ready. Yeah.
Okay, so if he gets the ball back to his flipper here.
Oh, danger!
Oh, why? Why?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
See the
$8.1
look right
there,
million. It was
8.1.
there. What an incredible pull. Colin
Big
McAlpine has put up
applause from
a
the crowd.
fantastic ball. That will take him.
That was gorgeous. So, do we think his bonus might have been enough? The wrecking crew is here.
The wrecking crew is here. The wrecking crew is here. Throw everyone off, and it's going to be fantastic.
We've got Jack Danger here getting the crowd going.
Yeah, now you gotta go with that wrecking crew. So, Josh Sharp here comes into this game with 5 wins, and Kaylee George with 3. So, Kaylee here will have to finish ahead of Josh.
So, Josh hasn't really had a chance to actually get a feel for where the shots are in this game yet. So he's got a little bit of work to go.
Yeah, and you see that shot was very far off. He even missed the red post to the right. Ooh, that was a nice little move there to move it to the left flipper. He's trying to get no, it's down.
Not what he wanted.
So the maximum that Josh can pull off here is 1 win for 6. If Kaylee passes 1.5 million, Kaylee will go to 4. So if Kaylee needs to pass Josh here in order for Keith Elwin to have that opportunity we spoke of.
That ball almost settled where we had the stuck ball earlier. Not even in multi-ball. That was a nice little nudge from Kaylee.
Okay. So if Kaylee doesn't pass Josh, we're going to have 6-6-3-3, and we will have two-player games for one for the championship and one for 3rd place. If Kaylee does manage to pass Josh, then doors open for Kaylee to win the championship. But Kaylee will have to pass at least Josh here at 1.5 million by
Sweet
starting.
jump.
Oh, that's 500,000 for Jump Master, and a missed shot to the ramp there. That'll be 3,000 pops.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's not there right now, but it's possible. He got a lot of points there from the up and downs.
So those pops actually were helpful.
Oh no! No! He's not gonna get it! Oh, he didn't get it!
He scored points on the way out.
I don't think he got enough points.
He scored
there.
points on the way out.
No, it's not enough. All right, so that puts us into a very interesting situation for the final game. We have 2 players competing for $15,000 in the Pinburgh Cup. It will be Colin McAlpine and Josh Sharp. Each of them has 6 wins at a record of 6-3. The other 2 players, Kaylee George and Keith Elwin, have a record of 3-6. So let's just show you the overall standings here. That means that whoever wins between Josh and Colin on Andromeda here, coming into the final game, they will win Pinburgh. There will not be any tiebreaker. There may be a tiebreaker for second if 2 players end up at 6, if one wins outright and the other gets last. But what we're really looking at here is Josh Sharp versus Colin McAlpine right now on Andromeda. Winner takes the cup.
All right, then there are our standings at the end of game 3. Which again, Josh was 6, Colin was 6, Kelly with 3, and Keith with 3. When we go to Jeff Teolis with Keith Elwin now.
Well, Keith, great game on RoboCop. I know it's not where you want to be right now, but you've got 3, still a chance for second. We're going to have a new champ this year.
Yes. Just kidding.
You're a great sport, Keith, and I you know what? You certainly are everyone's favorite to win every single year, but it's going to be perhaps Colin, or perhaps that Josh Sharp guy.
Oh, man. I didn't know Josh was still in it. Okay.
Now you're gonna turn it
yeah,
up?
I'll make sure he doesn't get through.
Find a way to get 4 somehow, right?
Yeah.
Well, a great game on RoboCop, too, to come back. And I noticed you went first there. I know what I think. Is that just because you thought, okay, it's for these guys?
No, I went first because I was tired of waiting 30 minutes between turns.
Okay, there's the real truth. All right. Well, now Andromeda, and it's a game you played well today.
Actually, I didn't yesterday.
Yesterday there was a good score, but it's kind of an interesting game to end it on.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Lock stealing, and I know what these guys are going to do, so I'll be surprised to see a lot of multi-ball.
Okay, Keith, thanks very much.
Yeah, no
Appreciate that.
problem.
Let's go back right now to Steven and Teresa and Bowen.
Right now, we have back to Andromeda with the game of lock stealing. So I guess the chess match starts immediately between Colin and Josh.
Yeah.
I mean, because the winner wins the tournament. So who locks it? Who releases it? And then we have essentially 2 spoilers who are really messing with the chessboard in between their turns.
Yeah, and it's no joke though that those 2 spoilers, they're playing for $2,500 in just this one game,
right?
Because that's the difference in prize money between 3rd and 4th place in this tournament. So it's I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's $15,000 for first place, $7,500 for second, and I believe it's $5,000 and $2,500 for 3rd and 4th. I'm just guessing, really. Somebody knows this, and that means that there's all to play for. As Jeff said, second place is still an option for either Kaylee or Keith. And I was just cracking up at Keith's interview there. It really took me a long time to understand Keith's dry humor.
We're going to go out to the audience with Jeff Teolis, who has Raymond Davidson.
We are joined now out in the crowd here for the final game with Raymond Davidson. Raymond won the IFPA 14 championship, and we talked a lot earlier about the youth, and I know you're still a young guy, 24, is that correct?
Yeah.
It's amazing to see what people did. Timothy Street, 18 years old
Yeah,
from Alabama.
that was amazing. I'm so happy for him.
Well, we're going to have a new champ. It's either going to be Colin or Josh. What do you think of the final so far?
Oh, man, it's been really exciting. Elwin starting out 0-0 just got me so much more interested all of a sudden, because it was like, oh, he might come back. What's going to happen? It might not be Elwin. And, what's going to... Yeah, so it's crazy.
It's been a fantastic year for you. You made the Final Four the last 2 years, and I know you were in the A Finals this year. And tell us about your journey today.
Well, I got in on the very last point possible, like minimum 73 points, and then I managed to get through the first round, and I crushed the second round, and then I just forgot where the chair was on Adam's Family in the third round and eliminated myself. But
there's a chair in Adam's Family. Mental note. You got to remember that.
Yeah.
Have you had fun so far?
Yeah, no, it's been great. The game selection I thought was kind of strange, but I found myself having fun playing games I hadn't really played before, like Jokers or Andromeda, or those sort of things.
What do you think about seeing High Hand once again?
That game is awesome. I love outlaning to collect your super jackpots. It's hilarious.
Well, you had a good run. No doodlebug, no excuse there, but still, you've had a great year. Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, let's go back to Steven, Bowen, and Teresa.
Oh, you know what they say, Kenny. Don't get eliminated.
That's right. Don't get eliminated. That is wise words from a very famous television parody show that you really need to see.
My
goodness.
This is the most
extremist eliminators challenging us.
The most extreme pinball tournament ever held.
Ever held.
Just so you know, this is really round 15.
Right.
And
here we are.
Colin and Josh did manage to take 2 of the top 4 qualifying positions. So they didn't play either of the first 2 rounds in today's final, and that really helps. What kind of energy does that give you?
It definitely gives. Well, first of all, you got paid. I mean, once you advance that far,
that's a really good point.
Not only did you got paid, that helped you pay for the trip. It helped you. It really gets that off your mind if that were on your mind. And you're not in a sense free rolling, but it clears the mind to know that you're really playing with more than house money, and You know, it can just help you concentrate just that little bit more. And I think that it helped them during this, yeah.
What about the fact that you're coming in against some players who've been playing on these
That's
games?
true. And there is that debate whether, okay, they've warmed up a bit and I'm coming in fresh. I don't know if I'm No, I want the bye because I won. A bye means I won.
That's
if I'm
true.
not playing and if I'm in the final, I won. So that's always better.
And there are like 500 other games here to go warm
Right.
up
You can go
on.
warm up if you want. There are very, very good games out here in this huge facility to go warm up if you want to while you're winning.
One can choose to warm up on a game that's similar to the game you're about to play on, too. So if you're going to play Shadow, you can warm up on a Indy 500 with the same kind of loop around, or Attack from Mars instead of Medieval Madness. You can get used to shooting the center and surviving. And there's lots to think about when you're making those choices, but you're exactly right. You get a bye, you win.
Right. You
get
win. You win. Right. Sports. I got my sports in. There you go. That's my sports mention of the show.
So we're coming up on Andromeda here. Can we talk a little bit about the game?
Absolutely. Andromeda is going to have three main shots. Once we get that on camera, we're going to see a lock saucer in the up left corner. And then we're going to see a lock release target on the lower left.
All right.
With lock steal. So that's where the chess match is going to come in. Okay.
Right.
Who's going to lock that ball? Well, first, before that, we have a target. Here we go. We're on.
All right. Now,
So-
Lewis Bevins here, our play tester,
right.
our stock model.
Yeah.
Making
Right.
sure everything's all lined up.
All right, so let's go through the path of success. Step one is this target right there. That target is guarding the lock.
All
You got to survive that
You gotta survive
bounce.
that.
You can't knock it down any other way. You just got to do it.
And then after that, you have to get to this saucer, which is around the corner.
All the way back.
All the way back. Once that's locked, then this side target here will light for multi-ball.
All right.
And once you're in multi-ball, you're feeling much better about yourself, right?
This
Because you're scoring at double play field.
2-ball, multi-ball.
2-ball, multi-ball, double play field. So once you have that, you can start to increase your spinner value using the drop targets. If you complete the drop targets, that will increase the spinner value.
Okay.
So once you get multi-ball, slam that spinner.
Do you have to hit all 6 drop targets
All
to get
6.
one advance to the spinner?
That
And so
is-
how
that
much
is
is
correct.
that spinner worth? It's like
Looks like it starts
2 or
off at 2 and then it goes to 4.
Yeah.
And then double play field also.
so you're talking about potentially almost 10,000
Yeah.
to spin.
And that spinner's pretty
for that
dialed.
spinner with a hot spinner
Yeah.
that goes all the way through. The top lanes are the bonus X, so you can get a pretty high bonus as well. So watch for that. And we're going to see the player order here to try and figure out who's going here. My suspicion is Keith and Kaylee might get out of the way and play 1 and 2.
We just heard why Keith might want to go first, which was
And Keith
just
is
doesn't
going
want to wait.
first.
Yeah.
And we're starting.
And here we go.
So it also looks like we have a really unusual lower playfield layout compared to a lot of games that we see.
Oh, pass through
A
of the lock.
non-lock. Whoa.
Yeah, that bumper down there, and you'll see players protect against it by holding their left flipper up anytime the bumper is near.
So
And
is there no outlane on the left?
there's no outlane on the left, and so it's like the beast area on Paragon without the danger, except the danger of getting slammed down the middle.
Right.
And
There we go.
holding up your left flipper protects you against that slam. There really isn't any way for that bumper to kill you.
Oh, and
if
the
you
lane
hold
change
up
at
that
the
left,
top.
that left flipper. Which is, it's cool because it feels like you're super danger when it's hitting that bumper and moving towards you, but you're effectively cutting off the angle by holding up the flipper. There's multi-ball.
Right, as Keith is attempting to get multi-ball
Nope.
now. Nope,
It
he
didn't
didn't get
register.
it. It was just a little bit.
A little off.
So
Yeah, a little off.
watch this move.
There you go. Right, he's trying to alley pass. Here we go. Concentration and boom.
Nope.
Too early.
Almost
Way
hit it on
too
the
early.
back end there. And there it is again. Every time it's over by the bumper, he's going to hold up that flipper just to be on the safe side.
Nice.
Oh, perfect alley pass.
Oh, good attempt at it.
Bounce
Here we
over.
go.
We saw, I forget
There
who
it
it
is.
was, lose the ball off that left flipper. Oh, it was Colin in an earlier round. Lose
Right.
the ball off that left flipper when it didn't bounce as much.
Keith just advanced his
And-
spinner value. There's a
There
nice
it is.
shot. Dialed. Yeah. That was at least 30,000.
So those.
All right, let's look at this. Yeah, there's back
Yeah,
to the replay. Yeah,
that's
nice.
pretty.
Right into the multi-ball.
Oh, beautiful cradle separation and another dialed spinner
Good
shot.
replay.
Another
Boom.
100,000
There's a
there.
replay of the alley pass. Beautiful. Wonderful.
So he's up over 900,000. It's over 900,000
Already. Look how quick those points pile on.
Yeah.
And he's been building his bonus multiplier.
Absolutely. I mean, this is all double playfield, so he's got that ball captured. All scoring double.
So the green 2x is the playfield multiplier.
Yes, absolutely.
And the 4x in the middle is a bonus multiplier. And all of this is just, unfortunately, it's gravy in terms of winning the tournament for Keith, but that was interesting. That was
right.
cool.
That was nice.
That was
And that he moved that flipper into the way a little bit physically because he's holding up the flipper, can't do anything else. But moving this is going to be
this is
interesting.
Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
Cradle separate for him.
Oh, will he live?
Oh.
All right, nice. He knew he had to use the other flipper. That was
a
great move.
Perfect decision.
And there's nothing to do there.
I was hoping you would see him trap up on the right there because it didn't seem like he could, but I think
he felt like it was moving a little too fast.
And it was also an opportunity to slam the spinner.
Right. That's a good point.
All right, watch this replay here of the cradle set.
Cradle
right
separation.
off. Right. That's boom.
Off the
Look at that
bumper.
off the bumper.
Nothing but
and
net.
up. And we live. And we live. And we live. And we still live.
Yeah. And that second move there at the end is a required jailbreak because you can't get that.
Nice
is that at the second level? Of
Yeah.
spins now?
Yeah.
So.
What's that? Now he's got both.
What's that mean?
What
like,
is that?
How much
value?
is this?
That means you just keep spinning.
Oh
Keep
my
spinning
God! Just keep spinning.
That's huge. The points keep scrolling.
So do you think you go after multi-ball again, or do
Not,
you just keep spinning?
I think
just keep spinning.
for a little while here.
Just keep spinning.
It's just
keep spinning.
Yeah, that
look
was.
Look at that. Look
that
at
was
those
about
points continue.
150,000
That was
points
huge.
for that. Oh, and he
Even that miss was worth 30,000. Wow.
Oh wow.
This is beautiful play right
Look
here.
at that save. Wonderful. Oh, so this is how you play Andromeda, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, we see some comments on the YouTube about the shaking. Well, we're using the camera bases have wheels, so they're not using the pinball machine as a camera base, but the camera bases we will try to figure out how to get other camera bases that don't have wheels because that is what's causing the shaking.
Wow, what an amazing save that was. That was a slap into a
and that alley pass
and another
is
alley
perfect.
pass. What is going on? Check this out. Okay, let's bounce this. Right. Okay. This is wild. Yeah, let's do that. That was so beautiful.
Just
That's
enough.
so beautiful.
That,
Just enough.
that right flipper hit there, and there's more spinach.
This is
Oh,
crazy.
he's eating his spinach.
He's eating all his spinach.
Bounce.
Nice bounce. Nice tidy
Now,
bounce over.
Maybe you've done enough here that you're gonna. Wait,
No,
but
keep going.
now
more.
Keep going.
you're just trying to. You're piling on, and Kaylee will have to chase all of this.
So he's now at 10x bonus.
Yeah.
10x
Yeah,
bonus
10x.
times
Wow.
number
10 times 60.
times 60.
I think that's 60. I think I see that's a 40 light. That's a 40 light. That's a 20.
Okay.
I believe. So that's a 60.
So he's got 40, 20. Is this?
Yeah. So either that's 400,000 or that's 600,000. Let's see what that which one.
Now we saw him just tip it back a little bit as opposed to doing what he had been doing, which was an alley pass. But then it turned into an alley pass. Why do you think he changed up? what he was
And
doing?
replay. We need it.
Freaking fantastic.
Wow. And Keith is
Elwood, and
finally
here we go.
out. Look at that. Look at that move. So many points.
Beautiful countdown there.
It's still going.
That
Oh
just
my.
flashed what the high score was, and
Yeah.
it was only at about 5 million. And
Yeah.
Keith Elwin is currently at 3.8. So if that gives you any indication about that ball we just
And
watched.
That was a bomb drop. That is an absolute bomb
That
drop.
is huge.
And you look again at what happened to Keith with the bad luck, especially on high hand, where he had two balls just tick just to the beyond the edge of the flipper and then hop over to the center where there was really no chance for him to save them. The quality of Keith's play in these last two games, under circumstances where he's obviously disappointed to not be able to win the tournament, is just palpable. He's an incredible, incredible player.
I mean, we still have
And
huge
how
dollars
do
on the
you-
line, though. So.
I gotta say, like when you watch Keith play, it's so intimidating that
Just look at that. It's
I just-
$3.8 million.
I don't watch him play. If I have to play against him in a group, I'd rather play against his replay score or against his
Right.
high score to dates. Like you go like, oh, okay, 3.8 million on Andromeda. Yeah, all right, I see that's feasible. But if you see all the tap passing and alley
Right,
passing and all the
miracle
all
saves.
the brilliant decisions that he made,
But it's also
you just
so
go,
much fun to watch.
not a chance. Incredible. Yeah, Keith and
there's multi-ball.
Keith, by the way, I don't know if we got a chance to talk about this hit that he now works at Stern Pinball as a game designer, and I'm just very excited to see
I think everybody's really excited to see his
what we're
game.
going to see from him.
Yeah, his first game to come out, and many more, hopefully.
Yeah,
That was a beautiful alley pass.
yeah. The Colin knows what's up here,
And honestly, sometimes as a player, it's fun to watch the other players because you learn stuff. Because I'm not at this level yet personally, and so for me, watching this, I learn a lot, and it hopefully improves my game. But to face that mountain of a score, you kind of have to forget what you just watched.
Excuse me, have to replay that underneath the bumper action, please. If you could. Thank you much. Here we go.
Here we go.
Just little bumper dribble. No. Thank you. We're still alive and we're safe. Okay.
good bounce there. I like the phrasing you had there, which is that you're not at this level of ability yet.
Right, yes.
That was great. And like you said, the opportunity for players to
Nice
learn.
off there. That was beautiful.
So,
this is such a struggle.
Oh, he's got
he locked it.
multiple
See, now I
start.
don't know if he wanted to lock that. See, we got to talk about the chess match here.
I think he does.
All right,
He's
here-
pretty,
here-
pretty
all right,
happy
here-
with that.
like, look at
oh
that.
my
Look at
God.
that hesitation.
So the start of that was really an error on his part to not give it a push when it hit that flipper because the flippers are a little bit squirrely.
Don't leave it on the
There
table.
he is.
Nice.
Double your
Double
bucks.
play field.
And that's why he wanted the lock.
Double play field. Okay. Because Josh is following behind him. I don't know if he's third or fourth. Is Josh third or fourth on this?
I think in a lot of games, talking about like things like tilt ends game getting in your head, I think sometimes block stealing gets in your head a little bit. And sometimes you don't necessarily play the game to the best that you can because you're a little concerned about, well, if I lock a ball, the next player could get it.
Right.
And I know a lot of players, like we have some games on location for our league that have that. And we've been trying to encourage our players to not worry about it. just play your game.
Well, it's a 2-ball, so I guess not really.
Yeah, the fact that
it's
it only takes 3 shots to get this multi-ball, hit the drop target, go in the lock, hit the green target. That makes it a little bit simpler, and a good attempt there to try and keep that going.
control.
Oh, they
All
almost
right,
lost
nice.
the ball there.
Get in control.
Colin at 790,000 again. Colin McAlpine from Austin, Texas,
Beautiful.
and Josh
Do that
Sharp
again.
from Chicago are competing here to.
Nice.
Wow!
Okay.
Are competing here. Whoever scores higher on this machine
Run that back.
is Pinburgh
Run that
champion.
back.
What
and
a-
he was able to catch that right into another
What
lock.
perfect timing and all. Just
Another
look
lock.
at his stance and his attitude
ready.
right here.
He is ready.
He is on
Feel
his
it.
game, and
Nice way to
There's
hold
what
that
you're
up.
saying about
was-
holding that flipper
yeah,
up.
and that was smart there.
Wonderful.
He didn't want to let it pass.
Oh,
my
what's
goodness.
happening in the finals?
Green
Cash it
target,
in.
Green
Oh.
targets. No green target for you. Oof. But there's
Oh,
that slam,
nice.
that slam bumper.
All right, see, nice.
It's so fun.
I think he knew there that he could tip that over.
So
Nope,
confident.
Didn't get it. A little too far.
Nice
to the right.
defense.
But the
Defense right to a
defense
spinner.
pays off to
Oh.
30,000 spin.
There's his last
He
target, so
completed.
his next
He
level.
completed it.
Didn't he just hit the target?
No, he completed it.
He completed
another
the drops. So now his spinner is at double level.
Oh, well, here you still want to start the multi-ball, right? I think.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh.
It's over. And
Great ball.
Oh, million plus.
Huge.
Wow. That's a big drop. .297.
That deserves an extra swig of water there. Yes. Drink again, because we need more.
Yeah.
1.2 million. That's
So
huge.
Josh has Josh has been left the locks, but
That's fine,
like I said,
but
it's really only
he's got work
the
to do.
benefit of 2 shots.
Right.
He got 2 shots free, and boy, if Colin had triggered that release there,
Oh my
It was
goodness.
so close
With that
to doing
spinner.
that.
with full value spinner and and double playfield scoring, I think we would have
been
seen.
amazing.
I think we would have seen 88 miles per hour there.
Yeah. We might have seen Elwin score, maybe. We might have had a conversation about it.
Yeah. Oh,
A little early.
it's that touch
Come on,
target.
Josh. You need it.
That touch target is harder than it
This
looks.
is
No,
where you
no,
get paid.
he's got it. Okay.
Come on,
good.
Josh.
No, not like this.
That's where you get paid. You got to make this.
Yeah.
So here's an interesting thing. If you're holding the flipper up and it's bouncing around with that pop bumper, it does save you there. Unless it bounces away and then your flipper is still up, you can actually then tip it back down into the drain, which we
Yeah.
actually almost saw.
That was a great move there.
That was great.
Whoa, nice.
That was a
right
move.
Into the swim,
That
right
move
into
of
the
hitting
spinner.
it up from the top of the
Wow.
sling is just a deep understanding of this game's geometry that probably comes from being related to one of the designers of game plan games.
And that was a
Multi-ball.
nice solid shot to the multi-ball target.
He's
Double
got-
playfield.
he's
He
got the
really wants a
spinner.
cradle.
He's got the
All
spinner.
right. Now what do? We take some water because we have to discuss this cradle separation. Woo!
I'm very impressed that he can take the top off of that water bottle with one hand like
One
that. I
hand.
don't think I could do that.
Now, is that coaching? Coaching by Dasani.
Right. Right. He was like, "Call us, Dasani." He was like,
All right.
Oh.
"Okay, we're still in cradle set." No.
Official water
Okay.
sponsor of Pinburgh.
Right.
No, not actually.
No.
So he's only.
Oh,
no!
what a bad.
That was
a
the key.
diff-
That proved your
what a
point right there,
challenging
Teresa.
bounce off of that bumper.
That proved your
Oh.
point
Was
right there.
anything you could do, but then right
Right
after,
right there.
amazing save.
Oh, that.
another one. It's-
Nice save.
No, he didn't want to flip that. He wanted to dead bounce it, and he flipped it away. But he has the opportunity at the lock, and it stays in there. Woo!
Josh Sharp, player 3 here, chasing Colin McAlpine, player 2. This is ball 1 of the final game of Pinburgh 2017. The winner of this game between Colin McAlpine and Josh Sharp will win Pinburgh and
Another
win
nice-
15,000. Oh, no!
That was just enough energy
Fantastic
to carry over.
saves from that ball from Josh Sharp. 378,000 point ball, but you look at the just the decisions and the ability there. I'm amazed that after 26 hours plus of pinball play over 3 days, little sleep, the pressure of playing for a championship in 15K, that you can make so
Those
many great
split-second
decisions
decisions,
back
yeah.
to back like that. And that's where, to me, that's where pinball becomes a sport and not just a game people play. Because here they are, these are the best players in the world. These are players who have won world championships. Keith Elwin, multiple-time world champion, 6-time world champion. Kaylee George, a 2-time world champion. Colin McAlpine looking for his first major win, an up-and-coming player over the last few years, but a serious threat in any tournament.
Absolutely.
In his first Final Four of any Papa or Replay Foundation event. And here's Kaylee with his first ball.
Oh, beautiful. Kaylee is a master at drop catching.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And just oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate fumble there. And that's where the bomb drop that Keith gave on ball 1 can really affect the player. I don't think Kaylee is really affected by that, to be honest. But
I think a lot of players have been in
Someone-
enough of these situations to maybe not get as concerned about that.
yeah, he's like, oh, 3.38, nice ball.
Well, and there's
Yeah, 3.8, nice ball. All right.
There's also the
$15,000. Yeah, no worries. Okay.
there's also the whole mental game of not letting things get to you, and this is where the mental game comes in, of believing and having the confidence that you can pull that off too. And I think that if you can be more confident that you can do that, you'll actually play better. than if you start to be like, oh God, I don't know if I can do that.
As soon as you say, I don't think I can do that, you can't.
It's gone.
Yeah. Like, all I got to do is make this one shot. That's how you're not making it.
I think you said it once,
Right,
Bowen, that
whoa.
if you've got a shot that you really have to make, you say, oh, no, I have to make this 10 more times.
Yeah, so earlier today I was advising giving a player a couple piece of advice in the C Division match on Alien Star. I was like, okay, there's 3 keys to Alien Star. You get the right in lane, and then you get the spinner after the right in lane, and then you have to go into the S lane at the very top.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
it turns out that third thing was bullshit.
Right.
BS.
Yeah.
That all you really had to do was go through the in lane and go through the spinner. But by focusing on the third thing being the necessary finale, you find the first 2 things to be easier. So if I need to hit that target once, I might say I got to hit that target 3 times in order to activate multi-ball. And all of a sudden, that first hit, didn't it look like he hit it there?
Yeah, it really did look like he hit it.
Sort of lit up. Oh, man.
As Keith Elwin crosses
4
over 4
million.
million, 4.1, 4.2 million. It's still going. 4.3. Keith Elwin with 4.3 million. Collins starting off with 1,290,000. Right, Colin wants to press his lead here.
Yeah, the fact that Colin put up 1.2, 1.3 right away, just, but he looks a little less comfortable in his stance than he looked in.
Oh, that was a hit. Oh, not a hit.
What
yeah.
the heck?
What
I
just
wonder what's going
happened?
on.
Do we have a replay of that?
I mean, no.
This is
That was so fast.
this is a hey, it's only pinball moment. That's
yeah.
the physical nature of the game.
That looked like a hit.
It I don't know. It looked like he hit it there, but that target is a little bit more seated to the left and back than it looks, and a lot of shots that look like they're hitting the target end up glancing that edge of the post.
Josh needs this target
This
in the
is-
worst way.
There
He
it
got
is.
it.
Oh, hey.
He got it. He
And he
survived
got
it.
the in lane.
Oh,
my
you
goodness.
he used one. Oh, and he used that to save himself.
Holy smokes.
Oh, no.
How did he not lose both balls there?
Skill.
No! Oh, not like this.
Not like this.
500,000 points, 550 in the can for Josh. And he's going to need to work hard on ball 3 to surpass Colin Calpine. Again, these 2 players here at Pinburgh 2017, they are the 2 of the 796 players who have the final opportunity to win the Pinburgh Cup and $15,000 cash prize.
And this game is it.
And this is it. This is the
This
last
is the
game.
last game.
Each one of them has one more ball to play for in order to win this championship.
Oh. Get a spinner like that.
Yeah.
Just
So, like-
fumbles up in a spinner.
It's like,
So-
meanwhile, there are other prizes still being fought between.
That's right. That's right. So
Okay.
second place is 7,500. So don't feel too bad
Right.
for Colin or Josh if they don't win, although they won't think of it that way. And
Third place is 4,000, and fourth place is 2,500.
So Keith and Kaylee here are competing for at minimum $1,500, and depending on what happens with the other 2, if one of if one of Josh or
Beautiful drop catch there.
if one of Josh or Colin end up last on this game, there might be a playoff game for second place.
All right.
Let's see what Kaylee can do here.
Trying to get it under control a little bit. And that was nice.
Oh my!
Right back into the lock.
Backhanding it into the lock.
And that was another thing. We saw it pass through the lock a couple of times, and that's what happens in pinball sometimes.
Yeah, Kaylee's still with a long way to go here, so it's almost like the score is not particularly relevant. You're just trying to.
He just needs to put some foundation
you're
up
trying
there.
to play skillfully. Don't focus on how much you need, because you'll never be able to get it if you're focused on how much you need something.
Nice up nudge there.
Keep the ball alive.
Yeah.
Play for as long as you possibly can.
Ooh.
Oh, it was too
That was
early.
interesting.
He tried to be late on that. It was still too early.
That little corner of
Oh, no.
Yeah.
that little corner of the area that kicks out in front of the pop bumper right there sort of misleads you as to where that shot is a little bit. Kind of gets in your way.
Yeah, it's anytime that happens to me on a game where I don't have a sense of where in the geometry something is, I try to imagine a different game that has the same shot in the same area. So, like for this shot, I'm thinking the catapult on Medieval Madness. I'm trying to put it in the catapult.
Oh, that was a hit.
I don't think
that
it,
was
I don't think it
no,
was.
that was
The
not
game-
quite. That was not enough.
The game clearly did not award a hit.
There it is. That was center.
That's a hit.
That's a hit.
All right.
I wonder. I hope that. I wonder if he'll be able to GC this on this ball. What was that? What was that score? Is it?
It was
5
5
points?
something. I didn't quite see it.
Yeah. So at $4.5 million here, and he's also got all that bonus in hand for carried over bonus. So.
But his multiplier's back down to 2x.
Yeah, you get to keep your bonus, but not your multiplier in this game. So he needs to go. He could go rebuild the 10x, and you do that along the way. When you're locking balls and getting the multi balls, you're going to get some 1, 2, 3s anyway.
And shooting the spinner.
And shooting the spinner. 1-1. I remember a game recently where I just kept going up and down that 3.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Oh.
What a save!
Oh, what a live catch!
What a live catch!
Incredibly fast live
That
catch
was
by Keith there. And
Unbelievable.
He's just taking a ball that's in intense danger and turning it. No, I got this.
That's fine.
I'm good.
I'm right back to normal. Roll it up and over, get multi-ball. You know, no
Beautiful
big deal.
shot.
No big deal.
Yeah, this is multi-ball.
Spinner.
He may want to finish the drop targets one more time there first. Yeah, like
There
that.
it is.
'Cause now
Max- all right, max
he's
value.
powered up.
Oh, nice.
That
Spin
is.
it.
That was a big spin.
That was big spins.
3,000 and a spin.
At least.
All right, Mr. Larson, you've scored enough.
Right?
I'm gonna keep
It's
going.
like, we're gonna keep going. Go.
Totally. Why would you stop now?
We're gonna go.
Oh, beautiful.
Wow.
That was a gorgeous little separation there.
Oh, okay.
All right, we've got more bonus X.
I'm not
Yep,
quite sure.
Thank you.
I don't know if that was a missed shot to the spinner or if he knows something about that shot on the left that does something that we don't know.
Oh, I mean, he could have been just
Oh,
bonus
was that a
Xing.
bonus
It was a
collect?
bonus X collect. No, it was bonus X increase, I think. He's increasing his bonus X.
So all of a sudden he has an even huger score.
He's up over 5-4.
He's gonna get it. He's gonna GC this right here. The highest score ever on this machine is being set right now here in the final game of Pinburgh, and it's got to be bittersweet for Keith with what the bad breaks he took on dialed in and high hand.
Oh,
he clearly played well enough to win this championship, and not to say that this is where the skillful nature and the luck nature of pinball that'll bring people back forever to
We're going to be
pinball.
up over 6.
6 million
Six, it's
points.
still
5.4.
And 6 million. A new grand champion score.
Oh, jeez.
Unbelievable.
So this is
Well,
it.
here we go. He's gonna
Colin
set the mountain.
McAlpine from Austin, Texas, his final ball
Time to build
at
the house,
Pinburgh
Colin.
2017. Hoping to pad his lead a little bit and keep Josh Sharp off the board. But Josh is the big battler. I just have trouble seeing Josh losing the third ball at all without
he's trying for that big hit.
in lane.
Oh,
Nope,
not yet.
Not yet.
This is a key hit. He needs this hit.
And he got the multi-ball at least ready handed to him, which is how he ended the ball before.
Just too late. Just barely late.
Take a second.
All right, take a bit because there's a very important alley pass coming.
Yeah, alley pass just such a a little too high on that alley pass.
Oh, a little late on the shot.
Oh,
He kissed it into it.
Oh,
Just
my
a
goodness.
kiss. Just a kiss off the target.
It's the type of thing where you can see Josh looking at the video here, going like, "No, man, why?"
Oh my goodness!
And
Now,
the
again,
ball is done.
last ball during the tournament. Do we relock it? Do we relock it, or do we just press for what we
You
have?
can press for.
We just press for what we have, or do we put the ball back up?
He's putting the ball.
He's putting the ball back in there.
1.6 million now. He's got over a 1 million point lead on, and this is the other reason to do that. You
That's
get that
a bonus
multiplier.
X.
Bonus
Yeah.
X is worth a good. That
nice.
was so
What a
pretty.
good job.
Great decision. Nope.
Oh,
maybe he'll touch it on
close.
the rebound again.
That was a nice little
And a
nudge.
better
to-
He
got it again. I can't believe it.
It just grazes it. This is a championship clinching ball by Colin
with
McAlpine.
two crazy bounce-ins to start multi-ball. And again, oh, God.
And he's only one target left from advancing his spinner.
Again,
So-
to the 5,000 it will be. There's another
There's a bonus
multiplier.
X.
He's celebrating
bonus.
while playing.
2 balls went into the spinner.
It's like any spinner shot.
You know,
Oh.
I would say it's a bad idea, but I've done it myself and then regretted it later.
There's
Yeah,
a spinner advance. Spinner advancement.
Oh, what was that?
Whoa.
That was like
a Newton cradle separation dynamic.
So like he is.
What is happening?
There's the fun of that pop bumper.
There's a big
There's a
spin.
spinner.
2.2 million now. Big multi-ball for Colin. He's almost got a 2 million lead when you factor in the bonus that he's going to get, and that's down. But here it is, the final ball for Colin McAlpine. 2.4, heading up towards 2.5. Can he get over
going.
2.5? 6 million.
Wow.
It's
This is
a
it.
2 million climb
this
for
is
Josh
it.
Sharp. The final
2
chance.
million. He's down by 2 million, and this is it. $15,000 in cash.
And let's see him do this.
All
I want
right.
to see this. I
Here
want
we
to see
go.
this happen.
Here we go.
And this is why you guys put the games when the Papa Crew puts this kind of game in the finals.
Yeah, our last game of Pinburgh is always an early solid state. Flash Gordon and Meteor.
Good drop.
Last year, the final game was, I forget what the final game was.
Must get this ball in the
Oh
lock.
my God.
Must get this ball in the lock.
So
And it's so great to see.
there it is. That one.
Oh, that almost didn't stick.
Oh.
So here you're gonna see Josh's ability to be super patient. He's incredibly patient. Doesn't give up on balls. He just goes, and you never know what's gonna happen. But
Okay, well
he
this.
has-
Oh no! Oh, good,
but
good move. That's
super proactive. I mean, oh my God.
He wants to calm it down.
Nope,
Okay.
he needs to slow it down. He's early. He's
No,
early. He's early.
This is bad news. Okay, good. He's back.
Okay,
Good. No,
he's early
Oh,
still.
God. Oh my God! Touch
Got it.
Oh!
Got it.
Off the
Got it.
swing.
He needs control. Oh no! Oh.
Okay,
the
back
Okay,
it back to
now we
normal.
need the
Get
lock.
back
We
to
need.
normal.
Oh!
Oh, it's still alive.
Oh,
Still
drop catch to a
alive.
spinner.
What's happening?
This is 15.
Oh no! All right.
Championship.
Got
He's
a
got
spinner
full
advancement.
spinner now,
Oh.
and
Oh,
no! It's Colin
Colin
McAlpine.
McAlpine
Colin
is-
McAlpine is the champion of Pinburgh 2017.
He's got a huge grin on his face
Fantastic
right
job
now.
by Josh Sharp. What a fight! What a
getting a
fight
high
on that
five.
ball! What a fight!
Crowd is going
Colin
wild.
McAlpine from the Bat City Pinball Club, Austin, Texas, $15,000, and the Pinburgh Cup. We're gonna have one final ball here from Kaylee George chasing, trying to chase the third place here. Oh boy! Wow, so great to see Colin. And a new winner, you never a finalist even. We haven't seen Colin make a Final Four at Pop or Pinburgh before. His first time in the finals, and he breaks it all the way against. If you have to pick, a Final Four set of opponents, he played against Keith Elwin, Kaylee George, and Josh Sharp. That is absolutely incredible. He wasn't intimidated. He played his best. He played his own ball. He played hard.
And has been playing great all day.
And he's been playing great all week. Number 2 seed into the playoffs. Killed his first group. He played that dialed in, and he even had that mild loss to Kaylee on dialed in. So it was, oh my. We're going to go as quickly as possible to Jeff Teolis to interview our champion, Colin McAlpine. Also, thank you so much to Teresa Nessel. We're going to say goodbye to her now. And so much energy, and it's just wonderful to be able to hear you, to speak with you about pinball.
Well, thank you very much for having me, Bowen, and it's been fantastic being up here. And congratulations to everybody here playing, and special to Colin. And can't wait for next year.
Oh, unbelievable. I can't wait for next year either, although I don't I'm scared of the logistics. This is the third year of Replay FX, and we've grown from 170 players at Pinburgh to 790. There's Colin out in the crowd celebrating with his team, his teammates, his friends from Austin, Texas. They play at Buffalo Billiards in downtown Austin, at Pinball's Arcade, at so many other places around Austin. The scene has just grown leaps and bounds, and now they have a champion.
A major winner.
Definitive champion.
Right. What
Colin
an unbelievable
McAlpine.
Performance under pressure by Colin McAlpine.
Yeah, you have to dropping $2.5 million on Andromeda is no joke. Anytime.
Right.
Dropping $2.5 million on Andromeda. Dropping how much on RoboCop?
Yeah, RoboCop, yeah.
$8 million on RoboCop, and he lost on RoboCop. $300,000 on Dialed In, and he lost on Dialed In by 1,000.
That's amazing.
The breaks were going against him. But we're going to go first to Josh Sharp, who just absolutely fantastic player, wonderful play. Yeah. I just want to hug him, and I want to unsuppress immediately.
Josh, I'm thinking of names like.
Don't say Susan Lucci.
Right.
Don't say Susan
I'm
Lucci.
thinking of Susan Lucci.
He said it.
No. 86 Boston Red Sox, the 93 Masters with Greg Norman. You know what? We're friends, and there's no shame in second. I know how badly you wanted this.
There's a lot of shame in second. Yeah, no, I got you.
There are 798 players out there who would love to be in your shoes. You had it.
I'm one of them that would like to not be in my shoes, but it's.
You know what?
What are you gonna do, man? For me, I never mind playing okay and getting beat by a good score, and that's what happened on that Andromeda game. I feel like if I went in and it was like get $1 million and see what happens, and hey, and Colin broke it out, man.
Come on in the shot. Come on over here a little bit.
Here.
All right. Zach's here. You know, I joked with Zach about. Do you ever let Josh touch the trophy? And what did you say, Zach?
Absolutely not. He's got to earn it next year. Well, maybe not next year. But.
Hey, that's a tough break. He got the multi-ball on ball 3 and instantly drained in the right.
I mean, I had like a half an hour to go, but.
Josh, you know what? We know what's going to happen sooner or later. The major championship.
It's coming.
You'll find a way to make
coming.
some
My
tournament.
kid's going to get one before I do. It's going to be a disaster.
Oh, no.
No shame in second. Congratulations. Okay, thanks, bud. All right, let's go back to Steve. Let's talk to Steven and Bowen.
Oh, it's
man. Wow. I felt that.
Josh's work ethic, his attitude, he deserved that, and
he did get beat by a better score.
To pull your way through 794 other people, and then
just
pull
get
into
bombs
second
dropped
on that
him.
Final game.
Oh.
Right. You know, like you said, you only control your own play.
Right.
And if you get 2 bombs dropped on you by, in this game, Keith Elwin and the 2.5 from Colin, that was the stealer, what can you do? You can go you just bow and go
yeah, good game. GG.
I'll see you next time. And he will. He'll be back. Let's go back to Jeff Teolis
with our new champion, Colin McAlpine.
Okay, we're here with the Pinburgh champ 2017 from Bat City, Austin, Texas. Colin McAlpine with Graham and Gavin?
Yeah, these are my sons.
All right, well, I know they're very, very happy. What a great game on Andromeda.
Oh, that was good to have a ball one to go that way, because my last game on it, I didn't even break, I think, 100,000. So to put up over, a million on ball one was just, what a great feeling.
I can't imagine what's going through your head right now. So many different emotions. And you know what? You're now in the club. There's Keith Elwin, Jim Belcito, Adam Becker, Zach Sharp, and knocking on the door, looking in the window, Josh Sharp. All is there.
somehow, the bounces went. I played well, but the bounces went my way too. I mean, there's, that's what you have to have in pinball. You got a skill and a little bit of luck, and I thank the good Lord for the luck that He gave me, because man, it's something else. I can't. It hasn't sunk in yet. I'm still in shock.
Well, that's great. And you're buying tonight, right?
Absolutely. We're drinking from the cup.
Well, you're going to get that cup in a second, and well earned. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
A lot of Texas fans here.
Yeah. It was great having the crew here from Austin, from Texas, Houston, and from Beaumont. It was great to have all my pinball friends here that I celebrate with.
All right, good luck getting that trophy on the plane.
Thankfully, we drove.
Oh,
so we have a big old SUV. We can fit it just fine. And you're hungry. Well, guess what? We got some money. We can afford some.
No craft dinner, all right? Go big.
Yeah, no craft dinner. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Hey,
thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Let's talk to Stephen and Bowen.
Once again, huge congratulations to Colin McAlpine, and there is the final story of the 2017 Pinburgh Finals. Colin McAlpine with a big 8 points, and our new champion with $15,000 in cash.
There are just so many stories here about Keith turning around and winning those last two games, and you just see three players here who played well enough to win a championship, and Kaylee George, a previous champion who's played well to make it all the way to play through here.
Right.
What a final!
What a final! And again, Josh Sharp gets $7,500. And then there was $4,000 and $2,500, so big cash all around. And we're going to give our final awards. Here comes second place Josh Sharp getting his award. There's Mark Steinman. All thanks and respect due to Mark Steinman right there.
Mark Steinman, the festival Replay FX festival director, handing a medallion that Josh already has one of these medallions.
Here we go.
Pinburgh match play
Walk
champion.
that aisle, Colin. Walk that aisle.
Colin McAlpine.
Here it is. There's our new champion, lifted high. That is the lightest, heaviest trophy you will ever lift, Colin. That is amazing. $15,000 cash, and the kiss right on there. Wonderful job.
That's a good 25, 30 pounds
that
right there,
is,
too. Top hit.
It feels like nothing. Feels like nothing right now. I bet he can't even feel it. Yes. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen and fellow pinballers, thank you for joining us today to witness high drama and high pinball action and high profit for Colin as he comes away with the $15,000 cash. And we hope to see you next
we
year
hope you
at
join
Replay
us
FX.
at next Replay FX, the next Pinburgh.
The dates are set.
Which will again be the largest pinball tournament ever held.
Is it 1,000? Is it 1,000? Is it? I mean, can we do that? I mean, can we? Higher, Bob. Higher.
In the meantime, congratulations to Colin McAlpine and all the finalists. And on behalf of Steve Bowden, on behalf of Jeff Teolis, the entire crew here at Replay FX, thank you so much for joining us, and good night.
Good night.